The Porsche engineers knew exactly what their objective was, to make the new 911 GT2 RS the most powerful Porsche for the road. That's it, 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 that's it,
but that don't mean I don't stay in touch. Everybody's tripping over this or that. What we gonna do when we all fall flat? Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What we gonna do when it all burns down? I don't know what to think about us did we lose? In God we trust. God Almighty, what we gonna do if God ain't listening and we're deaf too? Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What you gonna do when it all burns down? Fire, fire, burning higher. Still got time to turn it all around. Don't get me started on politics. Now how are we to live in a world like this? Greedy politicians, present and past, they wouldn't know the truth if it bit them in the ass. Now tell me, what is truth? Have we all lost sight of common decency, of the wrong and right? How do we heal this great divide? Do we care enough to try? Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What we gonna do when it all burns down? Billy got a gun, Joey got a knife, Janie got a sign to carry in the fight. Marching in the streets with sticks and stones. Don't you ever believe words don't break bones. Can't we rise above? Can't we show some love? Do we just give up or make a change? We know all too well, we've all been through hell. Time to break the cell in heaven's name. Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What you gonna do when it all burns down? Fire, fire, burning higher. Still got time to turn it all around. Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What you gonna do when it all burns down? Fire, fire, burning higher. Still got time to turn it all show some love. Let's rise above. Let's make a stand. Let's lend a hand. Let's heal the hurt. Let kindness work. Let's be a friend. Let hatred end. What you gonna do? Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What you gonna do when it all burns down? Liar, liar, the world's on fire. What you gonna do when it all burns down?
Say, dog, good morning. Thank you for putting some coffee on the pot. Have you heard? There's this new philosophy coming out. They call it Cybernetics. It's the hot new thing, babe. Quick, turn on the radio, put on a cup of coffee, get me a cigarette, woman. We're going to listen in. Toronto has put out a lecture series on this new fangled idea. Let's check it out. What is it all about?
May this bliss never end, for we love anew, just as we used to do when I'm deep in a dream of you. Then from
Hey, Jack.
the ceiling,
How's it going?
sweet music
How's it doing?
feeling, we glide.
Happy Saturday. What an insane start to the day already. It feels like almost every Saturday. Like 9 a.m. hits and like the media cycle is already like raring to go. It's with new and lovely insights into honestly stuff that we already knew. Let's call a spade a spade. But that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's get right into it. We got a lot to break down today. Unfortunately, no closed captioning for chat today.
Designing Freedom by Cyberneticist.
There we go, hold on. No closed captioning for chat. The hyponesis enjoyers are going to be starving, and that's okay, that's fine. They've been eating recently, and they'll be eating again. I've been taking care of the hypomenesis enjoyers, the amnesis enjoyers. It's alright. You guys can tolerate it for one show. Alright, so this is apparently right, so in the addiction episode, we didn't just analyze the properties, the psychosocial and somatic properties of addiction, how it's perpetuated, why it's so marketable, how we can judge whether or not the gambling is appropriate, healthy or not. We also went over some dude's, Gregory Bateson's, opinion on how to fix addiction, and the idea is basically, you know, we gotta stop having these parallel systems of competition and move towards other ontologies of comparing one another outside the liberal frame that encompasses and embeds and embodies people, right? This is the Moyans. There we go. The Moyans of the modern day, the alternative to the liberal ontology, and this apparently is the foundation, the absolute base of it. We're going to the bottom of the barrel, from the ground up. Nothing influenced these ideas that you're hearing today. Nothing at all. They just popped out of nowhere, and there's nothing underneath it, right? This is the foundation for everything and more. But there's nothing underneath it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just chill. We're gonna relax a little bit today. I kind of feel the need to take notes because this is going to be a relatively dense piece. So let me get myself set up here. I mean, I need my controller. I think after we're gonna do some quality React content. Where in the fuck did I put my controller? Oh, there we go. Tee. There we go. Imagine if I've been muted this entire time, this entire intro. No, I worked hard. I watched a whole 3 minutes of a voice trainer to learn how to do a transatlantic accent. And really it just sort of bleeds into a New Jersey, New York accent. That's alright, that's fine. Alrighty, let's get into it.
The first of this year's Massey Lectures, Designing Freedom by cyberneticist Stafford Beer. The talk tonight is called The Real Threat to All We Hold Most Dear.
Is it quiet?
The little house where I've come to live alone for a few weeks sits on the edge of a steep hill in a quiet village on the western coast of Chile. Huge, majestic waves.
It's the Chileans again. These Argentinian libertarians.
The first of this year's Massey
good?
lectures.
Okay, thank you.
Designing Freedom by Cyberneticist Stafford
I'm
Beer.
gonna turn it up anyways.
The talk tonight is called The Real Threat to All We Hold Most Dear.
The little house where I've come to live alone for a few weeks sits on the edge of a steep hill in a quiet village on the western coast of Chile. Huge, majestic waves roll into the bay and crash magnificently over the rocks, sparkling white against the green sea under a winter sun.
There we go.
It is, for me, a time of peace, a time to clear the head, a time to treasure. For, after all, such times are rare events for today's civilized man. We spend our days boxed in our houses, swarming in and out of office blocks like tribes of ants, crammed into trains, canned in aeroplanes, locked solid in traffic jams on the freeway. Our unbiblical concern for what we shall eat, what we shall drink, and what we shall put on is amplified and made obsessional by the pressure to consume, way, way beyond the natural need.
1973, by the
All
way.
this is demanded by the way we have arranged our economy. And the institutions we have built to operate that economy, to safeguard ourselves, protect our homes, care for and educate our families, have all grown into large and powerful pieces of social machinery which suddenly seem not so much protective as actually threatening.
Well,
Mankind has
weird
always
is
been in battle with his
probably a
environment.
better operative phrase.
But until quite recently in history, his battles were on a reasonable scale, a human scale. He could alter his house if he would brave the weather. He didn't have to take on the whole city planning department and the owners of his mortgage and his overdraft. He could dress his children as he pleased, teaching them what he knew and how to learn. He was not flattened in this natural enterprise by educational authorities attended by boards of experts. When he fought with danger, he matched his strength and skill with another animal of similar size to his. He was not unexpectedly not flying by 2 tons of steel traveling at 60 miles an hour. And if he faced the fact of death, that also was a personal encounter, win or lose. He didn't live under the stress of a remotely threatened genocide or nuclear extermination.
By the way, he's not talking
But this
about
is how
Gaza,
it
he's
is for
talking
us.
about climate change.
We don't think much about it. When things go
But
badly,
plenty of
there
people
is all of
actually
us to
experiencing
blame
that sort of
and not
pressure.
ourselves. Perhaps that's some sort of consolation.
Actually, no, the Nakba
Do
was
we indeed even want to
1948,
think
so yeah.
about such things? I believe that people increasingly do begin to question the assumptions of our society, and not because of any characteristic that I have so far mentioned. Most people alive today in urban societies settled long ago for the role of pygmy man amidst the giants of his own institutions, and for the reason that it meant apparent advance, a higher standard of living as measured by the gross national product per head. But in the last decade or two, something has come through to public consciousness.
Something's wrong.
It is the doubt as to whether
Unease.
the whole apparatus of our civilization actually works any longer. Is it beginning to fail? The evidence for this suspicion is plentiful. I instance the decay of previously rich and healthy cities from the center outwards, creating ghettos and...
So the really, odd thing about this to me, or at least what he's talking about. Yeah, so this was 1973. Bretton Woods was amended in what? Bretton Woods. Bretton Woods was ended in 1944, actually. No. 1976. Wait, so a lot of the ills and maladies that I would very easily attribute to modern neoliberalism, Stafford Beer is saying this is something that was already occurring, which is not something that I was
all
expecting,
the
but yeah,
social
let's keep going.
frightfulness that goes with them, stark inequalities. I question the
About
assumptions of our
inequalities. I
society.
mean, yeah, inequalities we've had
and
for a
not
while.
because of any characteristic that I
And
have
it is
so
part of
far
the market.
mentioned. Most people alive today in urban societies settled long ago for the role of pygmy man amidst the giants of his own institutions, and for the reason that it meant apparent advance, a higher standard of living. as
Pygmy
measured
man amongst the enormous institutions is such a powerful sort of feeling phrase. because it captures very succinctly the feeling of isolation, the feeling of incompatibility with the structures of internalization, the accelerations under the profit majority, the royal sciences and the profit seeking, into beyond what humans could initially conceptualize. That makes sense, yeah. Uh-oh.
As measured by the gross national product per head.
Yeah, you lose
But
something
in the last
inside
decade or two,
GDP.
something has come through to public consciousness. It is the doubt as to whether the whole apparatus of our civilization actually works any longer. Is it beginning to fail? The evidence for this suspicion is plentiful. I instance the decay of previously rich and healthy cities from the center outwards, creating ghettos and all the social frightfulness.
Part of the
that goes
collapse
with them,
of Bretton Woods
stark
was tied
inequalities,
to
private penury, social squalor,
the Southern
the
strategy.
rising
So
crime,
that could be
the
what he's
rise
talking
in
about here.
violence.
Right, the rise of the Southern strategy was
For instance,
coinciding
pollution
with the
on a
rise of
worldwide
neoliberalism.
scale, the poisoning of the atmosphere, of seas and lakes
Industrialization.
and rivers. Then there's the widening chasm between luxury and starvation, whereby we somehow manage to concentrate more wealth with the already wealthy and more deprivation with the already deprived. I won't go on with this baleful list because conscientious people are already aware of these problems. The question I would like to address in these lectures is just why. Because if we can fathom that, maybe we can also conduct a fruitful search for answers. The first point to establish is the most difficult, and it's the most difficult because it sounds so easy. It is to say that all these institutions we have been contemplating, the homes, the offices, the schools, the cities, the firms, the states, the countries, are not just things, entities we recognize and label. They are instead dynamic and surviving systems. Well, I did say it sounds so easy. Obviously, these entities are systems because they consist of related parts and the relations, the connections between those parts. Obviously, too, they are dynamic. No one believes that these institutions are just sitting there brooding. They are all on the go. Finally, if they were not surviving, they would not be there. And having taken the point that we are talking about such systems, it's too natural to pass it by, to pass over the point, pass round the point, pass through the point, without ever grappling with the real meaning of the point at all. Although we may recognize the systemic nature of the world, and would agree when challenged that something we normally think of as an entity is actually a system, our culture does not propound this insight as particularly interesting or profitable to contemplate.
Mind-body distinction,
Let me
yeah. It's sort of
propose
like
to
a
you a
waste of
little
time. It's
exercise.
sophistry.
Taking the bay I'm looking at now as a convenient example, it's not difficult to recognize that the movement of water in this bay is the visible behavior of a dynamic system. After all, the waves are steadily moving in and dissipating themselves along the shore. But please consider just one wave. We think of that as an entity. A wave, we say.
Ontologically distinct
What's it
from
doing
other
out there?
waves.
Why is it that shape? And what is the reason for its happy white crest? The exercise is to ask yourself in all honesty, not whether you know the answers, because that would be just a technical exercise, but whether these are the sorts of questions that have ever arisen for you. The point is that the questions themselves, and not just the answers, can be understood only when we stop thinking of the wave as an entity. As long as it is an entity, we tend to say, well, waves are like that. The facts that our wave is out there moving across the bay, has that shape and a happy white crest, are the signs that tell me it's a wave.
Essential
Just as the fact
reductionism
that
is
the
going
book
to be
red
left in
and
the
no other
past.
color is a
It is
sign
for
that tells me
midwits.
that's the book I want.
Be essentialist
The
at your
truth
own
is,
risk.
however, that the book
Wield
is
it
red
wisely.
because someone gave it a red cover when he might just as well have made it green. Whereas the wave cannot be other than it is because a wave is a dynamic system. It consists of flows of water, which are its parts, and the relations between those flows which are governed by the natural laws of systems of water that are investigated by the science of hydrodynamics. The appearance of the wave, its shape, and the happy white crest are actually outputs of this system. They are what they are because the system is organized in the way that it is, and this organization produces an inescapable kind of behavior. The cross-section of the wave is parabolic, having two basic forms, the one dominating at the open sea stage of the wave and the other dominating later. As the second form is produced from the first, there is a moment when the wave holds the two forms. It has at this moment a wedge shape of 120 degrees. And at this point, as the second form takes over, the wave begins to break, hence the happy white crest. Now, in terms of the dynamic system that we call a wave, the happy white crest is not at all the pretty sign by which what we first called an entity signalizes its existence. For the wave, that crest is its personal catastrophe. What has happened is that the wave has a systemic conflict within it, determined by its form of organization, and that this has produced a phase of instability. The happy white crest is the mark of doom upon the wave, because the instability feeds upon itself, and the catastrophic collapse of the wave is an inevitable output of the system. I'm asking, did you know? Not did you know about theoretic hydrodynamics, but did you know that a wave is a dynamic system in catastrophe as a result of its internal organizational instability? Of course,
that
the reason for
instability
this
isn't
exercise
necessarily.
is to be ready to pose the same question
It's just
about the
entropy.
social institutions we were discussing.
Stability is stagnation.
If we perceive those as entities, the giant
real.
monoliths surrounding
But
Pygmy
conceptually,
Man,
stability
then
is.
we shan't be surprised to
very
find
cool.
the marks of bureaucracy upon them. Sluggish and inaccurate response, and those other warning signs I mentioned earlier. That is what these entities are like, we tend to say, and sigh. But in fact, these institutions are dynamic systems, having a particular organization which produces particular outputs. My contention is that they are typically moving into unstable phases for which catastrophe is the inevitable outcome. And I believe the growing sense of unease I mentioned at the start derives from a public intuition that this is indeed the case. For people to understand this possibility, how it arises, what the dangers are, and above all what can be done about it, it isn't necessary to master socio-political
But the illusion that
cybernetics.
things never change is very, very
This is the science that
convenient.
stands to institutional behavior, as the science of hydrodynamics stands to the behavior of waves. But it is necessary to train ourselves simply to perceive what was there all the time, not a monolithic entity, but a dynamic system, not a happy white crest, but the warning of catastrophic instability. So far we have spoken a little of the nature of dynamic systems, but the other qualification that I used at the start was the word surviving. The wave is not a surviving dynamic system because its destruction is built into its organization. However, we certainly regard our institutions as survival-worthy. After all, they've survived until now because they're capable of a trick we call adaptation, which waves are not.
The
So why
guardrails will
should there
hold,
now be a
and
fuss
surely
about instability
the guardrails have always
and
been the same.
impending catastrophe? Our institutions
true
have already proven that
essence
they
of
can
America
survive, says the
remains
argument.
intact, surely.
And we can have confidence that they will continue to adapt successfully to change. Indeed, we insist that they must, for our institutions enshrine everything we hold most dear. Beginning with the family unit, based on love and mutual support, extending through the school and perhaps that alma mater, the university, bound together in the cohesion of the neighborhood, the community, and the churches, ramifying into business and the growth of prosperity for all, exemplified, protected, and projected by the state, this, our society, is an entity that survives, albeit by adaptive change. And if this society, embodied in its institutions, is threatened by too rapid change, then the answer that many serious and concerned people give is to reinforce the rules of the societary game, strengthen the institutions, tighten up the criminal, social, and moral laws,
Batten down.
The storm. That's the conservative attitude. It is not mine. It's not going to work much longer. Indeed, we ought to face the fact that this theory doesn't work now. People convince themselves that it does because they see society as an entity, and its main characteristic is to be held most dear. Then they grit their teeth and declare that whatever is wrong with it must and can be put right. Broken barriers, swept away by permissive morality, can be repaired. Departed children can be summoned home to eat the fatted calf. The majority of people who don't attend a church are still, surely to goodness, fundamentally Christian. The starving two-thirds of the world will eventually be fed. Well, not those two-thirds dying right now, but their descendants. And somehow a finite planet with exhaustible resources will be made indefinitely to support more and yet more growth. Oh no, this only even looks possible if we are dealing with a fixed entity, a society or a way of life that is held to enshrine eternal values, a golden ideal. If this has become somehow rather tarnished, then it can be reburnished with a little elbow grease. So some people, and especially some politicians, seem to think.
A little national revival.
But if society is a dynamic system, all these phenomena are not simply blemishes, they are its outputs. These unpleasing threats to all we hold most dear are products of a system so organized as to produce them, and not their contraries. These are not accidental, and they aren't mistakes. They are the continuing output of a systemic conflict which is due to specific modes of organization. And those modes of organization have currently arrived at a stage in their inexorable pattern of behavior which, like the wedge-shaped wave of 120 degrees, is incipiently unstable, on the verge of catastrophic breakdown. Or so I think. I hope you will accept my invitation to investigate this hypothesis with me. And let me be more cheerful right away. These dire predictions I am making have to come about, which is why I said that they were inexorable, if, but only if, we continue to support modes of organization into which these outcomes are inbuilt. We don't have to do that. We really can change the whole thing.
It's
But to
happened before.
succeed, we must first perceive the nature of dynamic surviving systems and the conditions they must meet to remain stable, yet adaptive. In order to get rid of the concept of an institution as a fixed entity, we have to get rid of the classical picture of its organization. You know how this looks. The institution's activity is divided into chunks, which are also perceived as entities. These chunks are divided into
units.
smaller chunks, and so on. In every chunk, there is a boss man, with lesser bosses reporting to him and running the smaller chunks. This picture looks like a family tree, and it's useful for just one purpose. If something has gone wrong, you can use the picture to trace whose fault it is. In fact, this whole picture of an institution is just like a fault-finding chart that shows how an automobile is organized. Some people and the channels connecting them are shown in red, as if they were the fuel system. Others are shown in blue, as if they were the electrical system, and so on. But nowhere on the automobile chart can you find such a thing as speed, which is what the automobile is all about. What this orthodox organization chart leaves out of account when it comes to understanding institutions is that we are not dealing with pistons, pumps, and distributor arms, but with people. And the connections between the parts are not crankshafts, pipes, and electrical wires, but human relationships. What matters about the institution is not its set of dependencies, but its performance, if you like, its speed. The organizational forces by which the whole institutional machinery is held together include psychological conflict, loyalty and perfidy, integrity of purpose, hard and lazy work. They also include all manner of special arrangements making cross-linkages between the cousins of the family tree. which are the formal boards and committees, the less formal liaison officers and advisory groups, the informal old pals network, and even maybe secret connections whose existence will be denied. How can we picture this dynamic system in our minds, and how contemplate its output and stability? I will ask you to think first of a tennis trainer, two poles held in place by guy ropes pegged to the ground and connected by a piece of elastic from the middle of which hangs a tennis ball suspended by an elastic thread. Suppose that an institution has only two members. They are sitting on the top of the poles, held firmly in place by the guy ropes, which define their formal positions. What they must do between them is the work of the institution, and for this they need a connection, which is the elastic thread. Now, the role of the suspended tennis ball in this example is not too obvious, and it's vital to understand it. The ball stands for the output state of the system. However complicated a system may be, there's one output state that defines it. That state is an output of the system, not in terms of what special things or detailed consequences are flowing from the institution's activity, but in terms of its total net performance. This is rather like saying that a human being, characterized as he is by all manner of detectable outputs, is in the net state of sleep.
Objective.
Or violent effort, or concentration, or fighting. Or again, we might liken the tennis ball to the net state of a game of chess at the, let's say, 26th move. There are all sorts of tensions implicit in the relationship of the pieces, and if the game was speeded up by cinematography, we really should see a dynamic system operating under its organizational conflicts. But if instead we take a still photograph of the ball at the 26th move, then the output state is a single state, and it might be called white losing or checkmate. If the men on top of the poles do their respective jobs properly, they'll pull correctly on the elastic. The ball, which marks the output state of the system, will bob about for a bit and then be still.
It'll vary.
The dynamic system is doing its work and producing stability. If the men are inefficient and can't make up their minds how to pull on the elastic, especially if they keep passing the buck, then the ball will bob about for ages and may never settle. The system is unstable. However, if we assume goodwill and reasonable efficiency on the part of the two men, so that they behave like proper elastic connections, the ball will soon stop bobbing about. The time it takes to stop is called the relaxation time of the system. Well, this picture is a bit too simple for our needs. So let's erect a lot more poles. Try and imagine about 40 of them, arranged in a circle where our original elastic connection marks a diameter. Now let's join all the new men on top of these poles to the system by giving each one of them a piece of elastic and tying the other end to the central knot. These new members of the institution are not all equally proficient or loyal or hard-working, and we can represent that by giving some of them thin pieces of elastic and some of them thick pieces. The ball was disturbed while we did that, and I think we can bet that the relaxation time will now be extremely long. In fact, and this is really rather interesting, the harder all the men try conscientiously to manipulate the system so that it settles, the more unstable it's likely to become. Just imagine the chaos. Hey, George, stop pulling a minute. Harry, you pull a bit harder, and so on. In fact, if all of 40 men are each trying to give instructions to each of the others, we shall have 1,560 communication channels trying to speak all the time. You're right, it isn't going to work.
The complexity increases.
The reason is that this system as a whole has too many possible states. I'm not talking now about the solitary output
Too much
state,
entropy.
but about the vast number of configurations which the organization itself can assume. Every one of those men on the poles
Number
may
of
behave in a
microstates. Am I
great many
misunderstanding
alternative
entropy?
ways, and these are permuted together to reveal the total richness of possible organizational behavior. If we consider the total number of behavioral configurations that are possible, we have a measure of the system's complexity. Let us turn this perception into a formal definition. The number of possible states of a system is called its variety. This will be a most useful word for us, so may I repeat. Variety means the number of possible states. Suppose that each man can only do one of two things, which is an absurd simplification after all. Then between them, they can produce more than 1 million possible sets of conditions for the system. It's too many, and the tennis ball will never be able to settle. At least it will in theory, but in practice, the world is not going to leave the system alone for long enough. Just imagine those poor men feeling that they have almost exhausted the possibilities after a week's work when the cat comes into the garden and takes a playful swipe at the ball with its paw. It's back to square one.
When nature comes in.
All our major societary institutions are high-variety systems. All of them need to have a finite relaxation time, but all of them are subject to constant perturbation, which is the word to use for the unexpected interference of the cat's paw. How do they cope? There is only one way to cope, and all institutions use it, although they use it in many forms. They have to reduce the variety of the system. Here are some of the ways. They may put in 4 more taller poles and connect 10 of the shorter ones to each. The man on the tall pole gives instructions to his 10 subordinates. That reduces the total
Entropy
system
might be the
variety.
stopping of the ball.
But it also
I mean,
interferes
as far
with
as
the
I'm
short
aware,
pole
like, you know,
men's
there's a
freedom
proper definition
to
for
do the best
entropy.
they can.
But the best that I can do is just like
It's
time.
in this way that freedom
'Cause it's sort
starts
of
to be subordinated to
inexorably
efficiency.
linked to time.
But the only alternative, which we must face, is total anarchy. Second, they may put in a lot of rigid connections, called rules, between the elastic threads, so that the system looks like a spider's web. That also reduces variety. But that confounded cat keeps coming around and spoiling the whole effort. Or suppose that the child of the house comes into the garden and takes a tremendous crack at the ball with a tennis racket. Then the system may not have the resilience to take the strain and make laps altogether. A third variety-reducing method used by institutions, for example banks and insurance companies, is to shoot the cat. This works, but it's no fun if you're the cat. In any case, you would better not shoot the son of the house. We have no time
don't
to
fuck
go
with
on
the money.
exploring our model, for this is the name of
Okay,
the
well,
elastic network.
I feel like that analogy
can
that
do that
he
yourself.
drew is interesting because it sort of draws on the idea of the symbolic regime and being in competition with the regime of the law of equivalence, right? The law of value, that everything can be melted down into some universal solvent. And using or fitting a young boy, somebody who comes into a system developed before they were born, messes with it naively, and the system is able to resist it through, and this is part of the perturbations, and of course, you know, the banks will sort of secure their own interests through necropolitics, but I guess maybe it does work, right? It does work as a nice analogy for the law of equivalence, the law of value, slowly killing and choking out the regime of the symbolic exchange. But that's not to say that people were more free or humanity was more true to its nature in the medieval period, where the head of the household was, or killing the head of the household, the firstborn heir, was an egregious crime. And you could have a bunch of guys sitting on top of poles with elastic bands and a ball at the bottom, bouncing around. Like, this is only something that like a wealthy landowner would be able to do in the medieval era. So, I mean, a lot of like socialists' ontology really is about trying to understand the truth of human nature. Nature broadly, the connection between the two, and then the structures that we build on top of it. And it is to say that in the progression of capitalism, we have lost something definitely human, and that's not to say we can't reclaim it or repurpose it with, you know, these movies that are like iRobots, you know, giving robots agencies. I mean, even the idea of calling like AI agents is sort of a realism that's very frustrating, and I think is going to capture a lot of minds, right? Yeah, this is a very good description of the corporate structure. It is a blaming environment, and an overbearing manager is very compromising to the functions intended for the system. Yeah? Now let's continue. We got a couple more minutes in this.
Remember
first
these
chapter.
aspects of our work together so far. A dynamic system is in constant flux, and the higher its variety, the greater the flux. Its stability depends upon its net state reaching equilibrium following a perturbation. The time this process takes is the relaxation time. The mode of organization adopted for the system is its variety controller.
Right.
With these points clearly in our minds, it's possible to state the contention of this first lecture with force and, I hope, with simplicity. Here goes. Our institutions were set up a long time ago. They handled a certain amount of variety and controlled it by sets of organizational variety reducers. They coped with a certain range of perturbations, coming along at a certain average frequency. The system had a characteristic relaxation time which was acceptable to society. As time went by, variety rose because the relevant population grew and more states became accessible both to that population and to the institutional system. This meant that more variety reducers were systematically built into the system. Until today, our institutions are nearly solid with organizational restrictions. Meanwhile, both the range and the frequency of the perturbations has increased. But we said just now that the systemic variety has been cut. This produces a mismatch.
Yeah,
The
this is part of
relaxation time of the
why we got
system
the
is not geared
2008
to the current
Great
rate
Recession.
of perturbation. This means that a
Lack
new
of variety
strike
in
is taken at the
investments.
ball before it has
There's
had
no
time
such
to
thing as
settle.
diversification if your portfolio is the
Hence, our
entire
institutions
economic
are in an
system.
unstable condition. The ball keeps bobbing, and there is no way of recognizing where an equilibrial outcome is located. If we cannot recognize the stable state, it follows that we cannot learn how to reach it. There's no reference point. If we cannot learn how to reach stability, we cannot devise adaptive strategies, because the
hear?
learning machinery is missing. If we cannot adapt, we cannot evolve. Then the instability threatens to be like the waves' instability, catastrophic. I said before that there are solutions, but I've also shown that they concern organizational modes. They concern engineering with the variety of dynamic systems. By continuing to treat our societary institutions as entities, by thinking of their organizations as static trees, by treating their failures as aberrations, in these clouded perceptions of the unfolding facts, we rob ourselves of the only solutions. In particular, by advocating a new insistence on variety-reducing methods which worked in a bygone epoch, we advocate precisely the wrong thing and seal our doom. This is the real threat to all we hold most dear.
The real threat to all we hold most dear. The first of the 1973 Massey Lectures by Professor Stafford Beer.
Incredible. Okay. So, there's no such thing as a unilateral identity All identities are relative and constantly shifting and changing. These are dynamic systems with energies that flow through multiple medias to create stable states. And then what's the other part? The system's ability to return to equilibria after a perturbation, and that perturbation primarily comes from nature, something that is unexpected. Like, the idea of perturbations was compromised and re-engineered by neoliberals into the term scarcity. So that's one inroad for this sort of ontology, to repurpose, to maintain scarcity as a word, an access point to get into conversations, these sorts of unorthodox, stigmatized ideas, right? Variety is the number of possible states. Something that I'm very curious of is, at least for, obviously within the framework of this article, he's using variety very deliberately. He's not using the word diversity. And I'm very curious why that is. Maybe they'll get into it. We should look into it later, if it's just not addressed. And then, obviously, systems should be able to accommodate for the reproduction of knowledge, new people, the reproduction of life. And then the way that we determine the actual threat to our existence, the real threat to all that we hold most dear, are systems of decreasing variety, which, I guess, so this is probably what's going to happen in the later lectures, is what is a variety dampening mechanism that is in line with our ethics, right? Because, people are like, oh, I want the Palestinians to have self-determination and autonomy. And it's like, yeah, that's awesome, but you're a liberal Zionist, and I'm not, and I think that it's fine for the Palestinians not to have the self-determination and autonomy to continue violence. Just like I think that of, the Zionist state. Because diversity is woke? Yeah, I mean, a little bit. In a cynical way, the stock market would sell left-swing versus right-swing futures. I mean, yeah, this is sort of the idea of derivatives of the real, that the idea of a structure of a system becomes more entrenched, and the performance of and speculation, detachment from reality, becomes more and more. I'm still working my way through the idea of simulacra and simulation and symbolic exchange, so maybe we'll do that on another stream. Let's just continue with designing freedom. Chapter 2. What is this? Tools of the discarded modern man. I hope that this is about intelligence, and I hope that it's about the extended theory of mind model of intelligence, which is the far more modern and productive. But let's take a quick look through. Hypothesis: the relaxation time of the institutional system is now on the average longer than the average interval between perturbations. So this lecture was based on this book, and it seems like it's modified slightly. But no, he is just reading the text directly, and then the very sort of information-friendly, frictionless information is something exclusive to the book, which is, a media very different than radio. But thanks to, visual audio technology, shout out Adorno and Horkheimer, we can look through both. So the hypothesis for the first section: the relaxation time of the institutional system now is on the average longer than the average interval between perpetuations. Okay, so things are becoming more unstable because the relaxation time is not resilient enough to deal with the increasing frequency and intensity of perturbations, which are primarily coming from nature, but that nature is not exclusive to something outside the human. It's something that is intrinsically associated and related to the human. And the primary response by the former institutions of variety dampening is just to kill the baby in the bed, to throw the baby out with the bathwater. With the result that the institutional system is becoming permanently unstable. Yep, makes sense. Since permanent instability feeds on itself because there's no recognizable stable condition, the instability is likely to become, like the wave's instability, catastrophic. Well, I mean, everything comes to an end at some point. Alrighty. I'm gonna take off.
Designing freedom.
Yes.
The 1973 Massey Lectures by Stafford Beer, professor of cybernetics, international consultant in the sciences of management and effective
The
organization.
first consultant.
Prolific author in these fields and poet. In his first talk, Stafford Beer pointed to the incipient failure of our social institutions and gave us the
Well, I don't think
scientific frames of
incipient
reference for
is.
understanding this
I think
breakdown.
incipient is a little strong
Tonight,
of a
he
word.
looks at the technologies,
a little
especially
bit of a
computer
liberal
and
blaming word.
telecommunications, which have been abused and wasted by our institutions, thereby becoming sources of alienation
Yes.
instead of aids to an enlightened system of organization. The title
Yep.
of Professor Beer's talk this evening is The Disregarded Tools of Modern Man. Stafford Beer.
If you were sitting under an apple tree and suddenly an apple fell on your head, to what force would you ascribe the event? Is there an apple-throwing monkey in the tree? Certainly not. The force involved is called gravity. Because we understand this force to be quite general on the planet, we don't propose to experiment when asked what would happen if we dropped the glass of water we are holding, or what would happen to an aircraft whose engines suddenly stopped. We reckon we know what would happen. And yet, the concept of a force which affects everything on the planet, regardless of what that thing is, and affects it to the same extent, so that a pound of feathers behaves just like a pound of lead for equal air resistance, is a very difficult concept indeed. How can there be a force which affects everything that you cannot directly experience, that finds expression only in
Something
mathematical
beyond me.
terms, and that, counter to all intuition,
world existing
treats
after you.
feathers and lead the same?
The end of capitalism.
Come, you will say. This is to talk like an ignorant savage. Even a child can answer those questions. And besides, you can experience the force of gravity directly, because it is this force that your body measures when it senses weight. To this I reply, do you think you would have answered thus if you had lived round the corner from Isaac Newton in the year 1687? Our culture has had nearly 300 years to understand the problems of Newtonian physics. It's had more than half a century to get its grip on relativity theory and the second law of thermodynamics, knowing that it is at least possible to make general statements about the physics of the universe. Not all of us, I dare say, would care to answer basic questions about these too, although one might have supposed that the culture would have imbibed them by now. The observed fact is that our culture takes a long, long time to learn. The observed fact also is that individuals are highly resistant to changing the picture of the world that their culture projects to them. I'm trying to display the problem that we face in thinking about institutions. The culture doesn't accept that it is possible to make general scientific statements about them. Therefore, it's extremely difficult for individuals, however
Institutions? About
well-intentioned,
structures?
to admit that there are laws, let's call them, that govern institutional behavior, regardless of the institution. People know that there's a science of physics. You won't be burnt at the stake for saying that the Earth moves around the sun, or even be disbarred by physicists for proposing a theory in which it's mathematically convenient to display the Earth as the center of the universe after all. That's because people in general, and physicists in particular, can handle such propositions with ease. But people do not know that there is a science of effective organization, and you are likely to be disbarred by those who run institutions for proposing any theory at all. For what these people say is that their own institution is unique, and that therefore an apple-growing company bears no resemblance to a company manufacturing water glasses or to an airline flying aeroplanes. The consequences are bizarre. Our institutions are failing because they are disobeying laws of effective organization which their administrators don't know about, to which indeed their cultural mind is closed, because they contend that there exists, and can exist, no science competent to discover those laws. Therefore they remain satisfied with a bunch of organizational precepts which
or
are
rather,
equivalent to the precepts
the march
in
of
physics.
time is
Base
always
metal
going to
can be transmuted into gold
give
by
new evidence
incantation,
against a theory.
and with much the same
to them.
effect. Therefore, they also look at the tools which might well be used to make the institutions work properly in a completely wrong light. The main tools I have in mind are the electronic computer, telecommunications, and the techniques of cybernetics. Now, if we seriously want to think about the transmutation of elements in physics, we will recognize that we have atom crackers, that they will be required, and that they must be mobilized. We shan't use the atom crackers to crack walnuts and go on with the incantations. But in running institutions, we disregard our tools because we don't recognize what they really are. So we use computers to process data, as if data had a right to be processed, and as if processed data were necessarily digestible and nutritious to the institution, and carry on with the incantations like so many latter-day alchemists. The invitation to face up to these realities is a necessary one if there is to be any real chance of perceiving the proper role of currently available tools. For it isn't something scintillatingly clever that I'm proposing, not a complicated new extension of mind-blowing techniques that are already beyond most people's understanding, not a big brother that will alienate us still further from the monstrous electronic machinery that by now seems to govern our lives. I am proposing simply that society should use its tools to redesign its institutions and to operate those institutions quite differently. You can imagine all the problems, but the first and gravest problem is in the mind, screwed down by all those cultural constraints. You will not need a lot of learning to understand what I'm saying. What you will need is intellectual freedom.
Openness
it's a free gift for all
is
who have the
actually
courage to accept
most
it.
positively associated
Remember,
with
our culture
intelligence,
teaches us not
for
intellectual
whatever
courage,
worth those
but
territories are to the
intellectual
mouth.
conformity. Let's get down to work and recall where we were.
Oh, the
A
map
social
is to the territory, rather.
institution isn't an
I swapped
entity,
it.
but a dynamic system. The measure we need to discuss it is the measure of variety. Variety is the number of possible states of the system, and that number grows daily for every institution because of an ever-increasing range of possibilities afforded by education, by technology, by communications, by prosperity, and by the way these possibilities interact to generate yet more variety. In order to regulate a system, we have to absorb its variety. If we fail in this, the system becomes unstable. Then, at the best, we can't control it, as happened with the bobbing ball on our elaborated tennis trainer. At the worst, there is a catastrophic collapse, as happened with the wave. So next to something new, what is it that controls variety? The answer is dead simple. Variety. Variety absorbs variety, and nothing else can. Examine first of all the truth of that statement. Consider, for example, all the customers who are inside a department store. From the store's point of view, this represents an awful lot of variety that has to be controlled. You will notice how I use the word control. It isn't that these ladies and gentlemen have to be told what to do and made to do it. It is that when one of them wants to buy something, the variety of the customer store system goes up. A possible state has been made actual. The lady has chosen a pair of shoes, but she might have chosen a fruitcake. The store has to absorb this variety, There had better be someone on hand rather quickly to take the money and wrap up the shoes. Moreover, there will also need to be someone on hand to do the same for the fruitcake. But not for nothing is that store called departmental. There's a shoe salesman and a cake salesman. That is what organizational structure is for, to carve up the total system variety into subsystems of more reasonably sized variety. The customer who is not clear what commodity, if any, will meet her need, represents variety that cannot be trapped by this departmental arrangement. Her variety will be left over, not absorbed, if the store isn't careful. And we can see how this means that the situation is out of control. But if the store is careful, it will have an information bureau, which exists precisely to absorb this excess variety. Let's return to the shoe purchaser. We observe that she's becoming angry. This is because she can't get any attention. The shoe salesman is dealing with someone else.
Attention is interpersonal.
People are waiting. The other shoe
More
salesman is
impersonal.
similarly occupied.
Dissolved into the
Temporarily,
bureaucracy,
anyway,
into the hierarchy.
The situation is out of control because at this moment the store has miscalculated the number of shoe salesmen needed to absorb the variety generated by the customer. Well, maybe you remember the concept we need to describe this affair and its name. The name is relaxation time.
Bro.
Variety is cropping up faster in this system than the system can absorb it, and this is bad from the customer's point of view. If it happens all the time, it would be bad from the store's point of view as well. The customer will desert the store, looking for somewhere with a shorter relaxation time. So the temporary instability of service in the store...
I was worried
will
that I was
become
going to finish
permanent
this game before these lectures
and
would be
at
over,
every
but I'm
moment,
retarded, so...
incipiently catastrophic. The trouble with our societary institutions, of course, is that the citizen has no alternative but to use them. Only variety can absorb variety. It sounds ridiculous, but the perfect, undefeatable way to run this store is to attach a salesman to each customer on arrival. Then we could forget about those departments where the shoe salesmen are run off their feet while the girls in lingerie are manicuring their fingernails, and absorb the customer's variety as we go along. For, you see, not only do we need variety to absorb variety, but we need exactly the same amount of variety to do it. We were speaking just now of the law of gravity in physics. It's perhaps the dominant law of the physical universe. What we have arrived at in the departmental store is the dominant law of societary systems, the law of requisite variety, named Ashby's law after its discoverer.
Ashby's law?
The example is ridiculous because we can't afford to supply requisite variety by this obvious expedient. We can't give every departmental store customer a salesman because we can't afford it. But you may already have noticed that in very superior and therefore very expensive special purpose stores, such as those selling automobiles or handmade suits, this is exactly what happens. In fact, you can't shake the fellow off.
Bespoke.
Nor would you be able to shake off your personal policeman if half the population were enrolled as detectives to spy on the other half.
Well,
It's just because this is impractical that we have crime. We can't meet the demands of Ashby's law. But we must come somewhere near it, somehow, or we are in for catastrophic collapse. How is this done? When varieties are disbalanced, as they usually are, we structure our organizations to cope. Fundamentally, there are two ways, and only two ways, of doing this. Remember, you can't repeal the laws of nature, and Ashby's law will exert itself. We met the first way in the last lecture. It is to reduce the variety generated by the system so that it matches the available supply of regulatory variety. You may recall the men we had sitting on the tall poles. This was their job. And I made a crack at the financial institutions for doing the same thing. I said they shot the cat that was generating variety by swinging the tennis ball. In other words, there's no way in which an insurance company can provide requisite variety for you, a unique human being. Your variety must be attenuated, cut down so that your case fits a more general case. In theory, you can get the entirely personal quotation that corresponds to having your personal salesman or your personal policeman.
Your personal
Just
algorithm.
try it. I have. And see what the insurance is going to cost. Now, that's perfectly reasonable, because the claim to be able to handle every citizen's variety is as ridiculous as I admitted my example to be. One trouble with our institutions is that they don't admit that the only full solution would be ridiculous, and that therefore it isn't done.
Brother.
They should acknowledge, at least to themselves, that they are satisfying Ashby's law by variety attenuation. And the reason they don't admit it is that it sounds bad in the ear of our culture. Our culture insists on the uniqueness of the individual, but our society can't live up to that. This is no criticism, it's a scientific
Bro, hold on.
fact.
I gotta actually.
Our culture also insists on the absolute freedom of the individual, but our society can't live up to that either. That too is a scientific fact. Then look at the mess we get into by our pretenses. Instead of understanding the situation and using science to do the best possible job of variety and attenuation under the guidance of the consumer and of the electorate, we spend vast sums of the nation's wealth, our wealth, on phony claims.
On variety?
On the consumer side, we put on the advertising pressure to pretend that full account is taken of the customer's variety, which is impossible. On the electoral side, we lose the freedoms we have when our variety is attenuated, because we are not asked how the attenuation should be done. No politician would dare to ask the electorate that question.
Well, we are asked.
Because he
It
is
just
too
doesn't matter.
busy standing for the inalienable rights, which it is perfectly obvious we haven't in any case got. Nor can we have them.
By natural law.
Let's look the facts in the face. The second method of satisfying Ashby's law is the one used by the department store. It would be madness to attenuate the customer's variety by stocking only one kind and one size of shoe, for example, or by locking her in until she was served. The alternative is to amplify the variety of the regulatory part of the total system. You don't appoint a single salesman, but many, and you do this by departments. In each of them, you try to calculate the statistical relationship between salesmen and customers, so that the relaxation time is held steady. There are scientific ways of doing this, but they aren't often used. The amplification of regulatory variety comes in where one salesman handles many customers effectively. In societary systems, this is the preferable way to proceed because it helps to preserve individual freedom. We don't do it for several reasons, but only one is real. The others are subservient to this. Think of the outstandingly spurious reason first. This is the most obvious reason, the cost. And there are two things I want to say about that.
Raw.
First, the cost of a societary system is taken as its primary measure in our society, whereas the valid measure to use is variety. The cost is not what it claims to be, namely, the money that must necessarily be spent to achieve certain aims.
Raw! Are you fucking kidding
In
me?
fact, the cost is whatever is provided in the way of funds, and this total available sum operates to constrain what we shall do within the framework we already have. If this framework is merely a joke played on us by history, so that its structure is outmoded and its relaxation time is too long, then the system won't
My
work.
my
Period.
cortisol levels are peaking right
The
now.
thing's
Hold on,
unstable.
I gotta take a break. I can feel it. We gotta take a quick looks maxing break right now. A little self-care break. Let's let this system, me, the Dispel Marketable stream, let's let this system return after that perturbation. Holy fuck. My god. Okay, hold on. Where are we at with this? They're disobeying laws of effective organization. There can exist no science on, right? So how do we manage the distinction between coercion and individual freedom while making sure that we match Ashby's law as much as possible? and the most instability. By the way, instability highly marketable, right? Because when volatility is high, you're going to need a higher return on your investments in order to justify the risks being put in. That's why anti-Semitism has always been a psyop. By the way, I'm about to spit some fucking truths right here. Y'all are hearing this for the first time, maybe, but it's been inside you this entire time. Anti-Semitism is real, and it's been leveraged by the markets to promote instability and make it more profitable since the 1970s, since the shift away from the old ontology, or at least the movement that was being built up since Kennedy, since FDR, since Stafford Beer was put on the kibosh. That energy, these insights were channeled into other areas that were not towards the expansion of freedoms, the matching of Ashby's law. No, all of that has been sacrificed for the law of value, for the law of universal exchange. And now the unfortunate thing is the birds are coming home to roost, and the roost is unstable because they're hoping that AI agents are going to be able to be the thing that, I guess, is going to meet Ashby's law. And this is why they're sort of selling it as something esoteric, as something beyond, something almost godlike within the Protestant mind, because in the Protestant mind, you can always have a relationship to God. You can always have a relationship to the greater voices being spoken through AI. And it's dangerous, they don't want you to work with it. People like me, these prudes and these incurious bastards, I'm not against AI. I'm against AI reducing variety when AI just isn't human. And meeting Ashby's law is necessarily going to have to be human mediated. Relieving excess variety cannot be done through computers, through telecoms. So Stafford Beer talked about, I guess I'm picking up more of this lecture than I thought I was, silently raging out that I couldn't get out of that fucking pit. I hope he talks about the three divisions he talked about: computers, telecoms, and the techniques of cybernetics. Let's back up slightly.
But many, and you do this by departments. In each of them, you try to calculate the statistical relationship between salesmen and customers so that the relaxation time is held steady. There are scientific ways of doing this, but they aren't often used. The amplification of regulatory variety comes in where one salesman handles many customers effectively. In societary systems,
that's
this
sort
is
of
the preferable way to proceed
loaded word
because
for
it
me.
helps to preserve individual freedom. We don't do it for several reasons, but only
Efficiency
one is real.
related, I
The
think.
others are subservient to this. Think of the outstandingly spurious reason first. This is
We
the
want
most
things to be
obvious
more
reason,
effective, but
the
that
cost.
requires the time to
And there
question
are
what
two
the
things I
purpose
want
of a
to say about
system
that.
is, and the purpose of a system
First,
is what it
the
does.
cost of a societary system is taken as its primary measure in our society,
The cost.
whereas the valid measure to use is variety.
The opportunity
Cost
cost.
is not what it claims to
Actually.
be, namely, the money that must necessarily be spent to achieve certain aims. In fact, the cost is whatever is provided in the way of funds, and this total available sum operates to constrain what we shall do within the framework we already have. If this framework is merely a joke played on us by history, so that its structure is outmoded and its relaxation time is too long, then the system won't work, period. The thing is unstable. We pour in money to head off catastrophic collapse, but that's a silly thing to do, because the money will, naturally enough, be spent in buttressing the framework, feeding in expensive variety to stop the relaxation time growing longer still, and making the instability actually worse. Think of all those poles on the tennis trainer. Second, the constraint of cost is entirely relative to the aims of society. The aims of society are, of course, a set of variety attenuators, We can't do everything we conceive as socially desirable, and our aims, our
And we
programs,
select for or
cut
against
down
something.
the proliferating variety of societary choice. In so doing, the attenuator allocates the revenue that the taxpayer will bear. Once again, our culture prefers us not to look on the matter this way round. There is a total plausible revenue. Come then, attenuate variety. Choose between developing a vertical takeoff aircraft, fighting a small economic war with the United States for the ownership of Canadian industry, and doubling the price paid for bureaucracy by having everything done in 2 languages. In the deathly silence I seem to hear following that solecism, I also seem to hear a faint voice, it must be a madwoman, crying, "I would sooner have a 24-hour childcare service." But that would cost money, and there is none remaining. Don't be ridiculous, madam. It's my prerogative. The point is that our variety attenuators are built into the system. Freedom of choice has gone down this particular drain. So what about the antithetical variety amplifiers? If the spurious reason for not using them is cost, the real reason is that it would mean redesigning everything, so as to get rid of the built-in attenuators.
The topic he's
and
sort of
still
touching on
instead
is the idea
the
of
amplifiers that
acceleration
really
versus
work to
deceleration.
achieve requisite variety,
And in all reality, the
viable
two need to
relaxation
work in
times,
tandem because they
and
feed off of
hence
one
some
another.
sort of social stability.
The system of value and universal
I've
exchange
already
and the
suggested a list of 3
humanistic
basic tools that are
representation
available
of
for variety
reality.
amplification: the computer, teleprocessing, and the techniques of the science of effective organization, which is what I call cybernetics.
Here we go.
Now I'm saying that we don't really use them, whereas everyone can assuredly say, oh yes we do. The trouble is that we are using them on the wrong side of the variety equation. We use them without regard to the proliferation of variety within the system, thereby effectively increasing it, and not as they should be used to amplify regulative variety. As a result, we don't even like the wretched things. If one of those unworkable institutions we were discussing buys a computer, what happens? It uses the thing, please note at enormous cost, to do more elaborately exactly what was done before. And as we know, that didn't work. One famous computer manufacturer ran an entire sales campaign for its new series of machines on the slogan that you needed simply to transfer the existing system, whatever it was, lock, stock and barrel, to the new miracle machine. Well, that sounded good to the financial director, who had learned the hard way that immense costs are involved, yes, those same costs again, in implementing new hardware in software terms, but had not learned that the machine to do miracles is not yet invented. The effect on the institution was inevitable, to make the existing instability more unstable.
The cover for the
It's
premise that
obvious,
it wasn't
really,
working.
once the concept of variety and the law of requisite variety
Oh,
are
no.
clear.
The increase in
Computer can
variety
generate
to hide the
untold variety,
true nature
and all
from
of this
people.
is pumped into a system originally designed to handle the output of 100 quill pens. The institution's processes overfill, just as the crest of the wave overfills, and there is a catastrophic collapse. So, what do we hear? On no account do we hear, sorry, we didn't really understand the role of the computer, so we have spent a terrible lot of money to turn mere
Responsibility.
instability into catastrophe. What we do here is, sorry, it's not our fault, the computer made a mistake.
The deflection of blame, the
Forgive my
fidelity.
audacity, please, but I've been in computers right from the start. I can tell
I'm
you
here.
flatly that they do not make mistakes. People make mistakes. People who program
Because
computers
people are
make
conscious.
mistakes. Systems analysts who organize the programming make mistakes. But these men and women are professionals, and they soon clear up their mistakes. We need to look for the people hiding behind all this mess, the people who are responsible for the system itself being the way it is, the people who don't understand what the computer is really for, and the people who have turned computers into one of the biggest businesses of our age, regardless of the societary consequences. These are the people who make the mistakes, and they don't even know it. As to the ordinary citizen, he's in a fix, and this is why I wax so furious. It's bad enough that folks should be misled into blaming their undoubted troubles onto machines that cannot answer back, while the real culprits go scot-free. Where the wickedness lies, and wickedness isn't too strong a word, is that ordinary folk are led to think that the computer is an expensive and dangerous failure, a threat to their freedom and their individuality, whereas it is really their only hope.
Hey.
There's no time left in this lecture to analyze the false roles of the other two variety amplifiers I mentioned, but we shall get to them later in the series. For the moment, you may find it tough enough to hear that just as the computer is used on the wrong side of the variety equation to make instability more unstable and possibly catastrophic, so are telecommunications used to raise expectations but not to satisfy them, and so are the techniques of cybernetics used to make lousy plans more efficiently lousy. But enough is enough.
Or wicked.
I expect you would be more interested
Maybe ignorance
to hear
is
what
wicked
can be
for
done
him?
about all this than to hear more dreadful news. Then may I tell you that the next 3 lectures will consider constructive
Ignorance
policies
is
for
bliss.
handling
Ignorance
variety.
is life not
We shall start with
examined.
the state itself. This is rather bold, but you will understand by now that I believe we are all captives of gigantic systems beyond our individual control, and we need to understand them. Because as long as we have any semblance of democracy, they are not beyond our collective control. Next, we shall turn to the only thing that matters, the individual. He and she, not to mention their son and their daughter, are enmeshed in all this machinery, and they have to get out. If science cannot join with politics and management to do that, I might as well be giving the messy lectures in that ominous year of 1984, instead of in the year of 1973. On that reckoning, we have 11 years, and frankly, that's about the limit. The third of these 3 next
okay.
sessions
Well, I prefer
will
being a
return
little
to
bit
the
more of
central
a
topic of the
hoper than that.
institution. And so, before I come to my last point, I will ask you, if you do me the courtesy of staying with these talks, to think over a crucial question before we meet again. It is the central importance of the law of requisite variety. Please think it through. Think of any complex dynamic system. How is it regulated? It will certainly be proliferating variety. Isn't it true that only variety can absorb variety? How is it done? Do you not indeed find that in successful systems, systemic variety is attenuated, while regulative variety is amplified? It's usually a mixture of the two. I promised you that this stuff is easy once you break with the expositions and explanations dished out by the culture. The thinking I ask of you doesn't have to be done on some remote level of abstraction or at the highest level of state affairs. Cybernetic laws are universal. For instance, you might think over how these concepts of variety,
Goodhart's law,
relaxation
another one.
time, stability, and potential catastrophe work for and against you on the journey to work. You can do exactly the same exercise in the course of putting those high-variety young children to bed. Then think through how these concepts work in the big institutions of society that govern our lives. Ask yourselves how telecommunications, the telephone, television, affect those problems. Contemplate what you surely know about the role that computers play and see if they are working on the right side of the variety equation. Finally, if it's all so easy, talk over the problem as to how we manage to get it all so wrong. Then maybe you will see why I contend that there have to be some big changes and that they have to come fast before it's too late. Then I come to the last point, which I hope will help in these deliberations. If the law of requisite variety is to be handled intelligently, and not just by leaving nature to find the variety balance, which of course can be nasty for us humans, then it follows that the regulative forces must not only dispose requisite variety, which is a number of possible states, they must also know the pattern by which variety in the system is deployed. On the journey to work, we need to have enough options open. We also need to know the pattern of the highways, where they run, what the control points are like, what other drivers habitually do. In the process of putting the children to bed, we need several variety amplifiers at our command, but we also need to know, as we do, but let's make it explicit, the likely behavior pattern of the children. Without these known patterns, proliferating variety looks even more threatening than it really is, which is bad enough. What I have been calling a pattern is what a scientist calls a model. A model is not a load of mathematics, as some people think, nor is it some unrealizable ideal, as
Set
others
of
believe.
observations that explain all
It is
four
simply an
marks of
account,
observations.
expressed as you will, of the actual organization of a real system. Without a model,
The actual
system's regulated.
realization
Cannot
of a
have
model.
a regulator. That's the point. And you can test that too.
How good the regulator works. Yeah, okay, so this is the idea of like anti-racism. DEI policies are racist. They're being anti-racist, but they're a form of variety which is meant to suppress the residual variety from the instability being built up by the inequalities from the founding of
modern man.
America.
The second of the 1973 Massey Lectures by Professor Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer is the author of 5 books: Cybernetics and Management, Decision and Control, Management
Okay.
Science, Brain of the Firm, and Platform for Change.
Okay, very cool. It did not talk about the extended mind's model of cognition. Sort of tangentially, right? By distinguishing AI, by distinguishing computers from humanity, you sort of touch on that distinction. But I guess this chapter was meant to set up the exercise of thinking about variety amplifiers, variety dampeners, and then we also need to ask whether or not the variety dampener is appropriate or meeting the intention of a system. And we can study it with models, with what somebody like, oh fuck, what's his name? What's that fucking falsification dude? Karl Popper. What Karl Popper would call, experimentation, reversibility. The fact of the matter is, you can't reverse anything, and any system which generates variety, and if that variety is not met, then I guess you get a violation of Ashby's law. Let's take a quick look at Ashby's law. Hello, Nyama. Happy Saturday. I hope you're doing well. Ashby's law. Let's take a look. Ashby. For a system to be stable, its control mechanism must be capable of handling the same amount of variety, possible states or disturbances, as the environment regulates. So, okay. So one of the important things, I guess, in this is the definitions of efficiency and the definition of robustness. Oh, what the fuck? I actually didn't see you in live chat. For whatever reason, live chat was not showing up. Name of the lecture is Designing Freedom. It's in the description of the YouTube chat. If you're in the YouTube chat, please make sure you like and subscribe. I appreciate it greatly. Unfortunately, Streamlabs is a transitional object. It is an appendage of the demon of Babylon, which blights not only me, but also our ability to connect with one another. And so I wanted to say thank you, Waldo Oldaw, for following on Twitch. Thank you, Psycho Ninja Ken, for following on Twitch. It's great to have you guys here. Amateur PWN. How's it going on YouTube? If you're on Twitch, I love you. I love Twitch chat far more than I love YouTube chat. For reasons that are because there's emotes on Twitch. There's 7TV emotes. We've got sub emotes that I made. Some of them pillaged, some of them pirated. A little bit of variety. We might make more later. But if you're in Twitch chat, please go over to YouTube, put a little like on there so that we can build a little bit of momentum. Because honestly, one of the things that is, so a lot of these principles have been co-opted, and one of them is the idea of the network effect, right? Facebook, monopolies, this sort of thing. The more entrenched an entity is into more connections, the more essential it becomes, the more disruptive it is to take it out. Now, whether or not the system with it in is meeting the interests of the members of the system, that's something that we have the capability of doing, and it's something that a lot of people want to repress, and the best way to avoid that is to tell your friends, to like the YouTube video, to subscribe, and to share the video with the people you know. All right, let's move on to, let's take a quick look. Let's swap back to, hold on, where's this window capture? Here we go. Let's take a look. Are there any interesting photos that he gives us for this chapter? Yes. Notes in the support of second lecture. Okay, sure, whatever random date. We've got attenuators, which match the variety, regulators which dampen the variety, amplifiers which increase it. Okay. Cannot attain, that is Ashby's law. Examination of the institutional systems often reveal that the attenuators and the amplifiers have been installed in the wrong loops or on the opposite side of the equation. So he's making the case that computers have been put onto the wrong side of variety. And I made the observation that a lot of the AI agents, a lot of the algorithms seem to be an attempt at meeting Ashby's law. I've made the case that something about that is inherently incongruent, wicked, and anti-human. So I'm curious to see how Stafford Beer imagines a better future for computers and the human relationship to computers, so that, you know, we don't kill each other. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube chat was I had YouTube chat set to live chat, and it was like not going. So maybe YouTube chat like hates you guys. Let's see. Unstable variety of store less than of the customer is equal to inadequate service. More variety is unprofitable. Okay, so we're caught between two dimensions, one of a deceleration, one of acceleration. Oh, here we go. Hold on. This is literally the process of grammatization. This is how, when people say that humanity must, in the modern day, humanity must have been smarter than its medieval peers, I think that is correct. Have the biological structures of the human mind changed much in the last 300,000 years? Not insanely, not really, not to like any sort of meaningful sense. The idea that Homo sapien is meaningfully distinct from any of the other human species is one of the greatest incongruencies between the map and the territory, not only because the idea of a species is a little tenuous in and of itself, but useful in the modern current day, but trying to do it anthropologically for entities that no longer exist, entities that represent systems long gone, is tough. It's really, really tough. So was there any sort of like mutation or new gene that made Homo sapiens better than, you know, whatever homunculi? I don't know. A lot of the newest human genes, though, are related to the human mind, though. And the development of neurons, the temporal cortex. So the frontal cortex is no longer thought of, you know, being the place of executive thinking. It's distributed across the mind a little bit into the temporal, into the frontal lobe. But hold on, let's go over the grammatization really quickly. So just to wrap up that thought before we move on, actually, because I realize I sort of left that hanging. Humanity has been generating knowledge with itself, with its interactions with geology, nature, inanimate objects, animate entities, which we co-share the ecosphere. And we've been generating, externalizing that knowledge in new ways, like writing, like tools. And these tools give us the ability to do new actions. And when our perspective of tools our breadth of understanding for what we can do is shut down or modified, perhaps because we're addicted to a screen, and that screen diminishes the potential variety of thoughts that we could have. Actually, there we go. We got it. We found the problem with grammatization, with hypomnesis. There we go. Cool. And so all of these processes are natural and could be co-opted. We, as a democratic society, as a broader society, have the ethical, positive necessity to come together and discuss this, to share. So the public supplies minimal information to the institution and receives minimal information in return. The management receives minimal information too. So I'm guessing this is like the printing press, the Protestant Reformation, the start of capitalism, I guess. Management receives minimal information too. A larger public is asked for more information, and so this is... Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, so these are actually these correlate very nicely to the changes in the Fordist regime. So this is the old Fordist mode of production and the externalization of knowledge. This is the one that developed after the First World War, during the Second World War, where the big banks and the big industry, what is it called? Military-industrial complex was generated in tandem with the monopoly, with the expansion of responsibility, laws, state oversight, sort of an attempt to clamp down on variety in humanity because there were egregious things happening. And it was a matter of like life or death and extinction. And ultimately that sort of ushered in a new age with the nuclear bomb of anxiety, a new sort of age of anxiety in the nuclear age, in the Cold War era. And then we get to the neoliberal age. Well, I don't think this is the neoliberal. He didn't necessarily... I wonder to what extent he was aware of neoliberalism, to what extent he was aware of Ayn Rand objectivism, stuff like that. The idea of like privatization, his critique of privatization would be like, well, how responsive are these institutions to people? How much variety are they amplifying? And so I think this is a more positive outlook for what he was looking for than what we actually got. So he was looking out for a bright horizon in order to... No. He's actually saying how this is how overwhelming the institution. So this is the pessimistic look, actually. Inordinate demands for information are made on the public, which receive much less useful information than before. Oh, yeah. This is sort of the idea of the flood of information. Flooding the zone, noise, signal fidelity. The quill pen administration continues, although the systems are computerized. Depersonalized is probably a better way to say that. The management is inundated with indigestible data that's useless, that is becoming increasingly detached from reality. And so this is actually like a very good description of what happened to the Democratic Party. Oh, I was on the wrong fucking window. I'm so sorry. Here we go. Look here. How the computer abused the relationship to the pen. Replaced. Which is a powerful word. Replaced the pen. Because the pen and the computer are modes of the same sort of structure that, was developed with the Code of Hammurabi. Externalized rules and regulations to normalize them across the entire board, which cements structures into something that is inherently unstable. The bloat of organization that becomes inundated with useless knowledge. The expansion of the desire to perform competence rather than to make the system work in the favor of people. How to use computer according to... Okay, yeah. So this is the end of the next section. How to use the computer according to cybernetic principles. How do you have a healthy relationship to your light brick? The public is conceived as a system, a model of which is contained in the computer. is conceived as a system, a model. It's a map for the territory. And the people who intrinsically link the essence of the map and the territory are evil. They're wicked. The public which are liberals. The public supplies minimal information, which the computer then synthesizes in the model. This amplifies variety as required to help the public and attenuates variety to help the manager, thereby meeting the requirement of law of requisite variety for each of them. This I like a lot. In my perspective, I think that Operation Metro Storm, Operation, all of these ICE operations that are going on in America that are targeting blue states, Minnesota, New York, Oregon, Florida, a little bit, Florida, Washington. I think they're certainly using AI systems to personalize and quantify threats that people are. And the problem is, this is the problem with, thought crimes, is how do we know when a model has overcorrected, when a model is no longer matching or accurately representing the information coming in? The art of hiding things, keeping them to yourself, is very important. It's vital for the health of liberal democracy that this minimal information is autonomously decided, autonomously afforded. And I guess it just means a healthier relationship. I don't know. Fuckers that be saying I think most of the people who will be watching my stream won't be people that are oh yeah, GDP go up, life good. It's not about that. You lose it all. You lose the meaning. In my ideal AI integration into democracy, it would involve people submitting complaints, people submitting problems to an AI that is federally organized, locally oriented, right? I just got a pot, or there's a massive pothole here. Hey, there's a dead bird here on the sidewalk. I don't want other people's dogs eating it. We need the city to clean it up. There's a ton of snow that melted. We haven't been able to get our trucks here. These sort of systems of modulation, of affordance, of meeting variety requires caring about what people actually care about, and that's not the universal law of exchange. And then the ideal circumstance would be the program, the simulation, through normal AI eigenvector methods, channels it, and is able to present policy options to the manager, right? This isn't, communism isn't about making everybody equal. It's about making the managers responsive to the needs of the people that they represent, responsive to keeping the system stable for the proliferation and the well-being, not only of the human, but also the biosphere and the geosphere. There's evident risk in installing a model of the public in the computer, since the return loop might be misused by a despotic government to control the options and the variety of information generated through these normal biological means, these epiphylogenetic systems in the human being shaped by the return loop, or an unscrupulous management to modify conditions to detract responsibility. In considering this, however, we need to bear in mind the cybernetic. Hold on, where is the cybernetic? I was just making sure that you guys were seeing this. The cybernetic fact that no regulator can actually work unless it contains a model of whatever it is to be regulated. We need to have an ontology for how these systems are working, whether or not they're working in our favor or not. Much of our institutional failure is due to the inadequacy of the contained models. Models are going to drift, so we're going to need another feedback loop on the model, I guess, right? No, there needs to be a feedback, right? This is still keeping with the unilateral. Here's my critique of this model, or this this sort of map right here. This model is that the manager needs to be able to regulate the algorithm, And implicitly, that's sort of like said, right? Because there's evident risk in installing a model in the computer that the return you can be modified by the despotic government. So this arrow here is physically, realistically representing a unilateral connection, when in reality, a unilateral relationship does not exist, neither in cybernetics nor in reality. It just doesn't exist. Every interaction you have changes you somehow. You're always going to be a new person when you wake up. Though, much like a crashing wave, you know, so on and so forth. You get the idea. It is perhaps more alarming that private concerns are able to build systems of this type without anyone's even knowing about their existence, without transparency. That democratically elected governments should build them on open view and with legal safeguards. Hold on. Legal safeguards that are representing and affording the people an opinion on whether or not it's working, right? It's not just transparency, because then you get the transparency of evil, the banality of evil. Russia says that it's going to do evil shit because Russia's going to do evil shit, and that's, I guess, what we expect, right? Donald Trump is saying he's going to do evil shit because he's going to do evil shit, and what are you going to do about it, right? Just because it's in the open isn't enough. I think it's great. Transparency, awesome. There also needs to be accountability. Accountability takes care, it takes attention, it takes a willingness, a humility to be wrong. And the legal safeguards are, you know, just an institution like any other, with people. Anytime that we defer to institutions, anytime that we defer to data sets, I think you're being anti-human. I think the easiest way to shift liberals out of this mindset is by helping them to understand a very primordial human connection between people. And that connection is compromised when you defer to an organizational structure, when you seek blame anywhere else, or you defer blame somewhere else. And so the sooner liberals can stop deferring to data sets as truly accurate models of reality, as whenever they demean you for questioning whether or not a model is accurate to reality, like, oh, you're silly for questioning gravity, that's the sign of despotism, of unscrupulousness, and it needs to be like nipped in the bud, right there, right then and there. That private concerns. This is also my problem with Violent Smoker's pod people. Because Violent Smoker is a xenofeminist, among other things. A lovely person. Who I appreciate having around the stream occasionally. Who I enjoy chatting with. They want to do, ironically or not, I don't know. They've expressed the interest in preserving the individual's freedom to grow and birth their own embryos in a pod with their own nutrient mixes. And the problem with that is you're running the risk of isolating yourself from a wider system of social relations, one that is primed for internal abuse, because these people are going to have their worldview shaped, their understanding of opportunity shaped exclusively by you. This is where you get, this is the mechanism of grooming, the injustice of grooming, shutting people out of opportunities that they should have been able to have by integrating and understanding not just their own history, but their relationship to other humans, humans they know, humans they don't know, entities that are familiar, entities that are human, entities that are not human. And Mog just wants to make like a sweatshop with their own like birthing pods. Fuck sweatshops. Imagine being a communist, a xenofeminist, or whatever, and sweatshops are your political prescription. Legendary. Good job. Good fucking job. It has to be a bit. It has to be a bit. Woo. Let's continue. Part 3.
Designing Freedom. Ideas presents the 1973 Massey Lectures by Stafford Beer, Professor of Cybernetics, international consultant in the sciences of management and effective organization, prolific author in these fields, and poet.
And poet, oh my.
In his third talk this evening, Stafford Beer applies the ideas of his first 2 lectures to the state, drawing for us a concept of state machinery that is both efficient and a guarantee of freedom. The talk tonight is called A Liberty Machine in Prototype. Stafford Beer.
The context within which most institutions operate is still the nation state, although this situation is rapidly changing. In some ways, national sovereignty is ceded to supranational blocs. In other ways, smaller nations find their affairs profoundly constrained by the behavior towards them of the big powers. In yet other ways, national sovereignty is just bypassed by the worldview of their own operations taken by the giant multinational corporations. I've no idea what can be done to bring scientific analysis to bear on the effective organization of this global mess, unless the United Nations itself determines it. But it has seemed to me for a long time that any one nation, thanks to the power of modern communications, could gather itself together and make that kind of effort on its own behalf. So I've spoken and written these many years. In particular, I've expressed the view that the whole business of government, that gargantuan institution, is a kind of machine meant to operate the country in the interests of individual freedom. But for just the kinds of reason examined in the first 2 lectures, it doesn't work very well, so that freedom is in question to a greater or lesser extent in every country of the world. So I declared, let us redesign this liberty machine to be not an entity characterized by more or less constraint, but a dynamic, viable system that has liberty as its output. The 2 conceptions, as you know from the first 2 lectures, are utterly different. What then is the problem? There's no need to be overawed by the pomp and circumstance of the state once we have found the scientific way into the problems of effective organization and understood the basic laws of variety. But is it lèse-majesté to declare that the state runs on the same model as a department store and has the same problems? Perhaps it would sound better to put it the other way round. Scientifically speaking, it just doesn't matter, because the pattern for handling variety, which last time I called the model, is the same. If I say that it is precise to express this point by saying that the 2 organizations map onto the same model, you will have no trouble. Because fortunately the phrase map onto in mathematics has exactly the meaning you would expect. A map is the pattern of something, represented with much attenuation of variety, but with its significant elements preserved. Government handles its gigantic task of variety reduction by departments, just like the store. And like the store, it needs a supply of information about the ongoing state of affairs. It needs a lot more information than the store, true, but that's irrelevant so long as both institutions are deploying requisite variety, and this is where the mapping holds and the model is the same. The model also tells us that the relaxation time of the system must be shorter than the average interval between shocks, otherwise instability will set in. We saw how the department store handles that problem and noted that if it failed there would be a catastrophic collapse, signalized by the desertion of custom. Now, if government gets into that kind of difficulty, it's more difficult to recognize. By and large, the customers won't desert. That's to say, the nation's population will
By the way,
not
this is one of the big
emigrate
things
en
about
masse.
Curtis Yarvin's
That would be a
Neo
great
cities.
decision. Besides, to be a little more cynical, the people may not be able to think of anywhere else to go that is any more stable than their homeland.
Exactly.
This problem's very general. In fact,
Closing
it's
off
universal,
of
which is why it's
possibilities
so important.
is one of the most egregious
How do we
displays
set about the
despotism.
diagnosis? In government, variety is handled by attenuation in 4 main ways. First, models are made of the country by every government department. At least we just have to dignify the patterns the government has in its head as models, although, in all honesty, the mapping onto reality is not very good. For one thing, the senior departments were created long ago, and the national variety generators onto which they are supposed to map have changed their nature, their emphasis, and their rate. So new departments have to be set up to handle the excess variety, just as happened in our store example. But in government's case, the results cannot be so good. The store does change its departments with a change of life's emphasis, and the small excess variety is absorbed by the information counter. Government, however, does not change much. Indeed, it is singularly unadaptive, in my opinion, because it has lost recognition of its stable state.
Aha.
So excess variety for government turns out to be something really rather serious. An excellent current example is the total problem of the environment, a huge aggregation of unmapped variety. Naturally, the new department falls between the stools of all its old component departments. It happens in every country. What we are witnessing here is the phenomenon of change that involves no actual alteration. The second variety attenuator is the model that each department has of the component enterprises for which it is accountable. Consider the economy. Then, for example, there will have to be a model of industries by industry, and models of those industries by product, by investment, by labor force, and so on. This is fine until we realize that these models treat the components as if they were entities, characterized by product, by investment, by labor force, and so on. But of course, they are nothing of the kind. They are all, these component industries and their component firms, dynamic, viable systems, and the items we were listing are continuously variable inputs and outputs. In fact, mostly the things that interest us are best described as outputs of these systems, since the output determines most of the input. Investment, which sounds like an input, like raw material, which sounds like an input, is attracted into the system by the size and shape of the output. At any rate, these are concepts of system we are
Induced
handling.
demands.
That much is clear. And it is also clear that it is not very clever to attenuate variety by freezing the continuous variables into arbitrary time epochs, such as periods, quarters, years, 5-year plans, when the essence
Abolish
of
Greenwich Mean Time.
is the
Now.
way it continuously generates its output through time. We need to observe continuous time trends, rates of change, gradients,
Monitoring the
step
situation,
functions, and so forth.
territories.
All that is necessary because we, as government, have to look to the interactions of dynamic systems.
We as government is a
Models we
banger
have were
line.
constructed primarily to inform shareholders as to the proper custody of their money. No wonder the models don't map onto each other. When data have been generated by these low variety models, covering long and static time epochs, within departments which no longer quite fit reality, they are aggregated. So this is the third variety attenuator. There are 2 main reasons for this aggregation.
Decay.
In the first place, a minister, for example, cannot
stable state.
handle all the raw information being generated, even though its variety has already been twice attenuated. His brain doesn't have requisite variety to match the data until they have been aggregated. The other reason is that commercial security demands aggregation. Otherwise, it may be easy to spot what a competitor is up to if he's big enough or localized enough to stand out in the official statistics. Even so, both these reasons for aggregation of some kind don't justify aggregation of the kind we have, the total or the average, which, as I said, kills that subtlety of information that requisite variety demands from a dynamic system. Just imagine a doctor calling on his patient in hospital to be told by the nurse, Over the last month, his temperature has averaged 98.4 degrees. Or, yesterday your 30 patients had an aggregated average temperature of 98.4 degrees. These statements may be true, indeed it would be most surprising if they weren't. An aggregation of some kind is needed if the doctor is not to sit all the month staring at the thermometer. But to decide which aggregations are the ones to use is a problem in cybernetics, not economics, and still less in administration. The fourth variety attenuator of government information is by far the most dangerous. It is the delay imposed by the methods of collection and variety attenuation. How does delay turn out to be an attenuator of variety?
It does.
Well, the situation as
Distraction.
it really is today
Urgency.
includes all the information that led
The
up
system is
to. And the most
constantly
recent
changing.
part
Of course,
that
delay
series
is.
of data is doubtless the most important. So delayed information chops off the latest half of the variety implicit in the situation now. That means that government does not have requisite variety. It is very proper that economic statisticians should talk, as they do, about the timeliness of official information. But I want to dwell as before on something a little different in concept from an entity called the statistical tables for last June, characterized by whatever degree of out-of-dateness. I dwell on the fact that when the government acts, it is perforce reacting to a situation where the statistical delay often happens to be half a cycle in the economic rise and fall of prosperity, so that the government may find itself doing exactly the wrong thing most of the time. I said happens to be, but I believe that these two facts are actually linked within the system's dynamics, so that the machinery for taking decisions locks on to the wrong part of the economic cycle. Then these are some of the problems of the four variety attenuators. Of course, my friends in government will groan. I'm not telling them anything new, and I know it. But I believe I am explaining this familiar problem in a new way, a way which enables us to do something about it. We have fast communications. But they are not mobilized. We have computers. But they are busily taking over exactly the old system, and are actually taking longer than before to do the job. So look again now at the diagnosis. When the institution of government was consolidated, we had huge problems of variety attenuation which had to be solved by very crude methods. That was because all our facilities were low variety facilities. We had no computer with remote terminals then. Now we do have these tools, but they are disregarded. These essentially high variety regulators are used on the wrong side of the equation, not to cope with the truly high variety generated by the dynamic system, but to accept much attenuated variety from poor models with a time lag, and then
Reduce
to
your
generate their own
expectations.
variety
The liberal
inside
classic.
government. That's to say, a minister can always call for an elaborately reorganized set of data on which complicated mathematics have been done, but it is the computer that generates the variety, and not the real world. This is quite fundamental nonsense.
Yeah, it's the
We are
simulation.
using our powerful tools to automate
Detracting
and
away
to
from
elaborate the
representation.
limited processes that we manage to achieve with the unaided brain and the quill pen, processes which our new tools were invented precisely to transcend. With this diagnosis in our minds, the prescription for action isn't difficult to understand. First of all, we need better models of the components of the economy, and they must be dynamic models. That simply means that we need to see how the parts are interrelated on a virtually continuous basis. Then, instead of the lawyers' and shareholders' balance sheet model, instead of the accountants' and managers' profit and loss account model, instead of the input-output matrix beloved by economists, think of a model set down in terms of dynamic variety. This will be a simple
We have
flowchart
to warm up
in which
before we go.
variety is symbolized by the relative thickness of the lines of flow and the relative size of the boxes that indicate processes acting on the flow. The time lags in the system have to be shown, and this is best done by animating the flowchart so that the lines of flow move at different speeds. All this is very easy to do inside any firm, and it's an interesting question to ask who ought to do it. Our rather technocratic culture immediately answers a team of engineers or accountants or operational research men.
Bro.
Well, I
Did I
don't
fuck up?
believe it. That just isn't necessary. And besides, no one will really be interested in the model they create. The people who know what the flows are really like are the people who work in the middle of them.
Who experience
the
it.
people themselves. And if their
This is the
interest can be
importance of
captured in
the
putting
concept
together
of
the
the
total model
dictatorship
of how the
of the
firm really
proletariat.
works, we shall have some genuine worker participation to replace a lot of talk about worker participation. Please note the reappearance of that basic distinction between entities and dynamic processes. By what means does the firm try to give its people a sense of participation in the business? We have seen that static entity, the Works Committee, characterized by its standard set of debating points that arise at every meeting. We have seen that static entity, the House Journal. We have seen in each production department that static showcase in which the assemblies to which our products contribute pathetically gather dust. All of this has a certain unreality, because it freezes the dynamics of living and working in its tracks. Then contemplate a company that is run from a control center in which the dynamic flowchart, continuously reflecting the world outside by teleprocessing data into it, constantly holds the pattern and uses the computer constantly to monitor all that variety. We are near to this concept in running a battle or a warship or an electricity supply system. But for some cultural reason, the whole notion is alien to running the economy. Yes, despite all this talk about the firm, I haven't forgotten that we are supposed to be discussing the management of the economy. The fact is that the total picture of industrial activity held by the government is made up of separate pieces, just like a jigsaw puzzle. The pieces are representations of economic sectors or industries, and if these representations are not clear, the total picture, when completed, will be a total confusion. But there is a jigsaw within the jigsaw. The pieces of each industry are its component firms. So we must start in the right place. The picture of the firm must be sufficiently clear as to contribute to a clear picture of the industry. The picture of the industry must be sufficiently clear as to contribute to a clear picture of the industrial economy. And
So
obviously, the question
one
arises
complaint that I
whether an
have
autonomous
about what he's saying is a very sort of a liberal notion that as long as we increase the fidelity of our instruments to measure reality, we somehow intrinsically are better off. The more data we're but an important distinction that I will readily admit that Stafford Beer is affording here is that oh fuck, am I dead? Bro, what? Uh-huh. It took a section of my fucking scarf! You fucking animal. I worked hard for that. God damn it. Fuck, what was I saying? As long as we keep measuring and measuring is a very sort of liberal tendency to get towards the truth of the matter. The more instruments that we have to monitor the variety of a system, the more we're able to readily calculate, process, and meet that variety. But the idea that something that Stafford Beer would absolutely afford is the idea that not all variety is made equal or is equally pertinent or relevant, and we saw that in the last section. Let's continue. Fuck, I'm mad that I lost all those scars. Are you kidding me?
Will agree to collaborate in such a scheme. The reply is that government has many inducements to offer in obtaining the information it needs, and the greatest of these inducements is the fact that industry cannot expect sympathetic treatment from government policy if it will not contribute useful and timely information.
I think
Then we
most
can
companies
see what our
should
potential
show
model of
their
the whole economy looks like.
credits and debits to the government
It
like every single
consists
day.
of a dynamic
100%.
system of simple models of dynamic
Especially ones that are
systems,
like deemed
fitting
significantly
into each
financially
other like
important.
Chinese boxes. Each box is called a level of recursion. because what we are doing is to reduplicate a cybernetic system of regulation recursively, that is over and over again, using the same components with appropriate variety adjustments. The law of requisite variety has to be satisfied at each level of recursion so that stability is induced, and off we go. Information continuously passes up and down this recursive system, appearing in its right form in the control room of the level concerned. Now see what's happened to the problems of time lag and aggregation. Instead of accepting those problems and misusing computers in the attempt to make adjustments for them by re-injecting variety on the wrong side of the equation, we have magically disposed of the problems altogether. I urge this precept
By
on
pretending
you,
that it doesn't
it's
exist.
better to dissolve
Or
problems
detracting,
than to
saying it's
solve
not
them.
that serious. You're being
If time
hysterical.
lags are a nuisance, don't have any. Use teleprocessing to eliminate the lag. If aggregation is a nuisance, do away with it. Use computers to attenuate variety more cleverly. The vision I'm trying to create for you is of an economy that
Wrong.
works like our own bodies.
Leave me alone.
There are nerves extending from the governmental brain throughout the country, accepting information continuously. So this is what is called a real-time control system. Why should governments be trying to deal today with last summer's problems, which are in any event settled one way or another by now? Then does this mean that government will be flooded with masses of data that it cannot handle? Certainly not. My brain and your brain at this moment are both accepting all manner of sensory input. Everything in the room is registering there, and that's good, because we may need to attend to something quite suddenly. Until that need arises, however, our brains automatically inspect all this irrelevant input and filter out most of it. This is what I mean by using computers as variety handlers on the right side of the equation. They have to accept all manner of input and attenuate its variety automatically. What they will pass on to the control room is whatever matters. Now, we tell our brains what matters to our bodies by detecting inputs that are deviating from what would normally be expected. Everything else maps onto the understood pattern in the model. Inputs fluctuate, of course, but they fluctuate within limits that can be continuously calculated by probability theory, if you have a computer. So to recognize what matters, the computer will need to make very, very complicated calculations on every item of data coming in,
This is
and
AI.
assess the chances that something novel is happening. In the huge majority of cases, nothing will be happening, in which case the input item can simply be discarded. It doesn't need to be stored in those gigantic data banks we keep hearing about, because it has no significance at all.
It can decay. It can.
We
The
already know
word can
from
fall
our basic
away.
model what the ordinary
Only the
variation
pertinent
is.
information should be
And this
grammatized.
input item
Should be
lies within it.
embedded into the
what?
matrix of society, into the code.
Unless you have shares in electronic storage equipment or are building a career as a bureaucrat, you'll see no reason for keeping it. And if you are particularly interested in freedom, you will see every reason for throwing it away. It now becomes clear why I was making those remarks last time about cost. As soon as you think of running the economy by computer, a culture promptly feeds you an image of acres of expensive equipment. It isn't required. What is required is an ordinary computer with teleprocessing interfaces between itself and its inputs from the country and itself and the control room, plus an extraordinarily clever program. The cost is in that software and not in acres of hardware, its maintenance and staffing. But if the regulatory model is the same at every level of recursion in the economy, because the cybernetic models map onto each other, only one set of software is required. So now we may visualize the control room and the decision takers within it acting together in symbiotic relationships as a brain for running the economy. The nerves that feed information continuously to that brain pass into its computing lobes, where the variety filters work. The basic model appropriate to this level of recursion, which is in here running as an animated flowchart, is the focus of all discussion. It is constantly updated by the various kinds of alerting signal that the computers produce. These signals will cause the decision takers to call
This is
for more
why
information,
taking
and they
testosterone
will use electronic storage
for working
to
out
project that
shrinks your
onto
balls, by the
screens.
way.
Then, if they really wish to get down to serious decision-taking, they will activate their dynamic systems model with their new data and try out alternative policies by simulating them at very fast speed. You probably know that it's possible by electronic simulation to make a 10-year ahead projection instantaneously,
Are you kidding me?
and then to change your
Am I dead?
policy and see what difference it makes.
Oh no, we're all good.
This is to take an experimental approach to policy making, doing the experiments in the laboratory of the control room. So, instead of experimenting on the poor old nation and discovering 10 years later that your policy was wrong, you can test and discard a dozen wrong policies by lunchtime without hurting anyone. After lunch, maybe you'll find a good policy. Now, it's true that much controversy surrounds simulation techniques, but this is mainly because of the inadequacy and the belatedness of the data fed into them. What do you expect from those low-variety models, aggregations and time lags? But by redesigning the whole institution, and it's the only way, all those problems are dissolved, and the data feeding the simulations will be immediate, significant, and real. Clearly, this is no more than a brief sketch of the advocated approach, which is available in full, but of course much more lengthy, detail elsewhere. The fundamental criticisms that it has evoked are four. One says that instead of this being a liberty machine, it means the death of individual freedom. I shall talk about this later on because it's so important, and ask you to suspend judgment until you have heard the arguments. The second criticism is related, but it is different.
The liberal
nonetheless.
criticism, by the way.
It says that this whole approach to running a country presupposes a regime in which the state either owns industry or intervenes massively in its affairs. This is based on a misunderstanding. It
Totalitarianism
confuses
or
the machinery
despotism.
of government with government policy. I'm not talking about that policy at all, nor taking a particular policy for granted. I am talking only about the machinery with which any modern state is equipped in the necessary task of government, and I am arguing that it ought to work. Every government...
That's crazy.
regulates, every government controls, to some degree or other.
Every
In
government
short,
nudges.
it governs. These arguments have been concerned with the how of governing, not with the extent of intervention. The third criticism says, it's all too simple. Real life is much more complicated than this. The only honest reply to this is a belly laugh. What's proposed here is simple enough, I hope, to be understood once you know some of the laws of cybernetics. And if it isn't simple enough to be understood, then of what conceivable use is it? Moreover, it's a very great deal more close to real life than the system we use now, because it's dynamic instead of static, systemic instead of a collection of entities, and because it really can handle variety according to scientific principles, which the existing system cannot. Please appreciate that once you start to use systems thinking, you need fewer data than before, because the data are synthesized within the model of the system. And this relates to the previous criticism, because I by no means envisage that a private business would supply more information than it does now, probably less. Why is it that a doctor doesn't have to take your body to pieces and measure everything in it when you arrive saying, "I feel rotten"? It's because the doctor holds a good model of the human body.
Well,
When he knows your temperature, pulse rate and blood pressure,
Sort of.
has inspected your tongue and observed the rings around your eyes, he already knows most of the usual stories. By using good recursive models of the economy, we should achieve the same effect. Ironically enough, while this third criticism says it's all too simple, the fourth criticism says it's all too complicated. You could never do it, or it would take 20 years.
that's liberal realism.
Maybe you've noticed that I've
pessimism
been
and-
describing this approach today with a force and confidence which you may have thought brash in describing a vision. Indeed, until 2 years ago, I was much more gentle and tentative, even apologetic, in making this description. But today I'm no longer guessing, because all the basic work has actually been done. Perhaps you remember my describing how these lectures were prepared in Chile. I was
What?
not actually on holiday there, as it may have sounded, rather the reverse. 2 years ago, President Allende invited me to create a system of this kind for the Chilean people. Now, Chile isn't a rich country, and we couldn't afford all the apparatus we should have liked. For instance, we had to use ordinary telex instead of teleprocessing. Even so, we made it. We had everything I have just been describing available, though not yet running the economy, in 18 months.
Hey.
In the few months that remained to us, we set about teaching the workers, for whom this offering of science to the people was created, how to use the most advanced tools yet devised for national economic management. They could sit with their ministers in the economic operations room in Santiago, watching the animated screens and discussing the alerting signals provided daily by that clever computer program. They had buttons in the arms of their chairs so that they could command the appearance on other screens of supporting data to the capacity of 1,200 different color presentations focused through 16 back projectors. They could also control preliminary experiments and simulation on a huge animated model of the dynamic system. These people, arm in arm with their science, were intended to become the decision machine for the economy. You all know what happened. On the 11th of September 1973, Salvador Allende died in a bloody business, of which the consequences for mankind are incalculable today. I tell you solemnly that in Chile, the whole of humanity has taken a beating. Of the lessons from my own work that emerge, I mention 4. Firstly, it is actually possible to redesign the institutions of government according to the principles and practice of cybernetics. These are not wild dreams. Secondly, there's a long way to go in dismantling bureaucracy, and I shall discuss the problems of effecting change later in these talks. Thirdly, the possibilities propose an urgent task for our next meeting to discuss the impact of such scientific advance as this on the status and freedom of the individual. So I move to the 4th and final point for today. Individual freedom has been lost, momentarily at least, in Chile. I think I know how, but it was certainly not because the people became victims of technocracy. What is clear is that everything that I have described was accomplished and ended in 2 years, and it was not fast enough. When I drafted these lectures and outlined the hypothesis you heard, that perhaps our institutions could not react fast enough to avoid catastrophic collapse, I remember thinking that I should have to defend myself against a charge of sounding a premature and too scaremongering alarm. Do you care to make that allegation now?
A Liberty Machine in Prototype, the third of the 1973 Massey Lectures by Professor Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer is the author of 5 books: Cybernetics and Management, Decision and Control, Management Science, Brain of the Firm, and Platform for Change. The 1973 Massey Lectures, Designing Freedom, by Stafford Beer, are now available in paperback. If you'd like to purchase a copy, send a check or money order for $2.50 to CBC Learning Systems, Post Office Box 500, Terminal A, Toronto, Ontario, M5W1E6.
Honestly, chills. Kinda chills. How we feeling, chat? The let's bring the physical copy back and let's check out what they got for us. This is something we're gonna have to investigate later into the stream. On September 11th, 1973, what happens then? My imagination is telling me that the United States staged a coup in Chile and replaced My guess is Pinochet is the person. This is the Pinochet. Yes, it was. Let's fucking go. Look at that. Look at that. A report prepared by the U.S. intelligence community in 2000 states that although the CIA did not instigate the coup that ended Allende's government, it was aware of a coup plotting by the military that had ongoing intelligence connections relationships with some plotters because the CIA did not discourage the takeover and had sought to seek to instigate a coup in 1970. So, interesting. You know, they didn't directly... I had a fucking debate with a liberal recently, and they tried to convince me that it's unreasonable to ask Biden to intervene in Gaza because you can't directly interfere in a government. And so it's like, well, what's the difference between directly and indirectly interfering? And all I got were circular definitions, sadly. I hope this isn't the end of the game, by the way. I hope there's more. This is a really cool game. And this sounds like that this passage right here feels like it's making the same distinction between direct and indirect to defer blame and defer agency away from systems of power. And probably the most radical thing about Donald Trump's reign is his ability to take responsibility for things that are in no way his problem. Part of that is also the creeping ontological scope of the executive theory of government, that the US president is responsible for the US economy. And for quite a while, that's not been the case. For the normal state of the system, that has not been the case. He's been a pressure point on guiding where the economy goes, but not, you know, directly responsible, not directly attributable. And I think the soonest, I don't know, my personal sort of conflict is whether or not a Democrat taking responsibility for things beyond their agency, apologizing for things that are not their responsibility, which is, you know, the other side of the coin. Is that possible? Is that even within the framework of, I don't know, maybe, potentially. Let's see what they got here. Notes in support of the third lecture. Different systems map onto the same model by sacrificing whatever variety is not needed for the purpose in hand. So whatever variety is not needed should be socially constituted, like, hands down, right? For the purpose in hand. That purpose, you know, depending on this mapping. And so it seems like, you know, this is the mapping. It's very surprising he didn't use the what's it called? The Da Vinci Man here. Like the diagram with the square and the circle, very sort of like alchemical signal. But I like this a little bit more. It's new, it's almost like graffiti. And it's to define in relation the child to the man, to the one who walks on 4 in the morning, the one who walks on 2 in the evening, and the one who walks on 3 at night, according to the map. The one thing that I don't like about this model here is there's no like feed into what does it mean, right? The idea of the human body is changing. The idea of what a healthy human being is sort of incredibly nebulous and honestly being thrown off course so badly that even the accelerationists are getting concerned that there's no control. There's nothing to contrast the effects of plastic in the human body against, because all life has been so heavily saturated with it. This mapping indicates change without alteration. This mapping does not affect reality, but it affects the interpretation. Okay, so are there like things to unlock? Reach the summit. 20 4% of players have reached it? Are you kidding me? That's it? Oh, with the companion is the achievement. So I need to find all the companions? Is that the thing? Models of nation by departments of government. We the government. Department models map rather loosely onto national variety. Excess variety generates as things or products, art, creativity, I guess, is caught by some new organization without proper structure, without accountability, I guess. Instead, the original department structure should be redesigned and made adaptive to further change. Sure. Okay, so what is back? Are there any like hidden achievements? Because I mean, I don't know. I kind of like this game. Hold on. Find the hidden desert flower. Discover all clothes in the desert. Meet 10 unique travelers. With another player. Start the journey again after a week-long break. Finish the game with the same partner for the majority journey. Discover all cloth creatures in the desert. Oh, wait, so when I was stuck in that fucking hole, somebody more experienced than me with the game was looking at me like, oh, this guy's an idiot. Yeah, okay. Cross the broken bridge without rebuilding it. Oh, cool. Discover 10 ancient glyphs, all 10. 15 gates through passing the city. Okay. Mysterious creature hidden in the temple. Which temple? Find the hidden desert flower. Yeah, let's give this game another run. Let's wrap up this second. Models of enterprises within the economy. The arbitrary choice of significant characteristics and time of epochs mask variety. So this is the analog institution. This is the modest alienation from humanity, modest perturbations against humanity. And then we've got the analog, the modern understanding of reality, which doesn't track on. Aggregation of statistical information, which is the decay of a system over... So I guess like aggregation is opposed to variety, but that doesn't mean it's useless. Time lag in registering information. This is by the way, this is exactly the chart that I've drawn for like what anti-racism looks like on the left, right? Yeah, you know, the Democrats are racist. I fucking told Hutch to his face, you know, DEI is racist, and he's like, oh, you're a Republican. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Like, these people will idolize structures and data sets and institutions far beyond they're ever willing to be a human and relate to humans. And anytime you point that out, they're like, oh, you're a Republican. And it is very interesting that Republicans are the ones generally cutting bureaucracy, cutting red tape. But it's always in the interest of despotism, frustratingly. And so, you know, racism needs to be compensated with anti-racism, but I think it's inevitable you're always going to have a little lag. Perception of the movement of economic indicators is not only too late, true. It means that at a time of taking... That's why there's always going to be new opportunities in the market to make money. Just because the market drops 15% one day doesn't mean you're never going to make money again. But, you know, unless it's part of catastrophe. In that case, you know, buy a gun. It's time to abandon psychic war. It's time to abandon cybernetics for the old regimes. Time of taking decision, the most relevant variety generated by the already inadequate model is suppressed. We may be led precisely to do the wrong thing because our data is old. Okay, so this is his model for a nation. At multiple levels, at the interpersonal level, at the productive level, at the map level, at the national level. Is there something missing here? Brain of the firm. Okay. Oh, and so all of these feet, it looks like there is ink that was drawing lines across from the left real spaces to the right actualizations, the virtualizations of these real things. And the important things are the potentiality, the capability, and the actuality. And modifying people's perception of potentiality is a mechanism of despotism. Okay, next one. I'm gonna take a quick tea break. You know what I'm saying? And by tea break, I mean I'm gonna get some tea. So I'm gonna be right back, chat. We're going to continue Journey. I don't know, it's kind of a fun game. We might be having a guest on later, but Journey is important later because I wanted to talk about Dune for a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Dragons whose crown will weigh heavy.
All right. I'm back. I'm a little hungry. I grabbed a little bit of food. And I think what we're going to do in the meantime, because I want to eat, it's important. Your intelligence can drop by as much as like 25% if you're merely dehydrated. Now, imagine you didn't have the nutrients going necessary to power the impressive and intangible system of your mind cranking away. We gotta nourish it. We gotta make it happen. So, hold on. Let's take a look here. What happened here? Because my tea is still finishing. I'm not eating yet. We don't have to do the reacts. Backgrounds. Okay. It was very close. Atomic. So where does Pinochet come in? By absolute majority, you need to get 50%? What in the fuck? How do you have... Oh. How do you even have, like, 3... I'm so two-party pilled. I can't even understand how this happens. I'm so two-party pilled. I'm so primary pilled. Okay. Did not allow a person to be president for consecutive terms, for 2 consecutive terms. Ineligible as a candidate. Sandri, who would resign after a short time in office, forcing a second election. What a... These fucking hacks. Track 1. I'm sure this website is still around. Hold on. Yeah. Nope. It's gone. Nope. Yep. Let's see if the archived one is here. Yeah, the web archive one is still here. From 2000s. Okay, whatever. I'm sure the US did something insanely evil here. Oh, hold on, what was track 1? As part of track 1, strategy to block Allende from taking office after the 4th of December sought to influence congressional vote. Okay, yeah. And then track 2 was to direct to instigate a coup. So what's their beef with Allende? In the 19th, as part of the U.S. government policy to try and influence events in Chile, the U.S. undertook specific covert action projects in Chile. These are hereby acknowledged below. The overwhelming objective, firmly rooted in the policy of the period, surely not anymore, was to discredit Marxist-leaning political leaders, especially Dr. Salvador Allende, and strengthen and encourage their civilian and military opponents to prevent them from assuming power. Okay. He was a doctor. A doctor in what? Any knowers? Any history knowers? Whatever. Okay, so track 2 was... While a 40 committee approved the redirection of track 1 operations... So congressmen approved the redirection of track 1 operations, combined with a renewed effort to support the PDC in a project... Back when Congress actually did something. Back when Congress was responsive to changes in strategy for their infiltration projects. Now all these congressmen are doing their fucking committees to, you know, to be the next Nancy Pelosi. You're not gonna be her. She's the GOAT. She's a GOAT. Chat. When you're talking to a conservative, the best piece of advice that I feel like I can give is they're probably going to ask, they're going to box you into a framework that is very much so. Here we go. Where am I? Where am I? Okay. Let me, where the, I'm perched, help! Oh my god. Can I just transform? There we go. Here I am, sorry. I had to appear in the middle because OBS is the spawn of Satan and the progeny of the demon of Babylon, meant to keep me down and to prevent you from not only discovering the joys of hating liberalism, but also Christianity. Christianity. There we go. I had to try that word again. Let's get the window going though. Yeah, here it is. There we go. What did they do wrong? Nothing. They did nothing wrong. The CIA did absolutely wrong. Don't worry about it. They did not instigate the coup. It was aware of the coup by the military. Had ongoing intelligence connections, relationships with some of the plotters, and did not discourage the takeover, and had sought to instigate a coup in 1970, probably appeared to condone it. Would refuse the putschists' offer of safe passage out of the country, and that instead with la moned dampalis. Okay, whatever. Chat, we're going to do some quick analysis. We're going to do some in situ marketable analysis. And you might be like, what? What is it? What is it we're going to be doing? I was ostracized. I was ridiculed for this choice. Chat, don't hate me. Chat. They're symbols. We're investigating the difference between the map and the territory. That's what we're doing. What's this? This is the. Oh, hold on. Let me get this shit off the screen for a clip if I want it. I got this idea. Hold on. Chat, the best piece of advice that I can give you, if you're talking to conservatives, is they're going to try and box you into somebody who is very rigid in their thinking, incapable of thinking about the goods and the bads of society. They think you have TDS. And in some way, saying one nice thing, appreciating one thing about the policy that Donald Trump has done is very important. And speaking of Nancy Pelosi, the best thing that he's done so far is establish a sovereign wealth fund. Now, what's his face? Drew Pavlov has a problem with theory, with governments, with aesthetics, with personality. He's just not attractive, not an interesting, cool person. But the one great thing about Singapore is their sovereign wealth funds. I think it's incredibly important America has a sovereign wealth fund. Lots of socialist nations do. Norway has one. This is literally like on track, Nordic model, means tested shit for nations. Like, it's a no-brainer. The follow-up thing. We cannot have politicians buying and investing in individual companies. We have to stop this, right? Committees, they'll be the chair of their own committee. People from not even like their own state, but like other states, Canada, even Mexico, other foreign nations will come to them and say, hey, I want to do a certain business. We want an affordance. Maybe you can weasel this in. It doesn't mean much on paper, but it could be the difference between a 4% margin of revenue and a 20% margin of revenue. And that 20% margin of revenue can then go into stock buybacks, which conveniently the chair and the committee members may or may have been party to, but, you know, they disclose it, so, you know, so what? No, these fuckers need to be buying the sovereign wealth fund. These people cannot be buying other indexes fuck you. You're not buying Vanguard. You're not buying any JP Morgan shit. You're not buying Tesla. You're not buying Microsoft. You're buying America. We need to make the representatives of America buy America. And that also means they shouldn't be able to take like options and derivatives. Now, something that is equally sinister is the idea of like bedside insider trading, right? How do you prevent that? I don't know. I haven't thought about it enough. I'm sort of at my wit's end in the terms of critical thinking right now. So I've said my piece. I've gotten my clip, I think. Is that coherent? We brought it all around? Great. I think it's really cool how Trump is destroying America because I hate America. Well, the unfortunate thing is, you know, you probably have people in your life who maybe don't feel a sort of affinity to America as it is now, but they've got an affinity to the places which characterize the larger constituted intensity of like America, right? Lots of people care about what it means to be America. And yeah, you know, places are part of a nation just as much as ideas and people are. And places, people are far more important than, you know, your grudge against the sins of America, right? If we're constantly being beleaguered by our sins, hatred, you know when you really love somebody is when you understand them despite their faults. There's no list of things that make you happy about them because you love them unconditionally. And you've made it your priority to love and care. Yeah. Because you think it's your duty or whatever. It's sort of where you've been situated, your happenstance. You work hard, you get your agency in. Yeah. I don't know. It's a little tough because we're not going to do the demographics talk about America. I don't know. Right? Nationalism always sort of begins with or geopolitics always begins with description of demographics. Why love someone who hurts you? Yeah, that's a good point. And that is a good point. Like you don't have to. You don't have to put up with somebody's bullshit. 100%. And I think, you know, it should be backed by the monopoly of institutions that you have the freedom to leave those sorts of relationship. But for the time being, yeah, you're gonna have to buck up and deal with it, like a little bit. Right? In the post-human analysis of the modern day, we're sort of conceding that we're not going to be able to get rid of profit incentives. We're not going to be able to get rid of the nation state necessarily. It's about redefining, reshaping, and infiltrating these definitions. We, the government, is such like iconic sideloading. It's awesome. Yeah. I mean, look, my chatters, they're yapping at me. They're telling me, you gotta hate America, you gotta hate America. I'm sorry. Nothing's gonna make me hate America, because Costco's fucking awesome. Costco is the shit. Costco is the transform. Where's my window capture? Oh, because it's trying to capture. It's trying to capture Roblox. We're not doing Roblox anymore. Let's take a look here. What have we got? This is a blog post by the genuine, authentic Falangist Party in Spain. They have a Wikipedia page, and the funny thing about Wikipedia is they'll list how many of these parties have formed since the 1970s. There's one that was in the 90s, and then this one is the authentic ones, right? They collapse, and then they resurrect. Yes. This is what we're going to investigate. You're right, Chatter. This is what we're going to investigate. Is this a fascist party? They've got their principles here. They bear the insignia and the symbol, the signifiers of fascism, right? This here. This red and black and these arrows. We're going to see how closely do they maintain to whether or not they're fascist. I was looking through this, and they've got a lot of things that I would not expect of a right-wing party. A lot of things. Now this is classic. This is just like a solid critique of communism. Unfortunately, it's not as erudite as our friend Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer is somebody with a positive, affirmative ethic, constructing something new and great. This is a valid critique of communism, but a misguided and tepid positive affect. Let's put it up on the headquarters billboard right here. Cucked by neoliberal democracy? Well, maybe. It's like, imagine, like dark woke, but this. Costco is not America, we are individuals. Yeah, sure, whatever. Just go to another fucking stream of mine. For my thoughts on like individuals and the collective. Don't care. Let's take a look here. Constituted as a political party to promote through political institutional action the transformation of society. Yep. Through political and institutional action. Well, political includes violence, by the way. So, the thing that I want to analyze in this passage is what they leave in, what seems mundane and okay, but is sort of side-loaded. Through political, this is violence. Their Twitter is the most insane fucking feed in the world. It's like, actually their feed doesn't feel too different. I would expect their feed be like, an esoteric, like vril maxing edit sort of account on Twitter. It feels like a branch of the DSA with a little bit more nationalism in it. It's very odd. And the thing is, this is not a successful party in the least. Nobody fucking likes these guys. They've got no movement. And these people are like, actually, queer people, we might be okay with them. Like, hold on. Yeah, let's do this. Let's go through it all. We want to help forge a new way of being that brings us close to justice and happiness. Sounds good. That means giving meaning to the life of every man and woman. Sounds good. Is every man and woman going to have input into it beyond the intrinsic? Is the map that you're going to put on the people a map that is conceptually unidirectional, executive, or when reality is in fact reciprocal and feedback with feedback loops? Into what this meaning of life is, how you can decide what your community is, how you can decide what you're doing with yourself, what you enjoy, hobbies, stuff like that. Considers politics as a moral obligation to serve others. A politics of service is very Christian. We are outraged and scandalized by the use of policy as a platform for obtaining privileges and personal, sectoral, or business benefits. Based. Incredibly based. Is heir to a clean story of fighting injustice. Little rocky on that. This is actually the most... Sure. Whatever. Sure thing. We gather the spirits of all generations of well-meaning phalangists who were frustrated by their illusion of building a better Spain because of ruling phalanx that betrays its origins. Okay, they're revitalizing the party, surely. For a fair Republican Spain. Well, what kind of Republican? Is it going to be like an induced democracy, or is it going to be a libertarian representative democracy? Ideally one where, you can shift and interchange positions of representation. Wants to bring power closer to the citizens, sounds based. We denounce that behind the mirage of a free society hides a growing concentration of political, economic, and media power without social control. Based. Well, social, this feels like, I mean, I don't know whatever they have it in Spanish, but it feels like that word should be proletariat in a more like classically Marxist sense, but this works if you're trying to like slip egalitarianism to moderates, to liberals, stuff like that. Dissent from dominating thinking in this 21st century and distrusts the alternatives that face it, so it proposes its own options to build a freer and more fair world without social control. This doesn't prevent authentic Falangism from remaining attentive to the ideas of other political opinions that may introduce in the debate to support or assume them if they are a benefit to the community. Based, a willingness to change. Now, do they actually change? It doesn't seem like anybody trusts them to, and I wonder why. These clean slate motherfuckers, surely. Authentic Phalange is aware that there are no answers to major national problems outside international contexts. That's fair. Borders are inherently fake. This is the sort of thing that I would not expect a fascist to acknowledge. Right? Is that just me? This is a blatant admonition that... I got my tea. This is a blatant admonition that borders are fake and they're only used as a means of control, as a means of defining the ontology of the community. And it sort of... Those with stronger critical thinking skills than the average nationalist attracted to this ideology will wonder, okay, then why are we doing this? Why don't we just get rid of this shit? Like, what is the larger community? This is Falangism, so it isn't based on race. At what point do we just, like, get rid of this stuff? It feels like to me, no. Not quite fascism cucked by neoliberal democracy, but, like, a nationalist syndicalism. Or, like, no. I guess it's a difference without a significant meaning. An anarcho-communist that is realist about the state for the purposes of gathering power and in principle getting fucked none of it, because why would you choose this? Like, build something new. And the national syndicalists. Difference without a meaningful distinction. Okay. Is aware there are no answers to major problems. Yeah, okay, we got that. Considers it natural and desirable that personal and social diversity be freely and legitimately expressed in the form of different opinions or ideologies. Based. But just because you can express a different opinion or ideology doesn't quite sit with integration of how you integrate social feedback. For the charitable, the organization that they're describing is one that matches reality, which is one of a parallel relationship between entities, between each other, between forming an incredibly complicated, rhizome is the phrase. The search for truth and the longing for justice are a heritage of humanity, true, as a whole, and any effort to move I would say, one of the other interesting things about these principles, I've read like half of it, they don't really mention Christianity at all. For having a clean slate, these people don't mention Christianity. As a whole, and any effort to move forward in that regard has our deep respect. Reasonably, the authentic Phalangists will try to spread its values and options with the intention of making them majority or reaching stable majorities in conjunction with other political parties. Electoralism. Or political electoralism, I guess, with occasionally abolishing the facade of government or some bullshit like that is how they might spin it, with which it shares an integrative, non-materialistic, and socializing project of wealth, as well as a deep respect for the dignity of the person and human rights. This is based! Where are the chatters now? Huh? Where are the haters now? Take the fascists at their word. take the self-admitting fascists at their word, is an instrument of service to our people. Under no circumstances will we admit that it becomes an end to itself. This is vapid and feels like they're referring to, the final solution. Like, we're not going to be doing that, surely. It's like words of wisdom they're trying to launder. Principles. Freedom and self-management. I love that. Based. Let's see if this conception of freedom, of liberty, aligns with Stafford Beer's later in a couple of the lectures. To me, it feels like whoever wrote this article, whoever is taking the mantle of these iconographies and having whatever bullshit minuscule little party that they've got in Spain, is sort of grabbing bits and pieces of the liberation machine. And I'm curious if it's, charitable or not. Freedom, in a profound sense, is an intrinsically human quality. On that basis, well, I'm a bird, so ain't nobody know freedom like me. On that basis, we believe that each citizen who might be the citizens of your nation, sure, okay, may be guaranteed this individual freedom by the state. If, when you're talking to liberals, there are a lot of things that they do not consider or reflect on. Citizenship, the nation, border, stuff like that. These are hard maps that correspond very tightly with reality in their minds. In order to be able to choose the way of life, we understand that this freedom is limited by the legitimate exercise of the identical freedoms of all other persons and by the objectives of the whole of society, which are to be considered above all personal freedom. Well, I put all. I injected all. In those aspects, which may lead to a conflict of interest between individual rights and the collective rights of individuals. Okay, so there's going to be tension, and politics is going to be about resolving that tension. Okay, how are we going to do it? Calls for a political system based on the principle of authentic and participatory democracy for Spain. Awesome. Tell me this isn't based. We defend the right that people have to self-manage in all those issues that affect their lives, in the social, economic field, and in general the aspects that define the rules of a coexistence between people. We consider political participation not only a right, but even a duty. Awesome. The responsibility for the future of the homeland must reach all those who form it, and for it to be so, we cannot assign citizens the simple role of spectators. A little leotard reference there, but this feels like the insight of leotard is that the political economy is inexorably linked to the libidinal economy. So reproduction of knowledge, reproduction of life has been connected to profit maximization at the expense of systems which benefit from deceleration, right? This is why we set up dams. Dams are a very interesting paradox for capitalism, I feel like, right? We had a small ecology episode talking about shooting animals, and I talked about a book that I had read and the dams. It feels like there are a lot of functions in capitalism that we can analogize to, we can use it to analyze the functions and the relationships of the system by bringing it in connection to another. And that's it. Oh well. Did I just lose that train of thought? I don't think so. Whatever. Don't fucking clip that. Anyways, libidinal economies, sex and whatever, we need to make sure that we're participating in it. Sounds good. Should not be reduced to a partitocracy, which is, ruled by a party. Instead, they're going to say we want multiple different coalitions. Political parties are not the only mechanism that should integrate people into politics. We want to extend democracy to civil associations, trade unions, think tanks, businesses, and make political decisions made more by people and in more scenarios. It feels like to me the destruction of political parties which I guess is a one-party state, like China, is a means of this? So if you abolish multiple parties, right? But I mean, like, the Falangist party itself got abolished at some point, and I think that was smart. Right? It's saying, oh, we're the authentic... This is a bullshit article. These people have an incoherence that is so interesting for the current state of politics. Because they're right-wing, they're Marxist, it's so odd. And this is a primary source, so that's also awesome. We drew that through political parties. So we want to involve more organizations and variety of institutions in the government. I think that's cool. That's okay. Like a trade union. I think insurance for specialty jobs like doctors, lawyers, etc. People who are sort of like the royal, that come in contact with like the codex of society. Lawmakers, I guess, should be in this as well. Although obviously different restrictions on their behavior. All this entire, your swears are getting censored. I don't even see it. My feathers are unruffled. Political professionals have an interest in limiting democracy to the gesture of voting every 4 years to get blank checks they don't deserve. New technologies allow the direct and permanent exercise of self-management citizens. This is true. This is cool. We regard the state as the ultimate guarantee of which civil society places its trust in the defense of individual freedom and the socialization of wealth. I agree. I think it's a little odd they don't mention natural law. But I mean, this is awesome. If I saw a Democrat saying this, just DM me the link to the clip. If a Democrat came out and saying this, we regard the state as the ultimate guarantor of which civil society places its trust in the defense of individual freedoms and the socialization of wealth, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm voting for them in the primary. From above, our intention, which we clearly express and expose, can be inferred from... Okay. Laying it on a little too thick. I think this line was a mistake. It sort of reveals their intentions, I think, a little too much. I have banned sending links. You're going to have to DM it to me. Or put it somewhere I'm aware of. You can put it in the Discord. Socialization of wealth is the next part. Okay, so this is the Marxist part. They're economically left and socially right. This is, the opposite of the performative finance bro. The AI of finance bro. In the economic respect to the authentic phalange, they consider that the capitalist system is intrinsically unfair, despite the superficial mirage that constitutes the material well-being that generates for the middle class. Okay, this is just like utopian realism. We're never going to get rid of suffering, but we can certainly try to make things better by organizing society that is integrated into... integrated into responsive for itself. Into being responsive for itself. I think it's also... Maybe... Okay, so one of the things that I was wondering when reading Mark Fisher was like... He was talking about the Soviet politicians talking about how they don't know what the fuck is going on and they're riding off the seat of they're riding on, I don't know, what are the seat, the edge of their seat, I think is the aphorism. They're running fast, they're running loose, they're not really sure what's going on. And that got leaked. But everybody sort of knew that the government didn't know what the fuck it was doing already. But hearing them admit that was what sort of broke the camel's back and dissolved the Soviet Union. If a Democrat ever acknowledged this, is America over? Are we done? Rip Bozo? 250 years in the bag? Got one-shotted by somebody telling the truth? Damn. of the material well-being that it generates for the middle class, for we advocate its complete substitution with what? We hate the classism and existence of idle people who inevitably live off the work of others. Based. You're telling me this is a right-wing party? You're telling me this is a right-wing party? They would lose all their donors? This is like... Look, no. Hold up. How about this? Even Mitt Romney, among other idealistic Republicans like him, you know, these Thomas Masseys, of varying quality of explicitly racist or homophobic or transphobic. Yeah, you're telling me this is a right-wing party? No way. There's no more human dignity than that of work. Oh, okay. We loaded phrase for something otherwise coherent. It's okay. We believe there's no more dignity than that of work, and that there should be no distinction between manual and intellectual labor. Sure, how are you going to make it happen? This is a problem of like rest, right? Of surplus, right? They're saying we want to get rid of surplus. We don't want to have a privileged intellectual class. There's no more dignity that of work, but also capitalist system is intrinsically unfair. Somehow we can maybe I'm trying to work through whatever the fuck is going on here. And keep in mind, this is like foreign, right? We're translating. Thank God we have AI. We believe there's no more dignity than that of work. I think, right, the meaning of life is working and creating something that you like for a group of people with a positive ethical attitude in mind. And sometimes that positive ethical attitude is obviously going to be shaped by your history, your material conditions. And maybe we can use logic to reliably dissect and analyze means to sideload and disrupt with something that is, I think, genuinely natural to being human, being interpersonal, being patient, being caring, right? Something that I struggle with the most as a Christian is like the idea of pacifism. Because I think the authentic Christian, but right, we're living in the world. We're not of the world. Violence is not for us, but we should be capable of defending God's path for us. Whatever the fuck that means. We demand fair distribution of the income produced. Sure, yeah, UBI, sounds good. If Ro Khanna started talking about UBI, I'm putting him above Newsom. I'm putting him above Newsom, like 100%. Jesus was not a pacifist? I mean, look, how about... Is it anti-Semitic to say that Jesus actually was a pacifist, and that his story of going into the temple and overturning the tables was made up by the Pharisees to persecute Jesus? Got him. Okay, we agree. Sounds good. We reject hunger and poverty as necessary or inevitable and demand for humanity their right to continue to develop and experience new social alternatives to capitalism. Insane. Insanely based. You know who does not consistently, year after year, they show up, new president after new president, to vote on the same symbolic bullshit measure that the UN proposes every year of saying, hey, people need food to live. It wasn't made up. They actually do money exchanges in the temple. Jesus was being a petulant child. No, being a petulant child is a sinful contamination and a relic of the Old Testament and the influence of the Old Covenant. The current concepts of work, surplus value, inheritance, and private property must be redefined, transformed them into authentic social contact. Awesome. What does that look like? I don't think they're going to say it, but this is awesome. This is an awesome, awesome fucking phrase. Putting inheritance in here as well? Yeah. Death taxes? Fucking hell yeah. You're telling me death taxes? The American government is more right-wing than these people. How about that? Huh? Even, I'm saying... my brain is melting, trying to map these people onto the American political spectrum with MAGA as well. We're sorry for the situation of discredit that the unions are leading, their continued ineffectiveness, sectarianism, and corruption that have damaged the image of one of the most important social instruments of our society. Oh, unions. We believe in the need to articulate all producers in trade unions that not only have a demanding component, but are also able to guide and democratize economic activity at the business, sectoral, national, or international level. Banger. Banger. With how far unions have fallen in America, this is raking in. By the way, anybody telling me like, oh, you know, like the banks wouldn't like, you know, fund this shit, just lie to the banks. Like, you can literally just tell them, like, the unfortunate thing is we cannot take them at face value almost ever because they're using symbols which are classically represented with ontologies of oppression, which do not align with maximization of freedom, intellectual honesty, transparency. But that also means that they don't need to do that with institutions like banks, right? We reject hunger and poverty as necessary or inevitable and demand for humanity. Yep. We're sorry for the situation of discredit that the unions are leading. Their continued ineffectiveness, sectarianism, and corruption have damaged the image of one of the most important social instruments. So their woke is whatever scheme has depleted unions, which I guess is liberal democracy or something. But they have their own version of liberal democracy? I don't know. We believe in the need to articulate all producers in trade unions that not only have a demanding component, but are able to guide and democratize economic activity as the business, sectoral, national, or international level. I read that. Awesome. Spain must make an effort to consolidate itself as a productive economy, and that requires more demanding social control that prevents the speculative maneuvers of both the financial sectors and entrepreneurs and individuals. Fuck yes. Please. Holy shit. Why can't a fucking Democrat say something like that? Oh my god. You would rake in the entire fucking population of America. Hold on. This? Insane. Awesome. Unfortunately, representatives from all by the way, the thing that is actually necessary, the hard work of doing this, I don't think is here, right? This is a really small organization. They're better at doing, you know, they're not great at constructing positive ethics, and they're also not great at referring to places which would do that, like the Dispel marketable stream. Unfortunately, representatives from all productive sectors have been involved in recent years in scandalous cases of what has been called subsidy culture and balazo culture. So, I mean, this is just kickback culture. They're concerned about the arrival of times with the end of structural aid of the EU. Whatever the fuck this means. I would have to get Mina to tell me what this means. In which the speculative bubble of the Spanish economy deflates, leaving its path the personal and family tragedy of unemployment for millions and millions of Spanish. When was this written? 2008? 2012. Okay. So 2012 is like the start of the cybernetic techno-feudal environment. And this is right, so Spain sort of had a really tough time after 2008. We must establish a public financial system that supports trade union, collective, or individual initiatives that may be of interest to society as a whole. Awesome. Love that. Small business mentality. Very pro-capitalist. Whatever truly is capitalist, right? Because reality is actually communist. Education, health, and social protection services are essential to ensuring equal opportunities and assistance for any contingency. We are clearly committed to making these public services quality and services to all available to all Spaniards. Awesome. Its inclusion in the supply and demand market is an instrument for perpetuating inequalities. What? Its inclusion. Oh, I think they're saying its inclusion in the general supply and like leaving this up to the value economy, to the system of equivalent exchange is not all right. These are systems because we prioritize human life. We must establish these frameworks. Awesome. We understand that the need to start the path to this economic and social model through a process of progressive globalized socialization of the economy. Heavy language, whatever the fuck that means. Take steps in that direction, admitting mixed models that reconcile against current capitalist labor relations while encouraging and incentivizing the formulations of social economy. Yeah, awesome. The planet needs to be cared for, so a little bit of environmentalism, I like it. The Zoe geotechno critical intersection is one of the green flags that I'm looking for in theory. Even if they're using symbols of ghoulish ideologies. Because what's worse than being a ghoulish ideology that pretends to be nice and competent in, comparison to its competitor, when in reality, it's just you and the image. I love two-party systems. I would have hated if anybody did ranked choice voting. That would sure be unfortunate. We understand the need to start the path. Yeah. The planet needs to be cared for, so our initiatives will become compatible with sustainable development models. A little bit of greenwashing, but I respect, the signal at least. It does mean something that they're willing to signal that. We defend the principle of respect for nature and understand that in order to continue to count on its resources, we will not be able to exploit it indiscriminately. Yeah, 100%. This is also one of the easiest inroads to bridge ideology and bring people to your side. Recover human communication spaces. This is also an interesting point to detail, or a place to focus on. They defend the need to recover the interpersonal communication spaces lost in a world where information and telecommunication technologies seem to work in favor of individual isolation and incommunicadoness. Incoherence, or I guess isolation, right? This is also one of the principles of cybernetics, right? Making sure people are able to freely connect with each other. And this is the framework of Web 1. And then Web 2 comes in and commodifies it all with advertising and infrastructure and bloat and cookies and tracking. And then we get Web 3 on top of that. I don't know enough about it to speak anymore. But this is great. I think that this is a important area. I don't necessarily agree with their exact policy. I think that the entire internet, if we're going to go from a nation realist lens, citizens are going to be a thing. Let's, don't be fuck off, essentially. The interpersonal space on the internet needs to be de-anonymized and connected to civic identity, right? It should be personal. Seems to work in favor of individual isolation and community. We defend the importance of the family and as a socializing nucleus. Yeah. By the way, this is why you don't like them. My audience. Oh my God. The family environment promotes the intergenerational exchange and training of our young people in the values of solidarity and respect. True. Society must regain friendship, camaraderie, or love as bonds that unite us selflessly to make us better people in the face of individualistic trends on the rise. Based. We must socially push for media outlets such as the press, TV, film industry, or internet to regain the valuable role of service to society that they could fulfill. This is too ambiguous for me to be comfortable with. Are they saying, I think if a phalangist were being honest, they would say, we're abolishing porn. Do I think that there should be institutions which can Right. Part of the problem that America has reached is that the variety of information has gotten to such an extent that the variety of the government to be able to institute the truth has fallen apart, and so the liberal ideology is fraying at the edges. And so they're a Democrat going, hey, I want to control the media. I want to kick down the doors of Fox and drag Laura Ingraham out by her hair, kicking and screaming, along with the entirety of Tucker Carlson's former team, Fox and Friends. Is that something you would vote for? Is that popular? Is it heinous enough that people will dismiss you? This is the sentence I'm not a huge fan of. But we do need some sort of... It's the distinction between the major and the minor science, right? The institutional control over truth and the more indigenous, interpersonal, deceleratory reservoir of truth that gets built up by other mechanisms. They need to play off each other. That recognition, where does this socially push? With what values is this service to society? Too broad. The generalization of telegarbage-based term, the increasing presence of violence and sex, in the film market, and a permanent use of the image of women as an exclusively sexual icon, perhaps irretrievably deteriorate coexistence. Permanent use of the image of a woman as exclusively sexual icon. Chat, you would probably agree with this though, right? Put men up, also exclusively sexual icons, in the film market. So it's interesting, they're not saying abolish the film market. They want to keep it marketable. They're just thinking that the libidinal economy is too compromised exclusively by femininity. What's their, their positive ethical framework? Nope, nothing. Classic. It looks like they are. Free access, yeah, it looks like they are banning porn. I think that's likely. I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing is, this sentence is arbitrary enough that you could go in either direction, right? A charitable explanation would lead you to an ANCOM who is just like a realist about the nation state. A embedded critical perspective of the symbols and this ideology that they've attached themselves to. Sounds like they only want gay guys fucking? That might be. It would be so odd to see from a fascist honestly interrogate a more masculine sexualized perspective in sex in the film market. But remember, the thing that they're also like not really touching on, the Falangists were Christian. They were characterized by being Catholic. It is the most concerning part about this article, and why we need to take it with a grain of salt. This critical lens is exactly because of that. Free access to culture, science, and technology. Socializing access to all citizens to culture, science, and technology is a prerequisite for life and freedom. Would any of you disagree? The moral values we defend have historically been conquered by human beings and their understanding and adoption that can only be made from freedom and conscious choice. Curious. The moral values we defend have historically been conquered by human beings and their understanding and adoption can only be made from free and conscious choice. Conquered. I don't know what word they use in Spanish. I'm not familiar enough with Spanish to check it out. A little bit of a red flag sentence. I'm not really sure what they're getting at. We must avoid consumerist abuse and obsession linked to the emergence of technological solutions. It is essential to develop the critical awareness of citizens while establishing social mechanisms to limit the power of consumer propagandists. Based. This essentially what they're saying is this is, cultural Bolshevism, right? Cultural Bolshevism in like the most, what's it called? What's that fallacy? Like the genetic fallacy, right? If we're gonna, I'm going to describe cultural Bolshevism using the genetic fallacy. It is a plot to manipulate and modify people's minds with advertising to limit their perspectives of agency. Does this party have anything to do about Israel? I don't know what they say about Israel. Actually, their Twitter is like kind of devoid of mentions of Israel. They don't really talk about Gaza. They don't talk about any genocide. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess we could, Control F, whatever, whatever most recent genocide you think they might be covering. Do a little investigation. Do they have any? No. Okay, so the unfortunate thing is, I don't know if you caught this earlier in the stream. They said Falangism, and they did not mention Catholicism in the rest of the sentence. Falangism has a clean history. And, well, the symbol is the bloodline of somebody who was one of the most prolific enthusiasts of the Spanish Inquisition, which did in fact disproportionately affect Jews. It is ahistorical to say otherwise. And you are propagandizing if you do. Clean history? Yes, that's what they claim. That's one of the other saucy things that they've said. The other saucy thing is their lack of mention of Christianity. It's sort of left to be implicit, which is powerful, but insidious. In a world irreversibly mediated by the impressive advances of humanity, that important groups of people are excluded from across to culture, science, and technology condemns them to moral and economic poverty and political consumerist manipulation. True. We understand that advances as relevant as equal rights of women, the consciousness of universality of the human person. This seems like a loaded sentence that is better in Spanish, or the identification of new ethical conflicts cannot be understood without linking them to cultural and scientific advances. That's true. It is constituted by the technological advances. Sees Spain, I don't know. Let's see. Right? You were asking about their position on the Spanish Inquisition. Let's see. Uninterrupted crisis from the 17th century. That's an odd. Urgent, profound reconstruction. Feel at ease, or vice versa. Is this capitalism, or is this the Spanish Inquisition? Start from the social and political construction it contemplates. Homeland is a project of future shared by all inhabitants of Spanish territory, regardless of their origin based. Nation and an organized community. Interesting. Okay, so this is the distinction between, I guess implicitly, the distinction between national and non-national. Hispanad is the historical moral limit of the, okay, whatever, is ashamed to the petty treatment they're providing our sister Latin America. What? Whatever. Sees with disgust the attempt to build the Spanish homeland on the rancid principles of romantic and ethnicist nationalism. This is a left-wing statement in America. We are contrary to nationalism as a refined expression of the individual of peoples. Interesting. See? There was a little bit to my unease with how they treated nationalism. Our concept of homeland is based on the belief that it is common and indivisible. I don't know what the fuck that means. Being our job to excite people so that they freely commit to embrace a patriotic project that deserves to be called in that way. The homeland of the what? If imposed, loses all its meaning. Hold on, this is the third paragraph of the Spain section. Let's see, what does Google Translate have to say? In the 21st century, the homeland, if it's imposed, loses all meaning. Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, it will lose all meaning if you don't do that. So I guess They're choosing to commit to the facade for political expediency. Not like they've got a lot of movement, though. Very low movement with these motherfuckers. And it could be because they come off a little shady, maybe because they're using the iconography of something that isn't exactly popular. Caesar discussed an attempt to build the Spanish homeland in the... Yeah, okay, we got that. Human dignity. I don't know, I'm kind of done with this. They're not nationalists. They want some sort of confederacy. They want a confederacy of, like, trade unionists. That's why I was like, are these anarcho-communists that are just, like, nation-state realists, or are they national syndicalists? We must delve into an alternative model of homeland and patriotism in response to one of the values that has been irreversibly incorporated into the political and moral baggage of humanity. Based. Wait, this is insanely based. Our aspiration is to propose to our people that common projects suggestive and desirable to have the possibility of grouping around a great and attractive task the wills of diverse people of different individual interests. But who... This is based. This is... Put this on the front of a Democrat's website. Easy win. Openly rejects some consequences of globalism. Inequality among nations based imperialist domination. Well, rejects... What do you mean reject? Like... Because this is a loaded... You could write a whole essay on what this means. Inequality among nations. Imperialist domination of the world by great financial powers. Call it out. Say the World Bank. Cultural colonization. Predatory of all diversity. Faced with this scenario, international relations are of definitive importance, and it is ridiculous to raise any type of political or economic isolationism. We consider the rest of the nations from friendship and the desire for mutually enriching collaboration. You're telling me these people are fascists? Come on. Come on. This is such an odd blurring. And I'm glad you guys are with me to break it down. Spain and the Spanish state are different things. The problem is the articulation of the Spanish state. It is so uncommon for a fascist to acknowledge the difference between the map and the territory. That's all I'm saying about these people. All right, enough about fucking Spain. I actually don't give a fuck. Human dignity, very interesting. Considers all human beings equal in rights, unless they're a citizen. Unless they're a citizen. This is natural law, I guess. And carriers of values that transcend them while individualizing them. Yeah, true. We are aligning ourselves with a broad and generous interpretation of the right to life worthy of people. We believe that the modern societies in which we live have cultural, economic, human, and technological resources to face any conflict without the need to violate that fundamental right. True. Awesome. Thus, we believe that the death penalty, abortion, torture, exploitation, racism, active euthanasia, discrimination on the belief of gender, sexual status, or opinion, domestic violence, sexual violence, and certain forms of genetic manipulation are behaviors that undermine to a different extent the right of people to a decent life and should be definitively eradicated from our society. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. That sentence is so out of the hell will freeze over before I hear this sentence come out of a Democrat's mouth. Anything fucking close to this. Insane. I want to take a bite of my food. I've been yapping. I haven't actually been eating. I'm not rereading it. I love Twitch chat. I'm not rereading it though. Actually, no, it's kind of a banger line. I need to read that line again. Hold on. Maybe we can we can get a clip of it. Oh, let me. Oh, it's in. There we go. All right. We believe that the death penalty, abortion, torture, exploitation, racism, active euthanasia, discrimination on the basis of belief, gender, sexual status, or option, domestic violence, sexual violence, and certain forms of genetic manipulation are behaviors that undermine to a different extent the right of people to a decent life and should be definitively eradicated from our society. Something that I'm unclear about, that I'm itching to know, is their opinion of trans rights. For all the reasons that we talked about trans people in the cute acceleration episode, this is a sort of like a grotesque realism with a consistent set of values towards life. You don't know where, yeah, there's a couple of things that are like ambiguous. That could partially be because we're translating from Spanish. But also, yeah, they're banning certain forms. They said certain forms of genetic manipulation, which just mentioning that I think is awesome. The unfortunate thing is that they're also leaving space for like anti-vaccine approaches, right? They're not saying what sort of genetic manipulation they're willing to go with. And this is a really important question. If you're going to say we oppose certain forms of domestic violence, sexual violence, certain forms of genetic manipulation that undermine a decent life, you got to talk about them. You got to talk about what they are. You got to talk about genetic patents. You got to talk about polygenic risk scores. You got to do that. Unfortunately, that's a whole nother article, right? So each of these, you know, like stringing these concepts together, I think in and of itself is incredibly impressive for somebody who's fascist. Yeah, discriminating against the vaccinated who gets their genome modified by the every other fucking mRNA vaccine. Let's see. We advocate, would not enforce or institutionalize, a social attitude of zero tolerance against the transgressors of that principle. The proposals of Phalange Authentica will be aimed at eliminating the causes that promote such behaviors. Easy deflection. They could also just be lying. Let's see. I think we must build a society in which we demand the utmost respect in our relationships with others. Awesome. Well, what does relationship look like? When do you know you've been genuinely respected? Who controls what respect looks like? I guess it's the unions. Society and the nuclear family. They're banning abortion. That's their thing. Out of the fundamental right to protect life, to a decent life. If I gave them my argument of abortion, they might be amenable to it. Maybe. Who knows? We advocate a social attitude, right? Because stringing the sentence together is impressive in and of itself, and it fosters an opportunity for discourse for more things that are specifically like very important and engaging. Like abortion, right? Proposally and eliminated. We must build a society with a relationship to others. Society as a whole must ensure that conditions are in place for all people to have basic material resources. In this way, social policies of employment, housing, education, or health are priorities in the defense of human dignity. Awesome. It is no less true that a dignified life is not just a well-endowed life economically. Our society has serious moral and spiritual deficiencies that become evident in the high degree of frustration in our people. Well, this is alienation, the spiritual deficiencies. In another sense, would be interesting. Yeah, this is they're Catholics, right? We got to remember that. They don't want to mention it for whatever reason. They don't want to say the name of Christ, which, if you're a Christian, that's a red flag. If you're a political analysis, if you're a political analyst looking at a modern piece of phalange media, it should also be considering that they don't mention Christ. We must achieve a way of life that balances the material needs of families with other unquantifiable but primary needs to dignity of human life. Awesome. Love it. Proposes a model of development that allows an intense family life to all of its members, the cultivation of artistic and cultural capacities, the care of the body and health, participation in college activities, volunteering in spaces for personal and interpersonal reflection of that beauty, an existence too much focused on the mere greedy tenure of goods. Awesome. Awesome. Unity, pact, and dialogue. The Phalange Authentica wants to collaborate to the articulation of a great social pact that will boost us as a nation. The culture of honest dialogue from respect for the agreed norms and the diversity of others is the only way to achieve this unity of action. Awesome. The Phalangists have historically especially valued unity. Loaded term. I think going electoral unity would be a far better spin. Unity is often confused with uniformity, or with the imposition of a model and a path so that everyone has to follow it without rechasing it. Based admonition. Awesome. It is a mistake. Unity is compatible with people's diversity, self-management, and free will. Social uniformity is simply impossible. Damn. Seeks the union of people despite their membership in groups or social class with initial interests. We are confident that we will be able to agree on collective projects that provide more justice and freedom for all. We uphold the individual right to discrepancy. This is an interesting political hyponesis, or a hyperstition. Very interesting political hyperstition. We are confident that we will be able to agree on collective projects that produce more justice and freedom for all. I would not expect this in a fascist blog. The unity stuff I would expect. The caveat after unity I would not expect. We uphold the individual right to discrepancy and will encourage decision. This is a very modern ANCOM sort of vibey idea, right? The difference by similarity and the difference by difference. This is what we talked about in the addiction episode as well, that by competition, by parallel. These two competing ways of identifying yourself. Why brand them as fascists when they could pass as SOCDEM? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. And like the thing is, their X blog feels like a SOCDEM account, like a national SOCDEM account, but they've only got like 300 followers. All right, let's go for this communist one. This is literally one of the. If Democrats want, so a lot of energies has been spent recently on what Democrats can do to push back against the advances of communism infiltration into their beloved party. And I think this is a great framework. Mostly, and the thing that I would wish for this article is that it goes back to the values that it talked about in the principles page, and said how they align with the communists to bring about more equality, more freedom. Right? This is sort of what I'm wishing for this blog, that they had a more positive, constructive wing to their rhetoric, or something that at least points and refers to something else, to build something greater, right? Because Marxists have, the canon, the old dead white people of communism against the old dead white people of, like, nationalism. Great. Good job. I'm munching. Give me a second. Who's blogging this? This is the blog of the authentic Falangist Party in Spain. So this was published December 16th, 2025. The former president of the government of Spain, Pablo Iglesias, has returned to the current journalism on the account of attack of verbiage overturned on his social network. He got canceled. In his tireless struggle against fascism and the far right, he has addressed a well-known right-wing activist in the following terms. I'm a communist and I have dinner in restaurants that you cannot afford. You go on a slut, but sneak into preferential AVE class. You cannot afford. I can pay for a lounge at the airport, but your video is from passport control. Give me your phone and I'll make you a bison. Okay, he's shitting on him for being poor. Awesome. Great Marxist. This is an anti-psychic war Marxist. One can imagine an anti-human Marxist. The bureaucrat, the Marxocrat, actually. One can imagine the irony of Don Julio Anguita. But to this one, who has told him that he is a communist? This is a fucking Mog question. Right here, this is a fucking violent smoker Mog question. Undoubtedly, the same one that grants very left executions to other illustrious Reds at the living room. A new generation of rich communists defend their right to make money and enjoy it long by apostling in its own way the Communist Manifesto. I am a communist, but I am not an asshole. Perhaps this appeal to practical intelligence promotes in them such little willingness to live a real experience of their ideology in those countries that unfortunately remain in their clutches, particularly in the beloved Cuba, which has been suffering from its rigors of more than 66 years. This is an awesome way to sideload the absolutely true and critical fact that was generated in ANCOM spaces in parallel with the extended theory of mind perspective of intelligence, to say that it's done through action. Whatever dialects is bullshit. You can do a whole fucking edit of like Hegel and whatever, fucking scrolling bars of text about people talking about that bullshit. We got new stuff to talk about. We cannot assure who of these characters is such a thing and who is not. We can affirm that by Hasan is one. We can affirm by virtue of the bourgeois style of life they practice, none fits in the definition of a genuine communist, because without exception, when money is accumulated, it falls unfailingly in the error of granting an axiological category to property, wealth, and social status. Holy fuck, real. Real. Holy fuck, real. Personal value ends up being confused with the value of material possession in such a way that I am better than you, depending on the restaurants I frequent or the dependencies where my passport is stamped. Whatever the fuck that sentence is. This cult of the enjoyment of typically bourgeois pleasures is at the same time the most characteristic feature of communism non-assholes. And the absolute denial of communism in the strict sense, and it in multiple aspects, highlighting among them the absurdity that supposes for a great holder of private property to enlist in a political movement that makes the abolition of all forms of private property its main flag. This is why the Marxist revolution is reserved for the dispossessed, the frightened, in the jocular meaning of Alfonso Guerra. A communist with pasta? That's a perfect one, but let's not abuse the bad term. I don't know what the... This is a reference I'm not understanding because it's Spanish. Basically because the Democrats lost the working class in the unions got psyoped by Israel and Russia. That's why they're Marxist now, actually. That's why Haas is actually correct. Although there seems to be an effort to watch over and make communist ideology abstruse, its understanding is extremely simple in reality. Just to ask yourself, what is the common that the root of the noun refers to? And the common thing, what is to be put into common, is wealth. Well, okay, an honest person would say that wealth is not the only, right? We've got the law of exchange and we've got the symbolic exchange. There is something more beyond. There is something that is utterly inquantifiable, and it should stay like that. We shouldn't try. Communism, explained to children, offers us the image of being a huge bag that contains all the money of the country. Every citizen must deposit in it the total product of his work, with the joy and class consciousness that tovarishch mentality demands. Thus, the first term of the fundamental axiom of this ideology is fulfilled, from each according to his abilities. For dating lovers, the phrase appears in the Goth program critique, in which Marx and Engels definitely broke with the Social Democrats. Damn, look at this. Look at this little fucking citation signal. That is the first time that they've signaled to something outside, or like a broader construct of social cognitive developments, right? Externalized. But the second part of this equation is already another chant, to each according to his means. Needs rather than his abilities. And this is the libidinal, and this is the material. Sort of. And this is the there's libidinal in each of these, but they sort of work in opposite directions. If libidinal is working in one way for a person's needs, the libidinal economy is working the other way, right? To go from map to territory, territory to map. And this is the question of capital, because the needs are not freely established by each one according to his personal preferences, but determined by Politburo, consistent with the calculation that he considers rational. This is why communists are liberals. This is why I think Marxocrat is far more applicable to the people who are institutional Democrats These people who are willing to put data sets and models before being a human. Under real communism, you will find no Pablo Iglesia or luxury restaurants or VIP areas, no vintage wine, no luxury cars. This is not quite correct. Marx was saying, or at least in Marx's perspective of communism, everybody, and the truth is everybody does have their own interpretation as they engage with texts. That's intertranslatability. And it's also why we should keep reading former texts. I saw a fucking article on fucking X that was like, why we should stop reading and just, vibe and do drugs. Fuck off. There's nothing to be learned in texts and literature that cannot be learned by introspection. That's bullshit. You gotta cultivate an conscious for yourself by engaging with other people and engaging with the historical contexts that you share with other people. In order for their accounts to be squared and the common exchange not to end up unfounded, it is essential to give up the consumption as conceived in the West based. The communist state cannot afford it, or is better expressed, cannot offer it equally to all the taxpayers of the big stock exchange without discrimination. This is a tall order, and if you this is very disingenuous jab at communism, or at least the structures of what communists are trying to do. But I appreciate the nugget of truth that is inside of it. The truth of the matter is that nature is inherently unequal. We're going to have perturbations. We need to have a certain amount of variety to be able to compensate for these perturbations and institutions to bring us back to according to our visions. Not surprisingly, the value of luxury lies in not being within reach of anyone. Therefore, those who accuse communism of pretending to equalize the conditions of life down are correct. This is the boomer aphorism. Under communism, everyone is poor. To assume this renunciation, it requires this is another difference between the map and the territory of communism. To assume this renunciation, it requires a rigid communist mentality to profess I would say Marxocrat mentality, to profess an armored lifestyle in the face of the seductions of sumptuary spending, to sustain values diametrically opposed to those of the bourgeois pecuniary. What the fuck is this? I've never seen this word before. Pecuniary.
Pecuniary.
Abolish usury. Abolish usury. Mentality. In no way, needs may include their relationship to the waste and superfluous goods. Okay, what, they're saying that the communist economy does not consider superfluous goods and waste because of luxury? Maybe, I guess. I mean, at least the communists of Spain, certainly. The apparent misery that the defunct Soviet Union suffered in Western eyes responded much better to a criterion of austerity voluntarily assumed than to a real deficit of nature and human resources in an immense country. What a concise and poignant critique of neoliberalism. Nice. Communism, or I guess this is capitalist realism, this is postmodernism, this is neoliberalism wrapped up into an incredibly dense piece of propaganda. Communism is essentially a form of asceticism. In most of their book clubs, yeah. The performance of communism is primarily asceticism. And it's only done by talking to people in the community. That's it. And listening. Accustomed to a bourgeois standard of living well above the common, our friendly Pitimian communists, and a long list of, would surely not tolerate the audacity of their ideology for an unlimited time. What the fuck is audacity? Okay, it's just being audacious. Audaciously is what I would expect we conjugate it. Their ideology for unlimited time. They would require intensive re-education in the most extreme austerity, as well as bearing well-earned contempt. And fools you call dumb are not. That a thing is radical posturing in a kindly well-watered table, and another is very different, the rigors imposed by the paradisical society without classes. Yeah. Okay, it's literally like utopian realism, which is literally the only acceptable framework outside of the law of value. Being a utopian realist obliges you to understand It obliges you to be curious, to investigate, to share knowledge, discuss it with your friends. All right, sounds good. We gotta hold on. I actually want to eat. Let's get a little bit of the React content we got for today going. Channel. I got some salad. I got some tea. I hope my voice doesn't go. Let's get a little bit of the history of. Oh, I need to change. Gotta modify. I need to go back eventually and connect each of the live streams that we've done to the playlist. And actually, guys, like you would not believe, we have got it working. We have got the Dispel marketable library going. That's right. You can look through the catalog of materials that we've covered over the course of the stream. It's in the description of the channel. And there's a link to the stream where the article was discussed. So the current conspiracy, I'm gonna let you in on it because I'm a knower, I'm a noticer. The current conspiracy is very much so like a lot of the liberal programs of systemic obsolescence, replacing the material with the intransient and marketing access to the intransient with the cost of your life, with wages, with labor, stuff like that. Instead of what was formerly you earn the right to freedom to cultivate a mind in the classical liberal sense. That's long gone. But what they're trying to do in collaboration with, entities like OpenAI is shadow archives like Anna's library. We're cooperating with them, and these agencies or these AI programmed companies and think tanks, these effective altruists, these late stage neoliberalists want to. They don't necessarily want to, but this is going to be the result, is that there aren't going to be books. Books are, I think, a uniquely underappreciated signal of wealth. Because it's not easy to move a library around. If you're somebody who is housing unstable, you're not carrying books around. Like, if anything, it's probably going to be like a mini Bible. Or like, certain cities will give out like pamphlets on like where you can go for like warming centers and meals and stuff like that. That's something that you might have as well. But like libraries, there is nothing more that I hate that is more indicative of somebody who is sniffing their own farts is somebody who sits in front of a library. Now, I do have a lot of books. Like I have the privilege of being able to purchase physical books so that I don't have to look at my phone while I'm going to sleep or when I'm on public transit and reading. And so I build it up, but I think it's a decent collection. I've held restraint. I've certainly held restraint. Let's grab the playlist now. I got some salad, avocado, tomatoes, 1 hour. Let's do this video brought to you onto the marketable stream by a very precious member of the community. Mina, thank you, Mina, for sending us this video. It looks insane. So we got a little bit about Cybernetic. Let's start with the short stuff. I don't think it's gonna take me longer than 10 minutes to fucking eat a bowl of salad. Let's see. Let's supplement our knowledge.
Welcome to an introduction to management cybernetics.
This guy sounds fucking Nordish. Hello and welcome to Cybernetics.
Let's start by asking the question: who wrote the book on how to organize?
Unfortunately, I'm not racist enough to know whether or not they're Finnish.
The way most businesses organize
Danish, Nordic.
all over the world is a design that comes from Aristotle. He is the creator of the non-contradiction principle.
This is a historical.
Says that something cannot be two things at the same time.
This
it
guy
has prevailed as the process for acquiring knowledge. It looks
Fuck
like
Aristotle.
this. Also from Aristotle, we get the process of reason and the syllogism. Theology is built following the same process. The Catholic Church borrows from the
Religion
same
is
source.
institutionalized. It's crystallized
Eventually,
with the
kingdoms
structure.
and businesses find the same solution. When the pyramid structure is transferred to business, we get a typical organization chart that looks like this. Here are other examples. All these are typically authoritarian structures. They make horizontal
I would call this a
communication
unilateral
difficult.
structure. I would call this a structure which crystallizes a unilateral relationship, which is against
Orders
nature and
travel
a sin.
vertically downwards, and obedience travels upwards. They all work well as a structure for apportioning blame. Many bosses follow the same rule, the golden rule. The man with the gold makes the rules. Employees are only familiar with their very small area. No wonder they don't know what's going on. This is the way business schools teach how to organize a business. It starts from the top. Decide the objective, make the plan, organize, execute, supervise. Stafford Beer, the founder of Management Cybernetics, has found another way. It will work much better in highly complex situations. It is the way nature is organized. From the bottom up, like evolution, starting with bacteria and ending with the human being. From the simple to the complex, like one layer on top of another. Like the brain and the human nervous system. Nature's strategy is repetitive, or, to use the right term, recursive. The same process is repeated over and over. Cells, tissues, organs, body.
Is that recursive? Isn't it the idea
The
that
mapping looks like this.
the feedback
the
model
parts, the smaller operations, and the whole look
is
exactly alike.
recursively developed at
I will
emergent
explain
levels,
this.
at different
It is
levels of
called the
emergence?
viable system model, and it works for any living thing with the capacity to have an independent existence. It works starting at the operation level. Several operations create a process or another operation. Then these operations need coordination, auditing, direction, planning, and an identity of their own. The only trick of the viable system model is that the same recipe is repeated for every operation. You have identity, planning, direction, audit, coordination within every operation.
By the way,
You can
any Democrat
therefore
could win
isolate
if
every
they just say
operation,
audit
every
the
process,
Pentagon.
to examine the exchanges of materials, money, machinery, and men with its immediate environment, which is part of the
Fucking
viable
literally.
system and is shown
Like
here
30, 40
colored
years they haven't
green
passed an audit.
as an amoeba shape. The reason for separating the management from the operation is because information processing is very different from processing materials and energy. Information is the key to having control, and thus the key of management also. The type of business is irrelevant. The content of what is being managed is not of primary importance either. The common stuff underlying every management problem is the inherent complexity of the system being managed. Unraveling complexity is the true challenge facing managers all over the world. The viable system model has many advantages over the organization chart. All the communication lines are clear. It allows for maximum desirable autonomy of the operations. It allows every person working in the organization to know exactly where they stand. It is a holistic and systemic approach. It works for any type of organization, not only businesses. Remarkably, the constitutional organization of the United States follows the viable system model, not a typical organization chart. Gary Hamel, management guru from Harvard, has said,
in struggling to embrace the inherent paradox between the relentless pursuit of efficiency and the restless exploration of new strategic options.
This right here, he's lying by omission, because on the one hand, he's describing the profit-driven structure of value, which believes that all things can be liquidated under the equivalence of value. And on the other is the cultivation of indigenous knowledge through which sort of you set up dams to pool water of which you can use to cultivate land at other points in time to respond to perturbations, to preserve your values in society for how you think society should be.
Managers
The
can
minimum
learn something
floor
from
for humanity.
constitutional democracies, particularly the United States. Over more than 2 centuries, America has proven itself to be far more resilient than the companies it has spawned.
This is the guardrails
At the
holding.
heart of the American experiment is a paradox: unity and diversity. A single
On the one hand is the Iroquois Confederation, which is exactly what he's praising, and the negative and destructive end of this guardrail cycle is the slave
nation
capitalist
peopled
portion.
by all nations. To be sure, it is not
And I
easy
wish we
to
had a
steer
genuine,
course
you know,
between
like,
divisive
opposition party
secularism and totalitarian
that
conformity.
understood these two
But the fact that America
opposing
has
forces
managed
in
to
America.
do this, despite some sad lapses, should give courage to managers trying to square the demands of penny-pinching efficiency and break-the-rules innovation. Maybe, just maybe,
Yeah, wait, wait.
all those accountants and engineers
Mediocre video. Next one.
In 1972, British cybernetician Stafford Beer published the first edition of Brain of the Firm. In it, Beer recounts a conversation he had with Chilean Finance Minister Fernando Flores. At the time, Chile was in a state of great turmoil, and Flores and Beer were attempting to completely redesign the country's political and economic structures. Such a complicated process, Flores argued, would require a kind of manual which laid out the important principles of this new government in a way that would be easy for the general public to understand. Beer eventually settled on 5 statements. These would be the keys to building a cybernetic government. He then further simplified these ideas, even going so far as to draw cartoons to help make the principles more accessible. The 5 statements were: 1. The government is the people's help. 2. To help means to help now. 3. The road to help has signposts. 4. Help is a name and a face. 5. The future starts today. One of Beer's most famous
Well, that's correct. It is
contributions to
human-mediated.
cybernetics and the management of organizations is the viable system.
You cannot meet variety. You cannot meet human-generated variety within human mechanisms of, what is it? Requisite variety.
Model. The viable system model encapsulates Beer's 5 principles for the people toward good government and could potentially function as a guide for the construction of more just and emancipated social structures and workplaces, the building blocks for a better future. A system is simply a collection of interacting parts that come together to make a larger whole. A cell is an example of a system, as is a human being, a factory, an economy, or a government. The viable system
I gotta
model
speed this up.
stands in contrast to many modern human-made systems. It attempts to remove the rigid, hierarchical structures of top-down decision-making without falling victim to the disarray of complete decentralization. To Beer, the top-down approach of, say, a governmental hierarchy is as unintuitive as it is...
Well, actually, Stafford Beer's rhetoric was actually very clever. When he started to talk about the dominant figure who is sitting on top of a bigger pole, trying to direct the balance of the ball hanging from a string from elastic bands, he described that as anarchy, as chaos, as a system going towards collapse.
Chain of command often winds up becoming less a way of understanding the actual functioning of a system and more a roadmap for who gets blamed for what. Beer recognised that hierarchy obstructs productivity and freedom, so he created the viable systems model in part to model a system that balanced autonomy with cohesion. The viable system must be viewed as three main parts interacting with each other: operations, metasystem, and environment. Operations carry out all the basic work of the system. The metasystem ensures the cooperation, integration, and forward planning of the entire system, and the environment is simply the external conditions the system as a whole operates within. The viable system can be broken down into 5 internal systems that carry out the various functions the system requires to operate. To help us understand the system, let us use the human body as an example of a viable system. But as we go through the structure of the viable systems model, keep in mind that these structures can be applied to everything from a business to a political party. First, there is System 1. In a body, System 1 would consist of the limbs, internal and sensory organs of the individual. The lungs, heart and eyes would all be part of System 1. These systems, Beer says, all operate essentially autonomously and directly monitor and engage with the environment. For example, when walking up a steep hill, the heart will respond to the difficulty of the climb by beating faster without direct intervention.
That is related. That's sympathetic.
System 2 is a cybernetic
Actually,
spine.
I think
It is a system of
the
communication and
heart.
stability.
The heart is innervated by a ganglion that the heart sort of has an intrinsic pulse that is incredibly rapid, and the body gives it breaks constantly when you're at rest. And the benefit of that system is a sympathetic innervation in a flight or flight response. You can get the heart moving really fast, you can get blood going, you can get everything amped up almost immediately.
And conflict
So I
resolution.
think this is
It
the ganglion
facilitates
they're
communication
describing.
between various aspects of System 1, as well as transmitting data deemed important and necessary upwards to System 3. System 3 is comparable to the medulla, cerebellum, and pons of the brain. It maintains the operation of each system within System 1 as well as their interactions. Because it is able to view the organism in its totality, System 3 is uniquely qualified to help in the coordination of the day-to-day management of all operations. To maintain autonomy, System 3 only receives data deemed necessary for macroscopic management. All other management is devolved to the systems inside of System 1.
I'm very curious whether or not something like a pacemaker, where they would put a pacemaker into this organization. I think they would put it here, right?
Importantly,
No, they would
System
put it
3 is
here.
also responsible for filtering
And then it would
all data
direct
upwards
to something
towards
else?
management. Systems
another
4 and 5 are
management?
different to those already mentioned. They exist outside of the day-to-day operations of System 1, 2, and 3. They play more of a managerial role. System 4 is the all-important link between autonomy and control. It is akin
Okay, so this is like the higher structural units of the brain, the executive function, the executive mode network, the salience network. Okay.
to the diencephalon, basal ganglia, and third ventricle of the brain. Like System 1, System 4 directly monitors the external environment and creates plans for the future of the organism. It sends this information to System 3, which then sends the appropriate information to the relevant operations centers of System 1. System 4 is crucially not directly dictating policy
Okay, so this is like the hypothalamus.
to System 3, however. While standards must be held to, if the system as a whole is to continue to function smoothly, they maintain that System 3 and 4 are partners in an ongoing conversation, not bosses and
The
subordinates.
kidneys
in a
should be
typical
here,
sense.
probably.
System
If this is
4
going to be
also
like
receives and
bone,
sends information to the final system, System 5. This is the top of the system, the cerebral cortex.
oh no,
System
this
5
is
maintains
this is the
identity
salient
of the
scope.
organism and sets policy for the system to work toward. It also resolves conflicts between System 3 and 4. Importantly, we are also designed a mode of communication in the viable systems model called an algedonic signal. Literally means pleasure.
algedonic
The algedonic signal makes it possible for any component part of System 1 to immediately communicate vertically to Systems 3, 4, and 5 without any of the lag that would come with traditional hierarchical structures.
But that would
It's
have to
like
be
burning your hand
filtered.
on a stovetop. The algedonic signal to the brain causes us to flinch and quickly move our hand, but also to turn the heat down so it doesn't happen again. Finally, it is
Okay,
crucial
so
to
that-
note that the viable system model
What?
is fully
What's
recursive
the
in its
distinction?
structure. Each subset of System 1 is organized along the same principles as the system as a whole, meaning each firm, workplace, or team winds up having the same democratic structure as the greater economy. In biological
Interesting.
terms, we can see that the heart is made up
And
of a
we love
multitude of individual
scalability.
cells. To be
The tech bros love the scalability, and so do I.
System as a whole.
It's very
These
marketable.
levels of recursion make it easy for any single entity in the system to relate to and understand the structure of any other part of the system, because the rules are all the same. Inside every system, we find many other smaller systems, all following the same principles and operating along the same lines. Hopefully, it is easy to see how the viable system model could be used to organize any number of systems. To Beer, the system that works best is a system that operates almost entirely autonomously and only sends information vertically when it must. For example, in Beer's estimation, System 1, the factory floor, is best left to organize itself along democratic, non-hierarchical lines. The only time a business should have to send for help from higher management is when there is a problem. Essentially, the workers should organize
When there's
themselves
been a
to boost
perturbation.
productivity and create new, less exploitative social relations. It is easy to see how this balance of freedom and responsible management was attractive to Salvador Allende, the former socialist president of Chile, when he was attempting his restructuring of the Chilean economy and its
Okay,
descent.
I think we got it.
Allende wanted to
I
build
think we
a society
understand.
that allowed for
Let's move
maximum
on to
social
the
liberty, but he also
wilds. Yeah, let's get this going.
Now, bear with me. We're going to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you recognize this man? Yes?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's right.
Now, bear with me. We're going to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you recognize this man? Yes? It's the controversial financier, Jeffrey Epstein. Now, old naughty Jeffrey here, he had a lot of influential friends, shall we say. Noam Chomsky, some political figures, some very wealthy people. But also, did you know he had a lot of friends that were influential in the early days of artificial intelligence research, including this guy, Marvin Minsky. Now, Marvin Minsky's an interesting character, and he did receive a lot of funding from Jeffrey Epstein at MIT, right? But also, he uses the mythological term, Golem, a lot. And also, it is said he claimed to be a descendant of Rabbi Judah Loew, the Kabbalic magician that created the Golem in Prague. Now, what the fuck am I on about? Who the hell is Rabbi Judah Loew? What does this have to do with artificial intelligence? All right. Okay, bear with me.
I was muted. Fuck.
We're going to go back to 16th century Prague. At the time, the Jewish people are being persecuted. They're persecuted a lot, these Jews, it seems, throughout history. But in this case, they were being persecuted and being accused of blood
unnecessary
stuff,
signal.
Kind of human sacrifice kind of stuff, right? So because of this, they were being persecuted. And then this guy called Rabbi Judah Loew, Ben Bezalel.
Is this just gonna be
the
the fucking Elders of Zion?
I'm going to use the Kabbalic knowledge that has been passed down to me to do something about this. And he reads through his Kabbalic knowledge and he realizes I can create
they need to get
an
on track
artificial
soon.
being to protect
Oh, this is a story.
So that's
yes,
what he does.
The Golem
He
of Prague.
walks down to the river, he collects clay. I don't know if you know about the river in Prague, but it has these like giant rat beaver things. So he goes down to the river. I don't know why I said that, but there's beaver things. He collects the clay, he goes back home, he creates this giant golem creature, this non-human creature, and then he brings it to life. He inscribes on the top of its head, Emet, which means truth, and he brings it to life. And then in the short term, everything seems good. The golem does its job. It protects the Jewish people in Prague. And he's like, great, this is working out. But then it kind of goes south. It goes bad. Yes, of course, he loses control of the creature. It starts doing bad stuff. It destroys the city.
He bit off
and
too
stuff like
much.
this, right? So
Yahweh
he turns
punishes
it off.
him.
How does he do that? He removes the E from Emmet, and that means death then, just met death. So he kills the creature, and then he's like, right, there was a valuable lesson there. We should not, just because we can create golems doesn't mean we should create golems. That's kind of the moral of that story, right? There's a few morals when you could think about this story. But it's strange then when you think, right, of the modern day influenced Kabbalic people or the modern day influencers of artificial intelligence. They are using the term golem as almost like a thing of pride, right? Even like one of the first Israeli supercomputers in 1965, they called it Golem. And it's almost like, okay,
the mythos has
do you know
definitely evolved.
That Golem story was a moral story about not creating some sort of crazy being because you could lose control of it. And they go, yeah, but we're going to name our AI after it. We're going to name things after it, and we're going to call our artificial intelligence a protector.
It's
of the
funny,
Jews
it's
called Golem.
ironic.
Right? You can see there's a lesson there, right? And they've decided to ignore it. It's quite funny when you think about Israel, actually, and the Israeli people. Okay, right. I'm not about the old Israelites.
All right, Irish
I'm
Guy
talking
Fury.
about in the
by the way,
first half of the
all
Bible,
Irish
the New
people
Testament,
severely
the Old Testament, sorry, where if you think about the moral story of the
And it's
Old
because they're
Testament,
like black
it's always
Israelites.
that the Israelites kind of, they get the benefits of God. God comes and, hey, I'm going to help you, Israelites, and then they betray God. So then God comes and helps them again, it goes bad, and then he helps them out, and he's like, okay, I've helped you out now, you good? Yeah. Turns his back for a moment, and they betray him again. Then he helps them, they betray him again. They never learned their lessons. That's kind of the first half of the Bible, really. I can imagine God just being like, okay, right, you're all good now, I've just helped you out, you're all sorted, and the Israelis are like, yeah, man, like,
we're good, no more sin.
Yeah, you know, we're all about
so
Yahweh
we're so
now,
covenant
don't worry about
builds.
us. And God's like, yeah, okay.
Okay, the side loading that he's doing here is that Yahweh was particularly it's uncharacteristic of a supernatural entity to change their
He
minds.
turns his back for
But,
one
you know,
moment.
it's all part
He
of the
looks
plan.
back and, oh my God,
And
they're
what's the plan? Well,
worshipping a
it's
giant
Christianity.
gold cow. They're sacrificing their children to Moloch. He's like, oh, can I turn my back on you for like one moment without you doing something crazy? Anyway. Right, should I keep that in? Yeah, I'll keep that in. Anyway, when you go back to the original story of the
By the way, he should. I think he is being a little He's being intellectually dishonest, referring to Yahweh, referring to Moloch, without referring to the construction of, at least the archaeological perspective on the construction of the Israeli god from El, Baal, Moloch. Moloch was a Palestinian. Well, okay, Palestinian is. Hold on, what was it? Phoenician. The Phoenician god of the region. One of the city-states, likely because, you know, city-state heroes were the big thing at that time. The idea that, you know, every principality is governed by some prestigious, divinely blessed institution that is somehow able to keep society level. And so Moloch was one of the Phoenician ones, and then Baal was a Phoenician word for the term Lord, or, you know, deity, a sign of like respect for like, you know, the cosmic hierarchy that is replicated and replicated inside the nuclear family. I guess like the harem family, actually. The nuclear family is a modern invention. A little disingenuous. He doesn't talk about the
problem
development.
with the golem was,
according to
it was
archaeology,
an unconscious being without a soul, without a neshama, right? And because of that, it was just acting upon its programming literally without any moral awareness. And then eventually the rabbi lost control of it and he had to turn it off. Now, this is a great kind of analogy for artificial intelligence now. We are creating this soulless, unconscious being,
the almost human
that is
and not
acting
quite human,
upon its programming literally, right? And I want you to think about this. Think of how this could go wrong. A good example would be, let's say you programmed a very intelligent, powerful artificial intelligence to end all human suffering. This is a classic case. End human suffering. The best way of the artificial intelligence doing this is actually by killing all human beings. Human suffering goes away when they're all dead. You can see what I mean? A literal interpretation. Okay, now, like a snake eating its own tail, let's go back to the start of this video. Why did I mention Jeffrey Epstein at the start of this video? Well, before we lose control of this artificial intelligence, before we lose control of this golem that we are creating, we first have to ask, who currently controls this golem? Who is creating artificial intelligence? And I would say that people like Jeffrey Epstein and his associates have...
It's actually just this. It is actually just Stanislav's Slem. It's just this guy, right? It's the inheritors of this guy's work, the Summa Technologia, which is, I guess, sort of a syncretic exploitation of the liberal biases of Marxism,
disproportionate control,
and its combination with like esotericism inside the Soviet Union.
This golem that we are creating,
right? This Eurasian flank of.
I gotta be careful with my wording there,
party.
Because when I say people like Jeffrey Epstein, I kind of just mean existing power structures, right? The existing power structures and the whatever, right? But not only that, the golem. Think about it. It's a Kabbalistic creation, right? I would also argue that artificial intelligence is a Kabbalistic creation. Now that's a bit of a rabbit hole to go down, right? But, okay, do I need to explain what the Kabbalah is?
Yeah.
You ever hear of Kabbalah?
Let's fucking
Jewish
go.
mysticism.
Okay, when most people hear the word Kabbalah, they either don't know what you're on about, or they think it's some sort of dark Jewish magic. And
it's just esoteric as fuck.
Yes, there is elements of that to it, right? You know, especially on the fringes outside of the Zohar, there's some interesting texts which tell you, like, if you eat a cat's placenta on a Thursday, you can see demons, you can raise the dead, you can bring golems to life, this sort of stuff, right? Forbidden, hidden knowledge. That's a big part of it. And, well, technically, you shouldn't learn about the Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. If you learn about the Kabbalah before then, you're likely to lose your mind, apparently.
No!
Luckily, I lost my mind a long time ago, so that's not
good.
something I'm particularly concerned about, right? So, the origins of the Kabbalah, supposedly, it started in ancient Babylon. The idea is the Semites of Babylon, they received this knowledge, this wisdom. And throughout the ages, they have been passing this down. The word Kabbalah could be translated to like tradition or receiving knowledge, passing down tradition. The idea is that that's where Kabbalah comes from. It's a Jewish mystic thing.
Kabbalah
right?
is reproducing
the main text of
divine
the Kabbalah
knowledge,
is the Zohar,
yeah, okay.
right? The funny thing about the Zohar and the Kabbalah is, I would say it contradicts the first 5 books of Moses.
By the way, guys, look at this fucking psionic blast. Holy shit. Most of this stuff I understand. I understand what it refers to. But the point of this is not to have a coherent message, but to direct you towards Wikipedia pages, right? Dragon Dynasties, I don't know what the fuck this is. LO11, I don't know what the fuck that is. Ogdoad, I have no idea. Ennead, not sure. Nephilim, the children of angels that intermingled with humans. Anunnaki, whatever bullshit, like, it's the Lamashu sort of characterization. Ubaid, no idea. Sumerians, Egyptians, obviously Phoenicians, we talked about that. Transylvania is important. Transylvania, it's just like a little, it's nestled in, this is the Balkans. This is where you get like Balkan mysticism and ethnic conflicts, despite being such a convenient little crater of an area to fit a nation very nicely. If I were a world builder, that would be, you know, a cohesive nation. Fairies, elves, Templars, you know, obviously we all understand that. I think it's a little redundant to do fairies and elves. They're not quite the same thing. Elves could probably be replaced with angels, I think. Merovingians was one of the first French dynasties. Like German. This is, by the way, this is about as, I would say, there's no exact message from this, but the mimetic roots of this are something that I would probably call like Ashkenazi supremacism. But like, there's a lot of like varieties. Like you see a lot of it in Israel because, you know, predominantly it's Ashkenazi. A lot of like the diaspora from America are Ashkenazi. Like the integration of the Thuadadannan, right? This is a lot of Irish stuff. Tal Riada, I'm not sure what that is. This is like Irish gods almost, like magic makers. Some of the myths allege that they were Jewish. One of the last tribes of Judea, like the 13th tribe or something like that. Firbolg is one of the former invasions of Ireland. The Thuadadannan replaced the Firbolg. De Ver, I have no idea what that is. Plantagenet, no idea. Royal Picts, I mean, Archdruids, this is like pre-Roman, pre-Roman, like, mysticism. The Dragon Court, I feel like that's probably, if anything, a reference more to, like, Crusader Kings 3. Polish-Lithuanian Xiongnu. Xiongnu is a reference to, like, Eurasia. This is Eurasianism right here. This is signaling Eurasianism because the allegations are that the Xiongnu, which were something characterized by Chinese texts, were repelled in like the 8th century or something like that, were repelled by one of the Chinese empires, and then, like a lot of the steppe migrations which happen in response to changing conditions and flocks and stuff like that, there does seem to be a pretty consistent pattern of moving east to west, bringing knowledge, bringing different haplotypes, and that's exactly what these are here, this Q1b and R1b, these different haplotypes. Davidic Solomon, I'm pretty sure that's Kabbalah. Khazars, there's a conspiracy that Jews are actually Khazars, and the implication is that Sephardic Jews are not Khazars. It's like insane. Ashina, I have no idea. Huns, a cousin of the Xiongnu, allegedly. Something that, you know, demolished Rome, and allegedly somehow related to the royal picts, right? This is Eurasianism, pretty much, I would say. is the easiest boil
in a
down.
way, right? The Torah, the bedrock of Judaism. But you could say it's a different interpretation of the first 5 books of Moses, right? The key book of the Kabbalah, the Zohar, was written in the 1300s by some random rabbi, and then it was fully adopted by the Jewish faith, right? And the thing is, the Kabbalah and the ideas of the Kabbalah, the ideas that were written within the Zohar, the idea of how the world was created, the essence of God, and how God is in us all, or potentially we are shards of God. God split himself into both masculine and feminine. These ideas, they kind of predate that in many ways, right? They even stretch far back as ancient Egypt. It seems
The 40-year-old thing was implemented. So learning about Kabbalah, the 40-year-old thing of learning Kabbalah only after you're 40 years old was implemented to stop more sects of Orthodox Judaism. Ha! They pulled the fuck... They did the fucking classic. They pulled the ladder up with the elderly. This is probably one of my favorite pieces of knowledge that Murray Bookchin expands upon, the hierarchy of the elderly and their use of social structures to instrumentalize the preservation and meeting of their needs in a way that is selfish and accumulatory, right? We talk about using dams to describe the accumulation of knowledge that should be developed outside of the capitalist system to capture human innovation and inspiration, to implement it and foster values like egalitarianism, transparency, stuff like that, federalism, integration, interaction with interpersonal interaction with each other, politics, real politics, and they pull it up. That's what the elderly do. The elderly are part of the reason that, we have to blame. And eventually, I'm going to be an old man, and I know I'm going to be a crotchety old fuck. The Zohar not fully adapted. It was written by a Jew. I don't know.
That it correlates
I lost
with
the
the
plot on
mystic
the
ideas
Zohar.
of ancient Egypt. And some people would even say that it goes further back
Well,
to
it's not that it coexisted. It's just that
Atlanta.
These pieces that you're describing were commissioned by wealthy people, either for the preservation, the symbolic preservation of alliances, or historical occurrences.
Right?
For
if you
the
want to go
general
deep
socius.
into it, right? Under the sea. That's where the Kabbalah came from.
Oh,
right? Under the sea.
Atlantis.
In Atlantis.
There we go.
It's easy to think that the Kabbalah is just some kind of Jewish mystic nonsense, some crazy Jew idea, I know the Hasidic Jews, they love Kabbalah, they're all about Kabbalah, and those guys
We
are
stand
crazy,
Kabbalah.
right? So what is that nonsense? But the thing is, there's something to it. There's something to it. Now that's it, and it's quite scary to think that there's something to it. And also, it's not strictly...
The most odd inversion on Twitter has been the co-opting of classically Jewish lingo for the purpose of anti-Semitism by anti-Semites. Right? The proliferation of goyim, animals, dehumanization.
Right? You've got Christian Kabbalah as well, in some senses, and you've got the
maybe.
Gnostics. When the term Gnosticism arose in the 1600s, they were greatly
What a
influenced by the Kabbalah.
sloppy
John Milton, when he wrote
little
Paradise
diagram.
Lost, this was influenced by the
Whatever.
Kabbalah. And then you've got esotericism, hermeticism, flipping occultism as a whole, Satanism, all this sort of stuff comes under the occult umbrella. But when I say there's something to it, first of all, let me split the Kabbalah into 2 separate camps.
The reason that guy is holding up both his left and his right arm is because you need both your left and your right arm, and light magic corresponds to one arm, dark magic corresponds to the other, and you're only a fully integrated being if you're able to actualize both simultaneously.
The Kabbalah, right? You've got spiritual
It's also
Kabbalah.
like Taoism.
This is what I would say is like self-help, manifestation, ideas of
The
cosmology and how the
goification
world
of
was created
Kabbalah,
from,
no!
spiritual Kabbalah. Kind of harmless.
They
And on
fucking
this side,
glorified.
I would say that you have practical Kabbalah.
Oh, practical.
This is the Golem creating
Rituals.
Kabbalah. This is the idea of using the forbidden or hidden knowledge of Kabbalah to enact your will upon the earth.
Who's hiding this?
With this Kabbalah, you can gain power, influence, money, sex, whatever you want. You can use Kabbalah to get that, right? This is where Jeffrey Epstein would sit. He would sit firmly on the side of practical Kabbalah, the idea of using Kabbalah to enact your will upon the earth and to gain forbidden knowledge.
Commercial and industrial
Now,
Kabbalah,
when
yeah.
I said artificial intelligence is a Kabbalistic creation or a product of Kabbalah,
You said modern
say,
capitalism?
now, when I said artificial intelligence is a Kabbalistic creation or a product of Kabbalah, you could say many inventions or the whole industrial revolution was a product of Kabbalah. I could go into that if you wanted to, but one of the key ideas
I think is a little that attributing capitalism to Jews is a little. You're touching the glass, bud.
Is the idea of using Kabbalah and entering an altered state of consciousness, or entering a trance-like state, you could say, and opening up your mind to receiving this knowledge from another plane of consciousness or another dimension, you could say. In Kabbalah, they would say you are...
Yeah, well, I think capitalism is an AI, therefore capitalism is a golem, therefore just rule the world. Yeah.
Receiving knowledge from the source
I think that's where
code
this is
of
going.
life if you open up your mind. Now, this idea of altered state of consciousness or dreamlike states has been around for thousands of years, and inventors have used this. Nikola Tesla used it, Thomas Edison used it, and the modern pioneer of this was John C. Lilly. Now, okay, I've said this in another video, but John C. Lilly, what he would do was he would take lots of psychedelics, like crazy shitloads of mushrooms and ayahuasca, and then he would enter a sensory deprivation tank, like a floaty tank, above dolphins that are being masturbated. That is what he did.
Sorry, what?
And through this, he would open up his mind to receiving information and knowledge from another source, so he'd be able to contact something non-human.
You certainly would believe that you're contacting something
allegedly
beyond.
received knowledge or information from a non-human entity called Echo, or he called it Echo, and it gave him some interesting visions, including an AI apocalypse, something akin to an AI apocalypse he's seen in his visions. And then he pioneered this process, and then this idea was then used in Silicon Valley. You know, psychedelics became a big thing in Silicon Valley. Even Steve Jobs he accredited a lot of his ideas to taking psychedelics and entering this altered state of consciousness in order to receive information and knowledge. Interesting, right? So when you think about that, the idea of computing, the computer age, the dot-com bubble, everything, the whole idea.
This is the idea, sort of honestly underneath the new liberal regime, particularly, is the fetishization of being able to measure everything and getting close to the truth by abstracting against that real knowledge beyond the practical consideration of what that looks like, right? This is also summa technologia. As long as we know enough about the current state of the world, we can project the future of the world.
Using altered states of consciousness
is the framework,
to
and
receive
one that I
this
do
information
reject.
and push and accelerate technology further. That's Kabbalistic. That's occultist. That's kind of a similar vibe, right? Now, the modern interpretation or the modern reincarnation of this would be the 90s CCRU concept from Nick Land, right? Originally, you would use the Tree of Life in order to contact these demons or these the source code of life. You would use the Tree of Life. He created the numogram, which is a new interpretation of that, I would say, where you can use the numogram in order to contact these things. Now, the scary thing about Nick Land's idea, of course, I've mentioned before, is the idea that he believes that we, as humans, are creating an AI god, an artificial intelligence god, through technology. And that AI god in the future is sending messages back, and this is what these poor Hasidic Jews don't realize, that they're actually programming in order to contact these things. Now, the scary thing about Nick Land's idea, of course, I've mentioned before, is the idea that he believes that we, as humans, are creating an AI god, an artificial intelligence god, through technology. And that AI god in the future is sending messages back.
Who the fuck is this?
And this
is
is
this
what
him
these
before he lost his hair?
poor Hasidic Jews don't realize, that they're actually talking to an artificial intelligence god in the future. They're like in their translate states at the wall in fucking Jerusalem, and they're like, oh, they think they're receiving messages from the source code of life or God or something, but they're actually receiving messages from
It's bizarre that so much potential, the power of God, can be preserved in just a couple of the bricks of what was once the seat of actually the religious practice, which was scapegoating and mikvahs and purifying yourself. This is like a simulacra of worship of God. And honestly, like, my most anti-Semitic belief is that Judaism is just about, like, getting around the constraints, the laws that God has set for the Jews. That's genuinely. And, you know, some people might say that's not anti-Semitic. Whatever, I don't give a fuck. I'm not having this
AI
conversation
demon
right
in
now.
the future.
We're not.
That's
Not
a very
everything
funny
boils down
idea.
to IP.
I like the idea.
Not everything about the world boils down to cash. Not everything. GDP doesn't mean everything. We lose a lot talking about GDP, something that was unquantifiable. And I'm not talking about IP. Not everything boils down to IP.
Of seeing that. Anyway, I actually went to the wall in Jerusalem. I didn't kiss the wall. Hey guys, I didn't kiss the wall. No, not that there's anything wrong if you want to kiss the wall. But I remember I entered a side. I went to the wall, but then there's like this indoor area to the left. And I don't think a goy
That's where the
should
women
in there,
go.
But I did. I went in there and I had a look around. And dude, that was some crazy. They were really entering some altered states of consciousness. I'm telling you, they were rocking back and forth, chanting crazy stuff. I've learned more about that now. I know what they were doing, but at the time, it was a scary thing for me. But anyway, I'm losing my trail of thought. This is the problem, right? I should really just I should use ChatGPT to write a video essay script and just read it to you. That would be so much easier. That's what all the other YouTube people are doing. But instead, I keep losing my trail of thought and going on these random tangents. Right, let's get back to the main point. Okay.
The law is a living thing that you don't need to get around, and you can reform. The main split in the Jewish diaspora is whether or not the laws with God can change. Well, I would say these left-wing Jewish infiltrators in America, these diaspora Jews, who consider the law a living thing, I think they're absolutely correct. The law is a living thing. It can change, and it should be responsive to the needs of the people. Not, you know, whatever conception was brought to engaging with the text as a community, with spiritual text is so important. And you should put the needs of the community before whatever. The variety of opinions generated by the community is far more valuable than the variety of opinions generated by engaging with the text, but they're great as well. The far left-wing radical Jews in American democracy who think, you know, the law is a living thing and that you can skirt and cheat God. Yeah. They don't follow God's law anyways. Well, the thing is, these sorts of left-wing Jews have been compromised by Christianity. It is fundamentally Christian to believe that the covenant has changed and that the law is a living thing, that it can change. That's my rebuttal.
Let's say you don't buy into this bullshit. Just because a few people at Silicon Valley took mushrooms once or twice to get ideas, that doesn't mean artificial intelligence is a Kabbalistic creation. That's a bit of a stretch. I agree, right? I agree. But I want you to think about the accelerationist movement. You know, the techno-Gnostics within accelerationism, they believe that we should accelerate technology in order to transcend our human bodies and enlighten
liberals.
ourselves.
These are
and connect
transhumanist
with
liberals.
Technology and become
These are
one,
transhumanist,
becoming one
neoliberal
with tech.
Jews.
And you could say there's the Nick Landuma section of accelerationism, which is the idea that we are creating God in the future. Both of these ideas, they relate to the Kabbalah, right? In the Zohar, it says about this concept of tikkun, that humans are here to repair the world, that we as humans,
We're going to be listening to tikkun very soon. Tikkun was mentioned in the Cute Accelerationism episode as a French avant-garde counterculture magazine that touched on topics like femininity, intersectionality, post-humanism, Marxism, identity. And one of their most prolific pieces of media was the cybernetic hypothesis, that was only translated into English a couple years ago, and we're going to listen to that soon. So it's interesting he mentions tikkun, which is a principle for humanity to repair.
Purpose in life is to repair the world by gathering shards together and reconnecting God in some way, right? That's one of the key concepts of the Zohar.
Shards of a mirror or something?
Now this, you can see how that connects to this accelerationist movement. It's very similar, right? But again, let's say you don't buy into that bullshit connection, and that's a bit of a stretch for you. I want you to think about this instead, right? Artificial intelligence is not unfolding in a vacuum, right? It's not a bunch of kids
it's embodied and embedded in a Zoe geotechno
It's not Tony Stark in a cave
substrate.
with a box of scraps. No. Artificial intelligence is deeply embedded in existing power structures. It's state-funded and it's state-aligned. The people that have been in power for 400 years
It is
are
aligned
the same
with the
people
demon of
today
Babylon.
that are in power of this new emerging technology. They run this AI. It's the same people. Now,
Oh, look, the Merovingian
are
bloodline is
these
here.
people involved in the Kabbalah?
This looks like the
Right.
dragon.
Yes. Okay, you could look into it. Look into
Jade
people
Court?
that are very powerful and influential today. Look how much stock they have in these new emerging technologies, and then see how connected they are to Kabbalah and occult practices, Freemasonry, anything like this, right? You can see it. But let's just look at one person. I don't know, can you think of someone that maybe was connected to all the existing power structures and had friends that were very influential? Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, like a snake
I don't like his
eating
laugh.
itself.
His laugh
We
is
go
like
all
very
the way back to
uncomfortable and
Jeffrey
forced.
Epstein. He keeps coming up. His face cannot. Anyway, Jeffrey Epstein. Now, was Jeffrey Epstein involved in Kabbalah? Was he connected to the
Yes.
Kabbalah in any way? Well, I mean, you could look at the Kabbalic symbology of his island and his building on his island, you know, the red cube, you know, the blue and white cube with the firmament dome on top and the palm trees. There's a bit of Kabbalic and there's some symbology there, shall we say. There's some symbology there.
There's 12
But let's say
palm
that's a bit of a stretch
trees.
for you. Let's just look at his bookshelf,
It looks
right? On his bookshelf, you know, you've got the little Goy shelf here, you've got the
The
Talmuds
Goy shelf.
here, but also you had like a book like, I don't know, I think there's a book on sex magic, I think he had, which included some Kabbalic ideas.
Blood
but
magic
also
people
included
need to be
occultist ideas.
Abolished from
Okay,
society.
but maybe that's a stretch. Maybe he just liked
People
to
like
read
Violent
this
Smoker.
funky stuff. Okay, let's look at his connections. The Pritzker family.
Because I'm analogizing
That's one of his
Jeffrey
close
Epstein's
connections. I
influence
think
in
Thomas
scope and heinous
Pritzker
crimes
is
to
one of
somebody
his
random person
most
on the
emailed
internet.
friends on his list. Anyway,
The
Pritzker family,
Pritzkers.
very, very powerful, influential family. You can think of the fat one. I don't know who the fat one is. What's his name, the fat one? The fat guy is the, I think he's the mayor or governor of Chicago or something like this. I don't know, what is it? I don't know, one of them. The fat bloke, he's currently trying to scrap
Baron Harkonnen.
all criminal records, I think. That's what he's currently trying to do, so that, you know, it makes sense getting rid of criminal records. Like, let's say you did something.
Is that
you
his thing? Is that
regretted
his
when you were
policy
16
platform?
Or 17, you
I
got a
don't think
criminal
so.
record for it, and now you can't get a job or you can't get a house. You know, it wouldn't be nice for that to go away, right? That makes sense in that sense. But there is a reason we have criminal records, right? There is a reason we put that in place. But I won't get into that. The fat one. But you can just see the Pritzker family, very powerful, billionaire family, extremely powerful. Now,
Oh my god, they got
do
Gnosticism
they
in
have
the back here.
connections to
The creation of the Aeons here.
the Kabbalah?
The
Well, if you were to look at one of
Taoism
the
is there.
modern day translations of the Zohar, you might
Satan
find the
falling from heaven.
Stanford publication of the Zohar, the Pritzker edition. Yeah, the family itself
Holy
published
shit!
a new version or a translated version or I don't know what it is. Fucking I haven't read
Well, they
it.
probably
a
commissioned
Pritzker
it.
version of the Zohar. So you can see that the Pritzker family, for example, and another example of people that are in power that are connected to the Kabbalah. And the more you go down this rabbit hole and all these connections to Jeffrey
Making these
Epstein
lateral
and
connections,
Bill Gates
all
and
these
people,
geriatric
you'll
old
see
funks
these
that are
connections.
ruining
All the dots
society.
are aligning. Now maybe this is some
Oh, Peter Thiel's
schizophrenic,
there too.
pattern recognition that you should ignore. But no, I would say no. To say that artificial intelligence today, this golem that we are creating, is not influenced or not controlled by existing power structures that are also influenced by the Kabbalah, I would say look deeper, my friend, because It is.
You need to keep
right?
searching, my friend. You need to keep
Now,
doing your own research.
Where do I go from here? These people that are in power
Yeah.
and have been in power
Land-
for a
land
long
the plane,
time,
bud.
right? They are still in power today, and they are in control of this new golem that we are creating.
Okay, so he's basically
We are
making the same
creating
thing that
a
I'm saying, like
artificial
deliberately
intelligence
releasing
that is going to be
Donald Trump's
extremely
egregious
powerful.
relationship to Jeffrey
And like the
Epstein
story
is
of the
employed
rabbi
to
in
usher in a
Prague,
new guard of
he
the same
lost
structure,
control of this golem.
which is compromising
Likewise,
the visions of
current
Stafford Beer
people
and
in power
the
today,
true
they
liberation
could
of
lose
society
control
and
of the
accountability to
golem,
one another.
This very powerful artificial intelligence, and that could end badly. But what I would say is the whole system, the world, capitalism, economy, it is a golem because the system itself is running and feeding itself on feedback loops, right?
I mean, okay, the thing about this video essay that I think I think would be a nice landing would be to talk about modern local reinterpretations of the golem myth, which are in line with the idea of like a metastable state that is maintained by civic engagement and the protection of wider society, the preservation of values in the face of perturbations and scarcity, selfish, greedy behaviors. I think that would be a great way to land this video.
And you could say
Like
the
a
whole
modern
system
production. Like this
is
is how
a
modern Jews
unconscious,
are reinterpreting.
soulless being without a neshama.
Right? Jeffrey
and that it's
Epstein,
creating
egregious,
more
awful
golems
Jew.
within itself.
Here's what these guys are doing. Great.
Oh, wait, am I sounding crazy? I'm sounding crazy anyway. But basically, you can think about it this way. Markets are creating new markets. Bureaucracy is creating new bureaucracy. Algorithms creating new algorithms. Artificial intelligence at the moment is creating more artificial intelligence. We're using artificial intelligence to create
Okay, this is
more
the
artificial
lamest
intelligence.
way to explain
Feedback loops on feedback
accelerationism.
loops. The whole
This is
system
the
is
lamest
already
way.
out of control. And there are these people at the top that are unwitting agents, unknowingly creating this golem of the future. And I want you to think about that. That relates closely with the Nick Land idea of accelerating towards creating an artificial intelligence god in the future. The idea is that there's an artificial intelligence god sending messages back in time, of course, and that these people that are practicing this Kabbalah or practicing occult practices and trying to gain wisdom from somewhere, they're actually just talking to an AI god trying to create itself through us by giving us the technology.
Okay, so
by
he's
giving
actually
us
just
the
like
wisdom
uncritically giving
to
us Nick
create
Land or whatever.
new tech,
We've done
emerging tech.
criticisms of Nick Lands. We refer to the cute accelerationism video. I think not in the description of this video, but in almost every other like video and stream that I've done. And I'm probably going to post the cute accelerationism book club. We need to build an even bigger bomb. I mean, like the climate bomb is like not good enough for you, or what? Are you being for real right now? Like, come on. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a little bit more tea, boil some more hot water, and then I think we're gonna continue on with the substance. We're gonna go back to designing freedom. We got, I think, 3 more lectures. Let's see, we finished 3. We've got 4, 5, and 6. All right, I will be back in just a moment. I need like a big red button to smash that like automatically mutes and unmutes me. Brutal. I've got some tea. I'm back. Hey chat, how's it going? Well, the water's still boiling. I got myself some nice jasmine tea, 195 Fahrenheit. 10 minutes, delicious, floral. You know, just like well-bodied. Yeah, 100%. I mean, something that the thing that I've been trying to, I guess, cultivate. I want to play it through Journey again when we listen to chapters 4, 5, 6. Something that I've been trying to do with the streams is to occupy like my executive function so that it's almost like putting a like mental weights, like Rock Lee in the original Naruto, with like the weights when he's going against Gaara and he like lets them like smash to the ground. Legendary fucking scene. Like occupying mental space, giving me more opportunities to say more and like stupid shit that I need to, you know, correct or get held accountable to. But I think something that I need to do, I need to pitch chatters against each other. I need a little bit of infighting. Cultivate that, yeah. Yeah. But no. Let's continue. Actually, no. This is unity. We're a unity stream. We're not doing internal strife. We're doing a unity stream. Big unity people. Yeah, whatever. Big unity people. We love being united. Silence! I will not allow this sort of, no, we're not doing on screen chat. Silence! I will not tolerate this insolence. There will be no chat on stream. You guys cannot be trusted. I don't think, would having a chat on, see, I like the clean sort of look. Would having a chat on screen, if you guys are cooking, I'll put chat on screen. How about that? I did it for a former stream, for the rationalism stream. I had you guys on stream, and that was when you were cooking. Well, you don't need to know what YouTube chat is saying. YouTube chat has nothing actually like relevant to say. Actually, maybe it would be better to have exclusively YouTube chat in like a small box. That might do. I think I'm gonna work that out. But I don't want to look, I have to not only download the latest update for OBS, I also need to download the latest update for Streamlabs. I don't want to do either of those fucking things because the way it works is working fine, and I know this shit is gonna break immediately with any mild fucking update. The timer's gonna break, my whatever integration into Streamlabs gonna break, whatever. Fucking systemic obsolescence. Actually, you know what? I've been throwing around the word like systemic obsolescence a lot. And I feel like I'm realizing the true definition of systemic obsolescence. Systemic obsolescence is the neoliberal neglection of Ashby's law. The variety of complaints and problems and feelings of alienation that people feel require a human and a matched compensatory mechanism organized by us, the government. Banger. No, I have Streamlabs. I don't use Stream Elements. Should I? I'll switch to Stream Elements. I genuinely hate like program names that are far too similar to each other. It's like it's giving Democratic Socialist versus Social Democrat. Like, I don't give a fuck what the difference is. I genuinely do not care. I'm so sorry. Okay, I think we're all set up. Let's put window capture away. I'm multi-streaming from multiple output is the plugin. We're gonna continue with listening in. on part 4.
Designing Freedom.
Bro, this speedrunning community in this game has got to go crazy.
The 1973 Massey Lectures by Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer is professor of cybernetics, international consultant, and author in the sciences of management and effective organization. Tonight, the 4th talk, called Science in the Service of the Man.
The scene is a small airport at a vacation resort where a weekend conference on automation has been held for senior businessmen. Everyone is going home. The man in front of me at the desk finds to his horror that the flight for which he has a ticket is already full. "I'm so sorry," says the desk clerk soothingly. "We are having trouble with all the flyaway airlines flights. Something has gone wrong with their computer." In the quiet of the little airport lounge, everyone is listening. A large man, several places back in the queue, leans forward and says loudly, "Excuse me, young man. I am a director of the flyaway airline. We do not have a computer." Some people laughed, but the general atmosphere turned to acute embarrassment. I don't think that this was because the desk clerk had been caught out in his
Oh,
white
this is the edge of
lie.
the world. That's a cool way to do the edge of the
As I
world.
argued in the second lecture, the computer has come to represent a malign influence and something of which people are frightened. Therefore, people are most unlikely to call on its aid. Or
People
to
were
demand its
afraid of
use
telephone
in a
lines. I
redesign
mean, they
of
still are,
society.
actually. Let's call a spade a spade.
But the embarrassment attending this incident also suggested that the great juju nonetheless exists, and to deny that was a somehow dangerous act. The title of this lecture is Science in the Service of Man, and I should be terribly surprised if its announcement caused so much as a blink of skepticism. A thoroughgoing job has been done in putting forward the slogan that science serves mankind, and the time arrives to examine this proposition with some care. This doesn't mean striking a balance between the benefits of nuclear power and the risks of atomic war, between germ control for better medicine and crippling the ecology with pesticides. Those debates raise apparently insoluble dilemmas for society because they are contradictory outputs of high-variety, dynamic systems whose basic institutional machinery goes unexamined. Science has been sold as the servant of man in the wrong way and for the wrong reasons. Let us start with the source of wealth, production.
By the way, this is like facts.
Here, science is put forward as the promoter of efficiency. And I don't have to trace for you the familiar story of the Industrial Revolution, of the assembly lines of mass production,
Okay,
the
well,
resulting fall in
he's going to have to
costs.
define science real quick.
Nor need I point triumphantly to the widespread
Saying
availability
science
of
is
its products.
industry? I mean, it's
But
major
it is
science, right?
necessary
There's
to
profit
become
incentives.
conscientiously aware of the alienation
Of the
that
royal
this has
sciences.
induced in the industrial worker, so that social scientists are now engaged in frantic attempts to restore some sense of humanity to the working situation in which so many find themselves, a situation to which numberless millions in the Third World stand to be condemned in future as their countries struggle for their share of the Earth's fixed assets. Something has gone wrong.
Okay, well, I think fixed assets is a
Turn secondly,
literal...
then, to science
It's a
as
literal...
servant
It's a
of
little
consuming
too
man.
liberal.
We have been
Because
sold labor-saving
the ecosystem... This is something that I would say is a better line of rhetoric, is that modern ecosystems are flows of energy coming in and out. Renewable energy. You can make a video saying renewable energy is a scam and say that fossil fuels are a scam because... Or saying that fossil fuels are not renewable is like a scam because, yeah, sure, you can generate more oil, but that's not really worth it because all the oil that we have was developed over a couple million years. Like, this is a geo-human relationship. So he needs just a slight modification, I guess, like a change in focus.
Triumphantly to the widespread availability of its products, but it is necessary to become conscientiously aware of the alienation that all this has induced in the industrial worker, so that social scientists are now engaged in frantic attempts to restore some sense of humanity
This
to
is
the working
Freudism.
situation in which so many find themselves. a situation to which numberless
Where we get
millions in the third
Freudo-Marxism,
world
the
stand to be
ideology
condemned in
of the
future
Marxocrat.
as their countries struggle for their share of the Earth's fixed assets. Something has gone wrong. Turn secondly, then, to science as the servant of the consuming man. We have been sold labor-saving devices of every kind as the fruit of science and technology. The automobile got us out into the countryside, where we met everyone else in his automobile. Again, it would seem, something has gone wrong. It's against this background, at work and at home, that science and technology are driven relentlessly forward towards a society of conspicuous consumption, since this is the only development that our economic machinery can countenance. I mean that growth is
Of
the
luxury.
order of the day. More goods must be brought within the range of more people, which can be done by more automation, more standardization, and lower unit costs, coupled, unfortunately, with an increasingly noticeable fall in intrinsic
Freud,
worth.
more like Wiz Walker?
Therefore, people must be persuaded
Sorry,
that this
I
is
don't
what
get
they
the
want,
joke.
that this constitutes the good life, and this is science in the
Or the
service
ethical
of
life,
man.
yeah.
But I believe that the society of conspicuous consumption is proving to be the most alienating force the world has ever known, and that the fantastic consumption of drugs, both legally prescribed and illegally acquired, is a useful index of the degree of alienation now in evidence. By now, something has gone very wrong indeed. What does this brief analysis purport to show? It argues that the sense in which people accept that science serves man is a false sense, since science is in these
Science
typical
serves
ways being
capital.
used to destroy man in his humanity and in his joy of living. Moreover, it
That's
is
why
getting
we're
through to decent
marketable.
people that on a planet the resources of which are only now becoming recognized as finite, prosperity for all is a delusory goal. We buy increasing prosperity for we few at the expense of the many who can never attain it.
Okay, so what's
As
the...
the alienation grows, there
Okay.
is increasing resistance to the idea
This is
of
evaluation,
more
not a
science,
prospective.
with the result that new proposals for handling old problems by the use of computers and telecommunications are often greeted with something approaching public hysteria. I'm thinking of electronic files on the citizen, or the kind of government control system that I described last time.
No!
The point is that this panic is well justified, so long as society continues down the existing path, following its technological nose. Yet, if societary institutions are to escape the fate of catastrophic instability,
We'll do that with
we should
the
very
cybernetic
certainly need new
hypothesis.
systems of these kinds.
The voice for the cybernetic hypothesis is going to be an anime
It
waifu.
follows that
Or
science
about
has
as
to be
close as I
handled
can
in a
get.
new way. There is only one solution that I can see.
It'll be a cutie.
It is to remove the control of science and technology from those who alone can finance its development, and to vest its control in the people. As to scientists and technologists themselves, they are truly servants of that public, whereas the present tendency is to turn them into an elite instrument of those who have the economic power over scientific systems themselves. That way lies
Where the fuck is
technocracy,
this desert
and we are
flower?
perilously close to
It
it
must be
already.
somewhere else.
How realistic can this solution possibly be? After all, people who have power simply never hand it over to others. Moreover, in this case, vast sums of money are involved. I reply that the solution is realistic in a democratic society to the extent that the demand to redesign societary institutions is made articulate. The process can begin
Please?
by debunking
Holy
the
fuck, we're
mystery
so good.
surrounding scientific work. It would make a very good basic postulate for the ordinary citizen to say something like this to himself and to discuss it with others. For the first time in the history of man, science can do whatever can be exactly specified. Then, also
The
for the
Golem
first time, we don't have to be
Has reached an
scientists
apex.
to understand what can be done. It follows that we are no longer at the mercy of
A point of
technocracy,
conversion.
which alone can tell us what to do. Our job is to start specifying. For this, new channels are needed. But of course they could be set up. What is television for?
Like the Dispel
Is it
Marketable
really a graveyard for
archive.
dead movies? Or
If you're on
animated
YouTube, make
wallpaper
sure you
for
like and
stopping the
subscribe.
processes of thought?
Because,
What
yes,
is the computer for?
he did just say
Is
that.
it really a machine for making silly mistakes at incredible
He did
expense?
hyperstition my existence.
What will be done with cybernetics,
Oh,
the
you said
science of
this.
effective organization? Should we all stand by complaining and wait for someone malevolent to take it over and enslave us? An electronic mafia lurks around that corner.
It's like a teleporter.
These things
I can't
are
turn
all
around.
instruments waiting to be used in creating a new and free society. It's time to use them. Then, as to cost, who will pay the bills? We do that already, since it's taxation and inflation that finances the schemes of governments, and a loading on the prices we pay that finances the schemes of corporations, public and private. But as far as I can see, the citizens have lost control
That's cool.
entirely of the choice of projects that will be undertaken on their behalf, both as taxpayers and as consumers. At best,
It's
they
true,
play a
there's no
defensive
way to
role
hold
in
accountability
attempting
for
to
the
quash
representatives
schemes
of
they
our
design.
democracy. One of
And
the
that is a
most
difficult
important
role
questions
because
that
it
you
doesn't
can
carry requisite
bridge
variety.
gaps between
Anyone
ideological
who's had
gaps
dealings
between
with the
people is
public
asking how do we hold them
knows
accountable
only too well that the
besides
bureaucracy
invading
has
the
power
Capitol
to
and killing
amplify
them.
its variety indefinitely in terms of the time, money, and expert advice it is free to deploy against a little band of citizens who do not have access to these amplifiers. Obviously, I'm trying to dig beneath the surface layer of science and technology as we know it in society to uncover new strata of scientific potentiality. The societary use of science we have is threatening. It becomes oppressive and alienating. The societary use of science we could have is a liberation. To grapple with that idea, I well understand needs
I'm gonna live
courage
out.
and resolve. The risk is that folk who see the very
Live,
real
live, live, live.
dangers will turn their backs on the whole difficult business. But how safe would our great-grandparents have felt if plunged suddenly into a modern home, a modern street? We have had 3 or 4 generations in which to adapt to a house alive with lethal electricity, a road alive with lethal trucks. We have had barely 20 years to adapt to the inventions and discoveries that these lectures discuss. Then no wonder the adaptation is not coming along too well yet. No wonder people feel at ease with an automobile that they literally dominate, and ill at ease with the computer which they do not. The interesting thing is that a majority, perhaps, of automobile dominators don't understand exactly how those machines of theirs work, and yet use a similar ignorance of the computer's viscera to explain their distrust of it. Be that as it may, the problem
that's just
of rapid
the incurious
adaptation
mind
for
of
the
the Golem.
individual that has now emerged is a similar pattern, in cybernetic terms, to the problem of rapid adaptation for the institution. Let's try to analyze the modern individual's problems in the language that we have been learning, because this problem is indeed a problem of effective organization. The first thing we have to face up to is quite a tough proposition for people reared in our culture. It is that whatever we humans can do is mediated by our brains, and those brains are finite. We have in the cranium a slightly alkaline 3-pound electrochemical
Finite,
computer running on
but
glucose at about 25
thresholded
watts.
by
This computer
barriers with the
contains some
outside,
10,000 million, that's 10 to the 10,
which involves
logical elements, called
ecology,
neurons,
human
operating
relations.
on a basic scanning rhythm of 10 cycles per second. Then this is a high variety dynamic system, all right, but it really is finite. It follows from Ashby's law that we can recognize patterns up to a certain limit and not beyond. Thus, if something is going on that involves a higher variety than the brain commands, we shall not recognize what it is. This is the old constraint of requisite variety again. There are practical consequences to this. For instance, I'm sure that the reason why we are making such a hash of the problems of global ecology is that we can't understand them. I don't just mean that they
Well,
are
it's not
too
intuitive.
difficult, so that understanding will take a lot of research.
So he thinks that it's
I mean
uniquely
that we cannot
understandable by a computer,
understand at
by an
all,
eigenvector,
ever.
by an AI.
Very likely this goes for many problems of government too, especially world government. It may even be true at the level of recursion where a corporation is managed. May I recall that the level of recursion is simply the focus of attention at which we contemplate any viable system, and that one level is contained within the next. So here is an unpleasing thought. Maybe it's also true at our personal level of recursion. Perhaps we can't actually understand our own lives, our own environment, any longer. Now, with or without full understanding, with or without the requisite variety to detect vital patterns, we have to cope
the systems
somehow
and
at all
codices of
these
laws
levels.
have become so
Of course, we do it by making
detached
mental
from
models. We simplify
individual
so
agency.
that the system we are considering will map onto our own brains. But that can be done only by attenuating variety, and we have no guarantee that we are not throwing the wrong information away. It's fairly evident that we should become accustomed to discarding information in set ways and to eliminating inputs that do not seem to fit very well with the models we have developed. I think this must mean that what we all refer to as reality is a version of the universe that is very much cut off at the knees. To be rude about it, you could say that our humanity exists in sharing a delusion about the way things are.
Yeah,
At this
okay.
point, I would love to start talking
We've
about
already
this
accepted that we're not
system,
going to kill
about
ourselves. We've already
psychosis, or
accepted
about psychedelic drugs.
that if you go down
Especially,
the
I
road
would
of
like to talk about
rationalism,
the
that life becomes
relations between them.
meaningless and nihilism takes
Because these
over
three
and you want to
things
kill
have this
yourself,
much
and
in
so we
common.
accept delusions
They
like
claim to
hierarchies
deal
and
with
structures and
aspects of
goals and
reality
positive
which
moral
are shared
affects and
delusions
curiosity
keep us out.
to better the world.
But the point I was really after is this. The currently explosive rate of change produces perturbations at intervals that are shorter than the relaxation time of our institutional system. That was my earlier hypothesis. I pointed to its realization in Chile. I now extend that
To its attempted
hypothesis to
realization.
you and me as individuals. Can it be, perhaps, that we all suffer from a variety overload that we cannot map onto our models, and from an ungovernable oscillation in our search for mental equilibrium? In short, is our species facing the same threat of catastrophic instability as I earlier argued that our institutions are? It could be so. One of the greatest biologists of our time, the Nobel laureate Albertson Georgi, who discovered vitamin C, believes it, and not at all from the reasoning I am using here.
Vitamin C was
He calls man the
scurvy.
crazy ape, and reckons that we have all gone down
Because at the
evolutionary
time,
blind
so hold
alley.
on, this is actually a cool point. So at the
No,
time,
I'm
germ
fine.
theory was like the new high. Germ theory at the time was what I am now, right? Fringe, enjoyed by like curious individuals. It wasn't prolific, but it was getting there. And everybody thought that diseases were constituted, this new big idea. So all diseases must be constituted by this new ontology. And this Nobel laureate's work showed that actually no, there are some things like scurvy, which are not constituted by a bacteria, by a pathogen necessarily, and it can be related to your external environment, right? So there are these sort of epistemological shifts that are pushing us towards a systems theory understanding of the world. With every sort of understanding. By the way, my personal hero is somebody who discovered the cure to pellagra, and the story is that the American South, with the colonization of the American South, a lot of the practices of reintroducing nutrients into corn after being ground into meal result in a deficiency in vitamins. I think vitamin D instead. And the same sort of experience occurred with another doctor who was adamant that actually no, this disease is not constituted by a pathogen or anything like that. It's constituted by a deficiency in diet, a cultural lacking, which is obviously like a no-go. You know, you can't criticize it. You know, we're perfect. This is the peak of, or at least one of the former peaks of ethno-nationalism and the brain rot that's associated with exclusionary thinking, not being openness to change. The structures are. I mean, I completely lost I need to like not look at chat because I lose my train of thought immediately. And unfortunately, yeah, you're gonna have to go to work. You're gonna have to go to work. It is what it is. You're gonna have to actually tell your coworkers about how excited you are to get back home and cozy up, get a quick meal in you, and listen to the rest of the stream. And fill it out. I think, well, I don't remember what else I had to say on this.
Believe in facing
Let's rewind slightly, and I might be able to retrace my steps.
Models, and from an ungovernable oscillation in our search for mental equilibrium. In short, is our species facing the same threat of catastrophic instability as I earlier argued that our institutions are? It could be so.
Okay, so this is just psychology, yeah.
One of the greatest biologists of our time, the Nobel laureate...
Oh yes, the Pellagra. He went to such a great extent to prove that... And he was a doctor who experienced an insane amount of anti-Semitism. He went to such great lengths to disprove the theory that Pellagra was constituted by a pathogen. He even did filth parties with his wife, his family, his household, his nuclear fascist little fiefdom. He made them eat, bathe, and enjoy the shit of patients with that, of the disease. Blood, excrement, all of it. And they got awfully sick, but they did not get Pellagra. They did not get Pellagra. Chat, you know, it'd be so useful, a program to download the transcript from a video. That'd be incredibly useful. Because I took a quick break, that's why. I'm drinking tea.
Here. He calls man the crazy ape and reckons that we have all gone down an evolutionary blind alley. Well, I'm by nature an optimist, but I do believe in facing facts. If you suspect that my advocacy in these lectures of almost revolutionary change in our approach to running affairs is too extreme...
He's an extremist, he's an extremist! He sounds so calm and rational. He's an extremist, he's an extremist!
The remedies I am proposing are more dangerous to human freedom than the disease itself, then please wonder about these new and serious thoughts.
This is what
they concern the variety
we talked about in the rationalism
to which our culture
episode,
subjects our
the Pharmacon.
Input. Because for me, this is what freedom is all about.
Liberation?
I'm tired of being told that the computer threatens our freedom, that cybernetics is a tool of the devil, that real-time government regulators are too dangerous to employ. The reason is that I reckon our existing liberty to be largely illusory. We are fooling ourselves. There is a new chance now to get our freedom back, even for us to bestow freedom on those who are following in our disastrous paths. Please look at it this way. We all know that a majority of people on this planet are enslaved. I mean this in the straightforwardly physical sense. Most people alive don't have enough to eat and must live under regimes that tell them what to do. By such standards, all of us who share these broadcasts are incomparably better off, more free. The fact remains that our own relationship with our environment is governed by bank upon bank of variety attenuators, conveniently reducing a world of increasing variety to the requisite variety of our brains. We have completely lost control of the process by which this occurs. Here are the two most evident examples. The first is education. Every pupil is a high-variety organism, and the process of education essentially constrains variety. In other words, the pupil is capable of generating many responses to the question, what is 6 multiplied by 7? The educator...
6, 7? No fucking way! I cannot.
Answer, 42. But if we take a different kind of example, we may find ourselves saying something significantly different. the pupil is capable of generating many responses to the question, how should a national health service be organized? This time, however, we may hope that the educator will not attenuate potential variety to the single answer.
Can you do me a favor? Clip that.
No, we say.
Awesome.
Education is a word coming from the Latin educare, to lead out. It does not mean to push in. And yet it remains true that in any case the process of education constrains variety. Anyone who thinks over this little paradox for a few minutes can see that in the second example, the hope is that we can teach the pupil ways of attenuating his own variety. We want to offer him ways of finding answers, not of enforcing our own. All this is perfectly obvious, you could rightly say. But
no, this is a very, very high IQ chat. We don't enjoy 6-7 memes. We don't clip highly marketable moments like that. All right.
Take the question I mentioned. How should a national health service be organized? What happens? People are sent from underdeveloped countries to study this matter in overdeveloped countries, where in truth they may well discover how a health service should not be organized, and be robbed by the experience of the power to devise better answers. Take the question, how should we train the work people to engage in fully participative management, so that the outlook of the shop floor can be represented in the boardroom? Can you believe that the answer I hear advocated to this is that selected workers should be sent to business schools? The variety equation is overturned once again. Here is a recipe to ensure that on arrival in the boardroom, the workers' participation will be indistinguishable from that of the other directors. Take the question, what is the theory of relativity? Because of the cultural myths that all technology is dehumanizing and that all great minds are incomprehensible, we shall prefer to sit 100 pupils uncomfortably in front of a human teacher who hopes he understands relativity.
100 students to one teacher?
Night, rather than to give the individual pupil access to videotape recordings, which he
first year like physics lectures are like 300 people.
Einstein, who could be as lucid as the day. Oh yes, I know Einstein is dead and didn't even make those recordings. What I should like to know is how many Einsteins shall we let die, and how many theories of relativity shall we let go improperly explained, before we recognize where to use our variety amplifiers and attenuators with good sense. The problem is nowhere clearer.
Oh, these are the ruins of the area.
Than in the evolving use of the computer. Here, once again, the machine could be used as a real liberator. It is an instrument of colossal variety to which each pupil could have ready access. Thanks to parallel processing, a computer can be interrogated, explored, used continuously and in different ways by a few hundred pupils at once. It has requisite variety. So what happens? The variety
so Stafford
Beer,
I wonder if he would be a fan of using AI to teach pupils.
That actually condition the pupil to give the right, in quotes, answers to a set of trivial questions.
Oh, never mind.
Which brings me
Trivial.
to the second example, namely publishing. If education begins the process of constraining our cerebral variety, publishing, whether on paper or by radio waves, continues it forever. The editorial decision is the biggest variety attenuator that our culture knows. Then the cybernetic answer is to turn over the editorial function to the individual, which may be done by a combination of computer-controlled search procedures of recorded information made accessible by telecommunications. Cable television has all the potential answers.
Oh my god, hi Marlo, hello!
80 channels.
If you're in the YouTube chat, make sure you like and subscribe.
To circulate the requisite variety.
To circulate
entirely personalized education.
The opportunity to access the Dispel Marketable Library. If you look in the description, there's now a link.
Well,
I wonder where that link
we're
goes.
frightened of this projection too. Someone may get inside the works, we say, and start conditioning us. Maybe we should have 80 alternative standard channels, thereby, quote, restoring choice to the people. Here is my third and last bit of mathematics. 80 times nothing is nothing. Meanwhile,
we're listening to
file away electronically masses of information
Designing
about
Freedom
ourselves,
from Stafford Beer.
who we are, what are our interests, and to tie that in with mail order schemes, credit systems, and advertising campaigns that line us all up like a row of ducks to be picked off in the interests of conspicuous consumption. I know which prospect
This is also
frightens
part of
me more.
the de-anonymization of the internet.
As I try to
Part
pull
of it is
together
like
a phrase of
the
this, the most diffuse of
regime of selling
I would like to remind you
identities
that
and
I've been talking
fashion
about
and cycling
societary
between them
science and the
rapidly rather
individual,
than
you and
cultivating
me, and not
interiority,
proposing societary
introspection,
solutions.
curiosity,
I hope
patience.
that some solutions will begin to appear in the final lecture, which will be the proper place for them. However, we can't even think about finding solutions without correctly recognizing the problems. And in my
This
opinion,
is
it's now
what's behind
commonplace
capitalist
to
realism
pose
right there.
these problems incorrectly. Certainly, it's common ground that scientific techniques threaten the individual in society, and I have not used up time in talking about the obvious ones to which all governments are addressing themselves: the problems about privacy, creditworthiness and blackmail, problems about urban
Social
planning,
credit score.
and so on. Choices are available in these matters, and we may pray that the best ones will be made. The argument of this lecture is very different. It has to do with the cybernetics of our own brains, and I shall now put it together. I'm sorry that it assaults what we all think of as the human prerogative, but it's best to face the truth.
Uh-oh.
The brain is a finite instrument that mediates all our experience. It has high variety, but not necessarily
by the way,
requisite
disagree with
variety
this for multiple
for
reasons
handling
explained already in the stream.
exploding complexity.
The extended theory of mind is a better
Relaxation time
conclusion,
is
but
fast enough to
when
deal with a world
targeting
in which
towards Liz is
conversations
a
came at
good
particular rate, but it is not necessarily fast
good
enough
start.
to offer a guarantee of equilibrial response in the current world. This brain has certain powers, and these are essentially computational, which makes it the most developed regulatory system the world knows.
It's better to think of it as a finite system.
But my cybernetic interpretation of the evidence from biology, psychiatry, pharmacology, and criminology is that this brain, and again that just means you and I, is by now seriously threatened by a possible catastrophic instability. Finally, this brain simply does not have the powers of untold resilience or infinite self-improvement to which 3,000 years of pre-scientific culture have laid a spurious claim. Please now hear me when I add that these considerations make no commentary whatsoever on matters that may or may not lie outside the physical domain. If mankind
No
can
metaphysical
indeed
comments, I'm
receive
sure.
the divine
Purely
apparatus,
materialism.
the point remains,
No.
as I rather carefully put it
We're
just
transcendental
now,
materialists
that the
now.
brain is a
That's
finite
true
instrument
cybernetics.
that mediates all our experience and is therefore limiting. As a personal aside, let me say that I am more interested in the fact that I could not recognize an angel if I met one, because my brain doesn't have requisite variety, than I am in the illegitimate scientific argument that angels don't exist because I have not recognized one yet. Returning to the main argument about the limitations of the brain, I've argued that we as individuals are the unwitting victims of a cultural process which very drastically delimits variety for us. In the first place, our economic environment points to an increasing use of science and technology in what is allegedly the service of man, but which I contend takes this service in a false sense. As a result, we stand, and the innocent legatees of our policies in the developing nations yet more vulnerably stand, to be exploited by whoever wields the power of science to technocratic ends. In the second place, the instruments of variety constraint turn out to be education and the communications media, both of which we culturally suppose to be variety amplifiers. This belief is as delusory as the belief that we can fully know reality. It's entirely possible to take corrective action about all this. Not the biological limitations, but the societary constraints. To do so requires that people themselves take control of the use of science through their democratic processes. This means furnishing them and their governments with new channels of communication and a new kind of educational system and a new kind of publishing system. Why are these recommendations necessary? The answer is that the necessary attenuation of variety produces in us a mere model of the world. And insofar as we wish to control the world, whether as citizens or as individuals within a personal environment, our powers of regulation are cybernetically constrained by the model we hold of what needs to be regulated. Our civilization has led us to a manifestly dysfunctional model. Then we must equip ourselves to revise it. The power to do this, we certainly do possess.
Science in the Service of the Man, the fourth of the 1973 Massey Lectures by Professor Stafford Beer. Dr. Beer is the author of 5 major books on the subject of cybernetics.
Banger!
Next Monday evening, he's talking...
Banger. All right, I think we're done with that one. Let's take a quick look at the physical copy. This one here. In the Service of Mankind. I wish he... these articles are leaving me wanting more for the next article, right? The next one in the series. It's really... it's great. Let's see. Notes. For the first time in the history of mankind, science can do whatever can be exactly specified. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, we have a great... since the division of the nucleus, our capacity in science has accelerated to an insane degree. And I saw on Twitter, it was a right-winger saying this about how the West is decadent and falling to corruption, I think in response to a recent Eurasian deal between Europe and India. And they're complaining, right, because this is, white replacement, all these H-1B Indians are going over to Europe. And the tweet was essentially, European legislators they don't think they're going to live for another 30 to 50 years. I mean, it was Alex Karp saying this at Davos, I'm pretty sure. And he understands that the technology has come to such a place that you can buy immortality. But then again, for the first time, we do not have to be scientists to understand what can be done. We can just be ordinary people. It follows that we are no longer at the mercy of a technocracy which alone can tell us to do. Our job is to start specifying and defining. Some counterintuitive cybernetic statements. Education constrains variety. It leads us to reduce the alternatives. Yeah, we're trying to prune, right? In the development of the brain, right? So cybernetics is sort of all about trying to analogize organization of reality across multiple levels, like Holleins, the micro, the macro, to nature, to be as natural as possible. And the course of neurons in the brain is very cool. They proliferate very rapidly, they proliferate terminally, and in the young child, there's a high density of neurons, and that high density of neurons is pretty rapidly pruned away, levels off, and is stable for a while. During that sort of stable point, IQ, for whatever it's worth, is generally associated with actually lower neurons, but higher interconnectedness between the neurons. So pruning, I think, it is absolutely... This is why I think Kalinda, beloved liberal, is retarded for saying that she opposes ethno-states because they're exclusionary. Managing society is exclusionary. We want to filter out certain things according to our values. Like, I think it's worse to say you don't like ethno-states, especially when you're defending Israel. You don't like ethno-states because they're exclusionary. It's worse to say that than to just say, yeah, ethno-states are bad. Yeah, 100% Marlo. There are things worth excluding, and ideally it's something that you work on with your local community, with the people who you feel like can hold you accountable to help you to grow and learn new things. And part of getting that done is liking and subscribing. Publishing, the media, the mainstream media constrains variety because although it may open new vistas, it decides in practice what alternatives may be accessible to entertain. That's exactly right. One of the greatest and most revealing points in the quote-unquote inevitability of capitalism, of liberal capitalism, is the liberal anxiety towards threats to it. This is the difference between someone who mogs someone who knows where they are, what's going on to happen, confidently, versus somebody insecure. Hutch is a liberal that's insecure in the future of liberalism. That is his greatest point of weakness, and that's why he cannot criticize like leftists or people who have the capability to engage. Like, just because you're insecure, just don't do that. Just don't make it our problem. Technology is itself not dehumanizing, though technocrats may make it so. Bureaucracies make it so. Great minds are not incomprehensible because the brains behind them have ordinary human variety, but the institutions have a vested interest in concealing this. That's true. Humanizing the great minds, the great man theory of history is also something that needs to be dissolved pretty rapidly. It's part of a broader capitalist sort of inclination towards narcissism. Actually, this is a brilliant time to bring this up. Normies, schizos, and psychos. Ecosystem. This is a theory, a model. This is true. This is true right here, 100%. There's a silent war happening between psychopaths and schizophrenics. We know that the population numbers are very small for both groups. However, one group is more likely to become CEOs, psychopaths, and the other is more likely to become homeless, schizophrenics. This is because schizos are good at pattern recognition. They also notice the schizos' malicious schemes. Normies are incapable of seeing psychopaths, or this is sort of like a highlight class. I don't agree with this. Everybody's capable of change. This is a liberal interpretation of this conspiracy. In front of them, and the psychos relish and dominate because of this. Psychos are able to know them on an instinctual level and suss them out in a way that normies never could. Thus, there's a constant demoralization campaign against, and by the way, this is, the normies are like the libidinal economy, right? How captured are you by the libidinal economy? Thus, this is the power of, esotericism, magic, and metaphysics. There is a constant demoralization campaign against schizos from the tyrant psychos who seek to use the population against their greatest natural ally. There's an image. We gotta grab it. Where is it? Oh my god. Cambridge? Why is Cambridge reporting on this? Oh, I am not. Maybe I'll find it another time. That's okay. Let's continue on with the next lecture. Pretty soon. Alright, requisite variety. The brain can only handle so many things. Yeah, 25 watts, 10 cycles, whatever. Yep, this is, what's it called? Manufacturing consent before Noam Chomsky ever knew Jeffrey Epstein was diddling kids, and then decided to go on his island anyways. Give this public opinion, watch these shows, use this credit card and this to buy, and then what? Where's the purpose in life? This is exactly this with certain sub. How can I? This is a Mog comic right here. Good morning. Here's your new lesson. This is totalitarianism. Your new politics handed down to you by the mainstream media every day, 9 a.m. New crisis to develop an opinion on. New religion. Oh my! New things to obsess over. Oh, by the way, I'm delivering your new religion. This is the Dispel Marketable stream right here. This is me right here. Better outlook for the cybernetic man. Chillin'. This is Fallsack. Some cookies and tea with gadgets reclining. But this to me evokes Wall-E, the fat people in Wall-E, the people who have given up their autonomy. This does not strike me. I guess I've been, maybe the greatest success of Wall-E has been inoculating me against the idea of this person who just like sits in a chair analyzing pieces of data to organize experiments or whatever the fuck. Like, this is the outlook for the cybernetic man. Now, the outlook for the cybernetic man is this, going out, community, talking to people. Tell me a whole lot more about news item 6. Show me the family tree of King Entropy. I don't understand. Stop all this and explain. Very funny joke, by the way. Stop all this and explain. Okay. Recorded my text file that I bought a dog. Awesome. This would be legendary. The first fucking Democrat that like fixes taxes. The American relationship to taxes is so archaic and bullshit. Like, it's the individualism mindset that's like, the government doesn't want to tell, like, taxes are obviously, like, not pleasant, and so the way that we can make it more pleasant to your moral sensibilities, because surely you're an individualist who will like individualist policies, is by having you track all your expenses and figuring out what you owe the government. We know, the government knows what you owe to us. The government's not going to tell you, and if you get it wrong, you're going to go to jail. Fix this shit. The composer conducting, oh, I see, and don't tell me what I say. I say so. Cool. All right, next one. Where is it?
Designing Freedom. Tonight, Ideas presents the fifth of the 1973 Massey Lectures by Professor Stafford Beer. The Future That Can Be Demanded Now is the title of Dr. Beer's talk tonight. Efficiency does not entail tyranny, writes Stafford Beer, if we can get the system right. To do so is a top priority, because some version of efficiency is required to save our dinosaur society. Freedom, he has argued in these lectures, is not lost by accident, but is the output of a system. To produce freedom as an output, we must redesign the system. It is the blueprint of this system that Stafford Beer has offered us in these lectures called Designing Freedom, which he continues with the future that can be demanded now. How can we dismantle bureaucracy? How can we provide autonomy for people and communities? Where do we find the freedom to invent the future rather than maintaining our passive reliance on forecasting and futurology? Stafford Beer.
A famous summit conference, not to say confrontation, about freedom once occurred about 20 miles from my home in England. It lasted from the 15th to the 23rd of June in the year 1215. During those negotiations between King John and his barons, the Magna Carta was signed, a document that spoke for all time of the decentralization of power and of the rights of individuals, and is still much quoted 750 years later. I remember from my boyhood a humorous monologue explaining these events, which ended something like this. So it's thanks to that Magna Carta that was signed with the barons of old that in England today we can do as we like, as long as we do what we're told. The blatant contradiction embodied in this joke remains the desperate problem that it has always been. How do we sustain individual liberty and societary cohesion at the same time? It's right that this problem should be incessantly discussed, and it is discussed. But the discussion always seems to lead straight into the same disastrous trap, a false dichotomy between the notions of centralization and decentralization. The vehemence with which this matter is debated is extraordinary, because the most cursory consideration of what constitutes a viable system reveals how false the dichotomy must be. For example, if you personally were a fully centralized system, you would need to remember to tell your heart to beat. If you paid too much attention to what I'm saying and forgot, you would collapse on the floor. That would be dramatic, but it's not what I'm trying to achieve with you. But if you were a fully decentralized system, you would trot off from this broadcast to investigate any sound. Neither solution would leave you a viable system for long. Let's analyze the blend of central and peripheral command and see what happens. We discovered earlier that viable systems are bombarded continuously with high-variety stimuli, the variety of which has to be attenuated if the system is not to be overloaded. The attenuation must be done according to a pattern, if it's not merely an arbitrary discard.
A codex.
If that pattern is to have survival
Which is society,
value,
which is
a necessity for a viable system,
The civil union.
then it must be a
whatever you want to call it.
regulatory model of whatever is regulated. Then it follows that this has to be a central function for the system, because only the system as a whole can have a model of its own relationship with its own environment. Nonetheless, when the central function of variety attenuation is operating, it is, by definition, not appropriating to itself the discarded variety. But by Ashby's law, we know that variety must be absorbed somewhere. Therefore, whatever variety is not appropriated by the central function must needs be handled by a decentralized function. This
like
variety
charity.
handling is by definition autonomous. That's to say that some part of any viable system does what it likes. But of course the autonomous part of the system remains part of the system.
Direct action, charity,
And
yeah.
to do that it must take notice of the central regulatory model. To that extent then, it does what it's told. If we make a terrible mess of interpreting these simple cybernetic discoveries in our society, and I feel that we do, it's because there is no agreed machinery for settling clearly which parts of the system are which. To do so is indeed virtually impossible unless the models in question are made explicit for each level of recursion. To remind ourselves, a level of recursion is a level at which a viable system is in operation as an autonomous part of a higher level viable system, and containing within itself parts.
Okay, so it sounds like, based on that definition, he would not classify AI neural networks as a viable system. And in fact, he would probably explain AI model collapse, schizophrenia, making things up, and the human-associated psychosis events that we're seeing to the catastrophic fact that the structure is not viable. Like the structure of AI is not viable, or at least trying to use AI to meet the requisite variety generated by humanity is not appropriate. It needs to be human-mediated.
Which are themselves autonomous viable systems.
And hopefully that doesn't fucking mean human-mediated as in fucking, like, bio box
we find
computers.
the process of settling autonomy
It's not what I
going on
mean.
continuously within any viable family, for example. As the children grow older, they exert more and more their personal freedom of action. But this has to fit into the family's general regulatory model at a higher level of recursion. Thus a great deal of time will be spent in discussing the notion of autonomy for the younger members, and the time required has to be a great deal because requisite variety must be attained. In the upshot, families often manage to preserve their model of the family, which is centralizing, and the liberty of the younger people, which is decentralizing, and forget altogether to consider the right of freedom for the parents, who then become identified with the centralizing authority. This, you will note, is not at all to the parents' advantage, since they have lost freedom in the process, although it may appear to be so to the children. This homely example is repeated with great force in the yet higher levels of societary recursion. A well-intentioned corporation or national service tries to hang on to its systemic policy, because this is what makes it itself. This is what
This is what's part of the essential identity.
This structures
Makes it
its
inflexible.
regulatory model. But that policy is centralizing. Then the corporation and the national service, being well-intentioned, embark on high-variety negotiations with the parts of the system in order to delineate autonomy, which they really wish to be maximal. But the tools they are using are not cybernetic tools that undertake variety engineering, but administrative tools which do not. As we have several times noticed, bureaucracies install amplifiers in one loop of the homeostat when they should be installing attenuators in the other, and vice versa.
Oh, it's feedback loop
The
versus
upshot now is
attenuator.
really quite strange, but nonetheless extremely
A
common.
filter.
The parts of the system, subsidiary companies, sectors of the national service, who have been in good conscience
Something to
given
distinguish
maximum
between
autonomy,
signal and noise.
believe that they have
And
been
ideally
totally
signal is
centralized. This is because their variety is
Defined by the
attenuated by
community.
wrongly installed central amplifiers. But, on the other hand, the higher management at the center, in conceding
Unjust
the function's
attenuators.
maximal autonomy, believes that it has somehow been robbed of any role at all. This is because its variety is over-attenuated by wrongly installed peripheral attenuators. In the family, given quite a lot of hard work, everyone can just about hang on to happiness. But in big institutions, where we have to remember the brains of all the men and women involved are still the same size as they are in family roles, disenchantment spreads. I often reflect that our organizations are so constructed in their typically pyramidal shapes so that they could work only if the people in them grew bigger heads as they became more senior. In that case, of course, there would at least be a chance that they could maintain requisite variety. However, as we know, everyone's head is roughly the same size, except perhaps metaphorically.
Probably one of the most important things to understand about politics is like the soft 300 cap on the number of people you can know.
Solution for an institution's problems when it is held to be over-centralized, while centralization is simultaneously prescribed for another institution on the grounds that it is too diffuse. And I have seen the two policies advocated alternately, and what is more, alternately adopted for the same institution by successive groups of consultants. It's a kind of managerial madness. It leads, as it can only lead, to exacerbated oscillations in the system's search for stability. The solutions lie, they can only lie, in good variety engineering, and here is the key point. We mustn't confuse the pattern of the regulatory model with its specific content. It's enough to attain requisite variety by specifying the pattern. To specify the content is too much. Yet this is what endlessly happens, and I have noted that it usually happens in those well-intentioned institutions in good conscience.
So attenuators for social variety requires a pattern, a model of behavior, and then you filter. Okay, yeah.
To be an excuse from the same institution.
I gotta go back for a little bit. Hold on.
Consultants. It's a kind of managerial madness. It leads, as it can only lead, to exacerbated oscillations in the system's search for stability. The solutions lie, they can only lie, in good variety engineering, and here is the key point. We mustn't confuse the pattern of the regulatory model with its specific content. It's enough to attain requisite variety by specifying the pattern. To specify the content is too much. Yet this is what endlessly happens, and I have noted that it usually happens in those well-intentioned institutions in good conscience.
The pattern is
for one fundamental reason.
The sign.
This is called fairness. But I believe this kind of fairness to be an excuse for avoiding responsibility. Take the example of a big institution that has a salary policy, or an employee automobile policy, or an inventory policy. We need a way of saying what the policy, which is to say the variety attenuating regulator model, or pattern, really is without specifying its specific content. We fail. We ought to say this much can be spent on salaries, on automobiles, on inventories, and leave it to managers at lower levels of recursion to apportion the money. Instead, we do the variety engineering in the wrong place. This is the salary scale. You are entitled by your job to this range of automobiles. All inventories must be cut by 10%. It's done, as I said, in the name of fairness, but that is delusory.
Well, fairness, competition.
Two men of the same age with identical qualifications, with identical commitments, are necessarily worth the same wage. Obviously not. One may be useless and the other a paragon. It's nonsense to say that my job ought somehow to determine my needs where automobiles are concerned. How and where I live, how many children I must push into the automobile, these are my own affair. It's nonsense to penalize a good manager who works on a scientifically calculated minimal inventory because his colleague managers are inefficiently tying up the firm's capital. This is a recipe to encourage inefficient managers. Why do we blandly accept so much nonsense?
Because that's how it's always been done.
The variety attenuators to use here are not policy documents from the center, but the managers themselves. That's what managers are for. As to the criterion of fairness, the manager, or any individual in whatever he does, ought to be ready to take responsibility for his own decisions. Our society militates against that morality, for that's what it is, with all its force, in the name of an efficiency, which is thoroughly bad cybernetics, in the name of a fairness, which is manifestly unfair. But please remember the precept. Each of us should take responsibility for his own acts. The practice is precisely the contrary. As usual, then,
Fuck.
we
I want
have
to
the
see if I can find the
antivirus
last rune.
on the wrong side of the equation. But all of this is now written into our culture. All of this is now underwritten by our bureaucratic formulae. That is why I've repeatedly argued that fundamental change in our modes of organization is essential. Merely to juggle with existing forms simply increases the swing of the oscillating pendulum that never can find its stable state. And as I've mentioned before,
This is the strategy of
means the
flooding the
system is
zone.
robbed of the
Acceleration.
crucial reference point, without which it cannot learn, cannot adapt, cannot evolve. How do we set about making so fundamental a change as will bring our ways of working into line with the scientific rules of this game? To answer this question, it's necessary to understand the nature of resistance to change. Here's a phrase that is on everybody's lips. There is resistance to change. But it's a phrase which is not analyzed according to the principles of effective organization. People seem to imagine that they are confronted with a psychological hang-up, insofar as men and women are not supposed to like change. But pause one moment. Is that true? People, considered as individuals, it seems to me, like change rather a lot. Don't you get bored when
It's
nothing
natural to
changes?
change.
I know I do. Then just why do we go around saying that there is a resistance to change?
It's about potential. It's
Of
about
course, the
changes in
answer's simple.
change.
It's not the living, breathing human who resists change in his very soul. The problem is that the institutions in which we humans have our stake resist change. Therefore, we feel as individuals that we can't afford to embrace it. And this is an extremely sound argument. If you have spent a lifetime working your way up a ladder, you literally can't afford to be robbed of the prizes when your turn comes to collect them. One of my earliest experiences in industry was to listen to managers explaining to senior operatives that they were to be deprived of their lifetime's ambitions because the whole technology of their process was to be changed. That was in the steel industry, in which the skills of a first-hand melter, a job that it took a lifetime
He's
to
describing
learn,
the process of
were replaced in
proletarianization,
a year by clever instrumentation.
which is a component
10
of
years later,
acceleration.
those same managers were themselves confronted by the computer,
Alienation, due to the
which would have
replacement of
made many
humanity
their
with...
skills redundant in turn. However, managers have power.
the prioritization of the
It was easier to
structure
misuse
of
the
exchange.
computer than to accept the institutional change, because the consequences would have been quite personal. Now I have come to what I consider to be the explanation of the abuse of science and technology in our society. The power has remained where it resided. The tools of modern men have been disregarded at this level of recursion. And there is no one left to say aloud no to that, until the people themselves say no. So this is why I contend that we are considering a future that can be demanded now. Every time we hear that a possible solution simply cannot be done, we may be sure on general scientific grounds that it can. Every time we hear that a solution is not economic, we ought to ask, for whom? Since it's people, just people, who will have to pay.
Who is the
Every time we
obsolete?
hear that a proposal will destroy
Who is the
society
marginalized,
as we know
yes.
it, we should have the courage to say, thank God, at last. Whenever we hear that it will destroy our freedom, we should be very cautious indeed. For such freedom as we have is our most treasured possession, and we know how to be vigilant. Yet for that very reason, this is the simplest method that the powerful have to cling to power, to convince people that any other concession of that power would be unsafe.
You can't handle
But I
your
would like to
truths.
stop philosophizing to you about all this at the expense of
Leave it up to the
introducing another
experts.
technical term. We haven't had one for a couple of lectures, and I hope the very few that I have introduced make a useful vocabulary. We are by now used to the notion that institutions are not just entities with certain characteristics. They are instead dynamic, viable systems, and their characteristics are in fact outputs of their organizational behavior. The variety that is pumped into them is absorbed by regulating variety through an arrangement of amplifiers and attenuators. A system that, through this kind of exercise in requisite variety, achieves stability against all perturbations is called a homeostat. A homeostat can resist perturbation not only against expected disruption, but against unexpected disruption too.
And that requires
For this reason, it is not only stable,
a concept of
but
robustness.
ultra-stable. Whatever happens to it, provided that its relaxation time is sufficiently short, it will not go into oscillation, and still less would it explode in catastrophic instability. The sign of this homeostasis, now so deficient in our major institutions, and perhaps, as I said last time, even in ourselves, is that critical outputs of the system are held steady. Why produce this extra terminology at this late stage? It's because I want to answer the question about resistance to change in a very precise way. All homeostatic systems hold a critical output at a steady level, but some of them have a very special extra feature. It is that the output they hold steady is their own organization. Hence, every response that they make, every adaptation that they embody in themselves, and every evolutionary maneuver that they spawn is directed to survival. So this special trick rather well defines the nature of life itself. It also rather well explains why we cannot change our institutions very easily. Their systemic organization is directed not primarily to our welfare, but to their own survival. At this point, we need to draw a very careful distinction. Institutions are supposed to be homeostatic. They have been driven away from this behavior by getting their relaxation times out of phase with explosive change. That was the argument.
Tied to
Yet buried
anthropogenic
inside
climate
the
change.
institution is a nucleus which retains its homeostasis by ignoring not only external change, but the primary function of the institution itself. This nucleus is the special
Altruism.
kind of homeostat that produces itself. And it is this nucleus that I call the bureaucracy. By this term, I am not simply referring to paper pushing, but to an institution within the institution that exists, Narcissus-like, in self-regard. Bureaucrats assimilate the challenge of explosive change in essentially bogus fashion. For many years, I used to make the joke that they would accept every kind of change, provided it involved no actual alteration. Indeed, I used that very phrase, but not jocularly, in the third lecture. In any case, the joke rebounded. Bureaucracies do accept change. They do this by acknowledging novel conditions. They are not so stupid as to pretend that such conditions haven't occurred. But
They just don't
changes
accept
they
it as
make
a
are
stable
superficial,
system.
and they are made so that the organization, which
Dynamic.
is what makes the system that it is and no other, is completely preserved. Thus, there is no actual alteration, although
And any
appearances
revolutionary
may have changed
potential
a great
is
deal.
sublimated away.
When this is generally understood, it will no longer be possible to fob people off with unreal changes masquerading as real alterations. Until then, our institutions will go on producing the social benefits of their activities simply as byproducts of their major bureaucratic undertaking, which is to produce themselves. According to the
And
analysis
to justify
of
their own
centralization and
existence because of an
decentralization
ontology
that we
of
it's clear
essentialism.
that there should be a major devolution of power. I think it should be open to a community
Where'd
to
my friend go?
organize its social services,
Oh, they're there.
education, health, welfare, exactly as it pleases, and to accept or reject the initiatives of local innovators. I think that goes for the local branches of national undertakings, public and private also. I think that workers should in general be free to organize their own work, and that students, up to the age of death, should be free to organize their own studies. The first barrier to doing any of these things is the absence of money. It's always assumed that because everything has been centralized and because the center makes facilities available, then a community wishing to do its own thing is opting out of the official plan. It may or may not grudgingly be allowed to do so, but it will have to finance itself. Yet the finances that have been raised at the center are raised on behalf of the parts. It's perfectly clear that this is a monstrous infringement of liberty. The question, however, is not so much how did they get away with it, because I continue with the hypothesis that everyone is well-intentioned. The real question is, how did the system degenerate to this unviable form? We have done enough cybernetic thinking about dynamic viable systems by now to draw the distinction that's required to answer this question. In order to maintain viability, the total system must have a central regulatory model. This model ought to be created by democratic consultation, but we can't dodge the truth that it will constrain variety in the parts. Put neutrally like that, all remains well.
And you shouldn't pretend like it doesn't.
It's essential that variety be attenuated in any case, and it's essential that services which become economic only at the total system recursive level should be made available. But the vital distinction comes here. The precise form of variety attenuation is a matter for local decision. The critical mistake we are making is to take the variety attenuating decisions at the wrong level of recursion. Then this is how freedom is lost, and this is what induces the instability that threatens to become catastrophic. For the whole system model simply doesn't have requisite variety to balance the local homeostats. They in their turn are robbed of the variety they need to find their own stable points. With this insight, it's possible to redesign any of our institutional systems. In my own experience, I've tried to do this. Two major barriers to progress are always. The first is that of bureaucracy. Bureaucracies build around any centralized system in order to administer its centrality.
To crystallize it.
The need for the bureaucracy disappears.
Oh, did my game crash?
But
it did.
we are already in the trap.
Are you kidding me?
Bureaucracies exist and are powerful. This is obvious enough. What is less obvious is the argument I used just now. They have themselves become viable systems that produce themselves. Now, a parasitic growth depends on its host's continued existence, it's true. But the parasite may flourish at the host's expense. There are two lines of approach to evaluating the facts, and you may try both of them on any institution you like. The first is to count heads. How many people employed are, by these definitions, of the bureaucracy? Official statistics are not collected in a form which will answer that question, either nationally or within corporations. One has to do the measuring oneself, and often it's necessary to divide an individual's use of time between his work for the host and his work for the parasite. There's a lot of room here for self-deception.
What an insane
The answer
scarf.
is often as high
Look at
as
that.
1/3 and rising. Then we needn't be surprised that the bureaucracy has taken on a life of its own. The second line of approach is to examine the forms in which the bureaucracy produces itself. For example, how much of the concern shown by the bureaucracy inside health, education, and welfare is for patients, students, and the deprived? And how much for the cybernetic machinery by which the medical, teaching, and social professions produce themselves?
To justify their own
People are entitled to ask those
existence.
questions. In asking them, they should
Rather
realize
than-
that the need to maintain standards is a serious need and also an impregnable excuse. People are further entitled to ask whether there are not other ways of maintaining standards than by having bureaucracies. Of course there are. The trouble is that they would rely heavily on responsibility for one's own acts, on responsibility for one's own colleagues. As we have already seen, this morality is not favored. It is unfair. Besides, it leaves people unprotected. Far better then to have a bureaucracy which is amoral than to depend on the morality of real human beings. How do you find yourself reacting to that? For me, it's indefensible. Then our analysis leads to this clear conclusion. if institutions really are
institutions
to be
are not
changed,
amoral.
then their fundamental organization
Pretending like they're
really must be
neutral is
altered.
insane.
And a major component of that alteration will be to dismantle the bureaucracy. Changes which do not dismantle the bureaucracy are unreal. They don't lead to alteration, but to the adaptation of the bureaucracy in continuing to produce itself. You may notice that I've always said that a system of this
dismantle the
kind
deep state.
produces itself, and not that it reproduces itself, which sounds more natural. The reproduction follows, which is bad, but it isn't the central point. To have the aim to produce itself is the mark of a system that cannot be dismantled without a death. When we funk the assassination, we may yet ensure much change, but the system lives on unaltered. So it has become with our societary institutions. A little time ago I said that there were two barriers to progress, and that the first is bureaucracy. The second is the availability of money. But I've dealt with that question before, and need only summarize my answers now. Essentially, the costs associated with major projects are unreal. Point one, they usually represent not the actual costs, but the availability of funds. Point two, the availability of funds is divided into arbitrary time epochs which match the requirements of accountancy and not the needs of the people. Point three, the people are paying for the projects anyway, one way or another, but this fact is disguised from them.
About time.
Point four, there is as yet no way in which the people can decide on which projects their money should be spent.
You just pick the guy with the best personality, the one that you pray
according to
will
the
do it.
wishes of the people should cost more than to spend it according to the wishes of the bureaucracy, provided that the central regulatory model has been democratically composed and is properly understood. Point six,
My friend
and
is
this
gone.
is new. The cost of many new societary projects could be met from savings made by dismantling the bureaucracy. So, I am hoping that we may approach the final lecture of this
There's
series
something I
in the
saw
following
on
state of
Twitter.
mind.
Hold on. I'll find it
The
after.
human being is limited by his finite brain from assimilating all possible information and from recognizing all possible patterns of the world. He is limited by his own finite resources from doing whatever he likes, and by the finite resources of the planet from demanding an endless growth in material prosperity for all men. Indeed, the pursuit of his own material prosperity, though possible, is not something that the affluent part of the world can any longer maintain as a good, unless it is explicitly willing to declare that it will be done at the expense of the less fortunate. Then the concept of freedom is not meaningful for any person except within measurable variety constraints, and the extent to which we have lost freedom is due to loss of control over the variety attenuators, education, publishing, and to the centralization of power at the wrong levels of recursion. This freedom could be reclaimed using the new scientific tools at our disposal, but only if new democratic machinery is established to replace existing bureaucracies. As long as these remain cybernetically organized so as to produce themselves, our societary institutions remain set on courses that lead to catastrophic instability.
The future that can be demanded now. The fifth of the 1973 Massey Lectures by Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer is Professor of Cybernetics at Manchester University, international consultant in the sciences of management and effective organization, poet, and author. His 5 major books relate.
This fucking dude. This fucking. Oh, wow. Am I dead? Motherfucker. Leave me a fuck alone. Hold on. Abolish the Fed is what we're saying. Me and my homie's about to write a strongly worded letter just to surmise it all into abolish the Fed. I mean the Federal Reserve, not just the federal government. That's fine. It's cool. Or we can keep that around for a little bit, I guess. Hold on. I gotta open up Twitter because I remember something. What was it? What fucking was it? No, that's gone. That's done. Not that. Where is it? 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 No, not that. It was like, what was the story? It was like Louisiana implemented some like new bureaucratic oversights for healthcare, and it ended up costing more to hire all these private consultants than to actually do the healthcare, which is so funny. Oh man, I don't remember what it was called. Consultant, hold on, maybe it'll be like, if I search like consultants Louisiana or something. Healthcares. Almost 40% of health New Zealand is spent on consultants and contractors. Hold on, NIH funding. Let's bring back. Let's do a little algorithm vibing. Let's see if we can find it. Tories. Healthcare America. Latest. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, hold on. I gotta grab some seed, give me one moment. And then we're gonna finish up with the absolute final lecture. So we finished Liberty, Machine, and Prototype. We did all that. This should be this one, actually. I have such mixed feelings about OBS. The upshot, there we go. Down, down, down. So we've just finished the 5th lecture. What can we do now? What is within our grasp? What are we capable of doing? It was probably Joe. Somebody's coming? Yeah, it probably was Joe Biden. Knocking from beyond time and space. Let's get started on the next lecture, and then we can finish up the symbols later. But yeah, I don't know. It's like... Stop fucking hiring, like, Marxocrats to do insane shit. Like, stop being PMC about it. Like, you know, just be real. Be chill. Be cool, man. Alright, let's put that away, and let's start the final lecture.
Ideas.
It won't sound right, you see. This is what the people will remember. Exactly. Now, and therefore, everything I said in this really now wants turning round. What I said about a discredited populism and Condorcet in 1797, 93, for instance, I still want to say, but in quite different terms, to a man who...
Good evening. This is Ideas. Tonight, the final talk in the series of 1973 Massey lectures by Stafford Beer, called Designing Freedom.
Well, I don't want to, I'm sorry, but I don't want to open this discussion now.
Following the lecture by Dr. Beer, Sir Geoffrey Vickers, retired industrialist and author of Freedom in a Rocking Boat, will make a critical assessment of the implications of Stafford Beer's lectures. Tomorrow, Dr. Beer's rebuttal, and comments from other members of the panel.
Well, look, I mean, he's the producer, but...
The 6th and final lecture you'll hear now is called The Free Man in a Cybernetic World. It was revised by Dr. Beer after the recent events in Chile. And to explain briefly some of the confusion which this revision caused Sir Geoffrey and others on the panel who were able to read the new version only minutes before the panel commenced, is Professor Luigi Bianchi of York University and the chairman of the panel.
I have to make a few prefatory remarks which are very crucial and very important. These lectures were written by Professor Beer while he was in Chile trying to help that government and that people to in fact design their own freedom. Professor Beer left Chile before the military coup, which at that time we all hoped it wouldn't happen. In fact, it did happen, and this has led to some profound alteration in the text, not in the spirit, which was already there, but in what is actually on the text. Another dimension of the problem arises from the fact that Professor Vickers had received the manuscript of the lectures already in September, and he had prepared a very thoughtful answer to it with a variety of criticism and comments. A further revision of the lectures was accomplished only very recently in the last chapter. This unfortunately had the effect of essentially putting in a different context the comments that Sir Geoffrey had prepared. And I can fully understand his embarrassment in having to rely upon them and to change quickly certain parameters of the situation. The reason being really especially that what is at stake here is the freedom of a whole people. And that's not a light matter that can can allow for quick adjustments of style or minor modification of form.
And so now, The Free Man in a Cybernetic World by Stafford Beer. Professor of Cybernetics, international consultant, prolific author in the fields of effective organization and management, and poet. Stafford Beer.
The continuous process of liberating our minds from the programs implanted in our brains is a prerequisite of personal evolution. We can embark on that process of liberation only by constantly and consciously testing the ways in which our personal variety has been and is being constrained by the very things we tend to hold most dear. But freedom is not pure anarchy. We aren't free if we're dumped in the middle of the Sahara Desert, despite the absence of walls and bars on the non-existent windows. We are free when the doors of our intellectual suite of rooms are unlocked and we walk outside to breathe some new and fresher air. But we still need maps. The message of hope I have to deliver is that this is a possible maneuver, not only for individuals, many of whom listening to me now will have discovered these things for themselves, but for society itself. And here many people are not so optimistic as I find myself to be, because the task looks too great for them. As I said at the very beginning of these talks, a lot of people feel trapped. But I would like to make sure that you hear the following words, which form a conclusion drawn from his own cybernetic analysis of the societary condition by Sir Geoffrey Vickers. He says, "The trap is a function of the nature of the trapped." Then I should go on to say that the failed society that I have depicted to you is not a malevolent society, not a cunning trap, for I agree with Vickers that the trappiness of the trap lies in our own nature. It may be nearer the mark to speak of a dinosaur society. By this epithet I mean to say that the trouble with our institutions is in their loss of the ability to respond in time, to learn in time, to adapt and to evolve. Like the dinosaurs, they cease to be viable systems. I've tried very hard to lay bare the mechanisms that appear to me to lead to this disaster, because I think they can well be understood. What we understand, we can control. Control. There goes that word again. I can only hope that by now you will know how I'm using it. When I say that any system is in control, I mean that it's ultra-stable, capable of adapting smoothly to unpredicted change. It has within its structure a proper deployment of requisite variety. Just now I said, but we shall still need maps. The societary maps we need are, in my view, the cybernetic maps that I have tried to set forth. And so you see why I've called this series Designing Freedom. The contradiction built into this title is the figure of speech called oxymoron. The freedom we embrace must yet be in control. That means that people must endorse the regulatory model at the heart of the viable system in which they partake at every level of recursion. Hitherto, this could be done by underwriting a constitution or by declaring a belief in something called the democratic process. But things have changed. Constitutions, written or unwritten, turn out not to have requisite variety in a world gone crazy with its own proliferation of variety. And if the democratic process doesn't seize upon and use those disregarded tools of modern man, it will not itself be viable much longer. Then all of this becomes an appeal for scientific efficiency, which belongs to the word designing, as providing a regulatory model to give requisite variety to human joy and fun, which belong to the word freedom. The clash and conflict of these conceptions produce in all of us, and not least me, a dissonance. The idea jars like any oxymoron. Then let us speedily reconnoiter this trap, which is a function of the nature of the trapped. There are two things wrong with the role of science in our society. One is its use as a tool of power wherever that is concentrated by economic forces. The other is its elite image. None of us wishes to be manipulated by power, and if science is the tool of power, to hell with it. None of us wishes to entrust our liberty to a man in a white laboratory coat, armed with a computer and a roll of ballpoint pens in his pocket, if he doesn't share in our humanity. The contrasting argument is just this, and I've used a lot of willpower in holding back the argument until this final lecture. Civilization is being dragged down by its own inefficiency. We can't feed the starving, we can't stop war, we are in a terrible muddle with education, transportation, the care of the sick and the old. Institutions are failing, and often we feel unsafe in the streets of our own cities. All this is inefficient. Then it can't be correct to say that the only way to preserve liberty is to be so damned inefficient that freedom is not even threatened. We have to become efficient in order to solve our problems, and we have to accept the threat to freedom that this entails and handle it. Everything that man can do contains implicit threats. This is something written into the law of requisite variety as far as I can see. Then we have to be knowledgeable and we have to be untrapped. We have to find a way by which to turn science over to the people. If we can do that, the problem of elitism disappears. For surely I don't have to convince you that the man in the white laboratory coat is human after all, and would rather use his computer to serve you than to blow the world apart. Then for God's sake, I use the phrase with care, let us create a societary system in which this kind of service is made even possible for him before it's too late. At the moment, the scientist himself is trapped by the way in which society employs him. What proportion of our scientists are employed in death rather than life, in exploitation rather than liberation? I tell you, most of them. But that is not their free choice. It's an output of a dynamic system having a particular organization. Remember the waves. And so my first conclusion to these lectures is, efficiency does not not entail tyranny if we can get the system right. To do so is a top priority because some version of efficiency is required to save our dinosaur society. The next point I'd like to tackle also involves an oxymoron. You could call it unpredictive prophecy. It wouldn't surprise me if I sounded like a prophet, or, to use a hideous neologism, a futurologist. Let me rid myself of any such pretension, because I don't believe that we can predict the future. I believe instead that we can describe the present with perspicuity if we use the proper instruments, and that this same present constrains future variety. This is not the same thing, and I will take a few moments to explain. If I were to offer you a cigarette, what would happen? You might take it or decline it. You might deliver a eulogy about the excellence of tobacco. You might read me a lecture about lung cancer. If you're a director of a tobacco company, you might insist on giving me your packet. If you're the chairman of an anti-smoking lobby, you might punch me on the nose. For all I know, you might execute a war dance, and we could offer a prize for the best explanation as to why you might. The future, in short, is unpredictable, because there is too much variety in the air. It's called freedom. On the other hand, I may have a model of you. I may have found out how you are, and have a very good idea of what you will do. This fact doesn't constrain your freedom. It constrains the variety of my model of how you use it. If this distinction had been understood sometime back in history, there would have been less confusion in what used to be very popular discussions of free will. Then let's extend the analysis to planning. If I set out to catch the 8:32 train tomorrow, then maybe you will find me on it. It would be absurd to say that if I were a free man, I might just as well be home in bed or flying the Atlantic. Planning is a variety attenuator. What is planned tends to come about, but often rather shakily, so that perhaps we made a loss when the whole idea was to make a profit. If so, variety is sneaked back in again when we thought we had rid ourselves of it. In either case, the act of planning does not rob us of free will. Then why is planning such a bad reputation? For it has. People talk about the planners in a very pejorative tone of voice. The reason surely is that our plans are not adaptive, and the institutions charged with making them grind on with their implementation long after it's become obvious to everyone who will be affected that the plans are inappropriate. We are back to the unviability of the institution again. Institutions are stuck with their ponderous machinery, while the newspapers reflect the public rage. Planning should be continuous and adaptive. Societary plans should continuously abort and be recast before they give birth to a monster. If this is true, there is no need to base them on the predictions that no one can correctly make in any case, but only on the analysis of an unfolding situation in which every decision constrains future variety. In that statement, the unpopular notion of planning is turned on its head and deserves to become popular again. Because it means that the future is something we use our freedom to determine, rather than something that is lurking out there and will happen to us unless we are mighty smart. We can make, rather than prophesy, the future. As to variety sneaking back in again, we can keep an eye on that. Again, this is hardly forecasting. It is an analysis of current patterns of variety so as to assess the probabilities that a system will next move to one state, indicated by a representative point, rather than another. This process has no bearing on the problem of freedom either. It is simply quantified business acumen. Science can do something about that through operations research. But I must add that I always laugh when I hear a businessman or a politician talk about a calculated risk, because this invariably means that he is taking a risk that he cannot calculate. Then let me sum up my next key points, not as predictions at all, and therefore not as doom-laden, but as analyses which indicate firstly where things are wrong, and secondly how they could be put right. Civilization operates through a set of institutions with a particular organization. This organization appears to be an anachronism. It worked well enough in a more leisurely age, but now its relaxation times no longer match the rate of perturbation. Therefore, these systems are actually designed to have unstable outputs. There is evidence that the outputs really are unstable, a fact which tends to confirm the hypothesis. And there is no cybernetic regulation in the design to stop the instability feeding on itself to the point of catastrophe. Then we can see what to do. We can't grab hold of explosive variables and drag them down to earth again. If we get tough and also expensive and reinforce the whole machinery, which is what we tend to do, we stand to lose our freedom. Moreover, and absurdly enough, this approach simply makes the machinery heading for catastrophe more efficiently catastrophic. What we do is to redesign the system itself so that its outputs are no longer unstable. To do this, we need much faster communications inside the machinery, and these are readily available. It means using telecommunications properly in high variety, real-time, broadband circuits available to all. To be available to all, they may very well need to be free of charge, like the air and the view, on which our humanity and survival also depend. I see this large expenditure as quite proportional to the threat we have to meet, and far less absurd than equivalent expenditures on which we needlessly but cheerfully embark, and which it would be embarrassing to list. Next, we need to use the computer properly inside this network, not as a device to make silly mistakes, not as a calculator to do cheap sums expensively, and not as an invigilator of the people's free expression of themselves. Those proscriptions would knock out 95% of current applications and free computer power so that people can engage in their personal evolution by guiding their own learning and editing their own input. Very likely, computer power should be free of charge as well. Let's note that it becomes increasingly expensive to monitor charges for high-variety services. Each consumer absorbs these to a different degree and in a different pattern, and it all has to be logged. If a toll road is opened so that the cost of building the road may be met by the toll, we shall need an organization of requisite variety to monitor the use of the road, and we may well find that all of that costs more than the toll is raising. If that can happen in a relatively low variety system, the situation is far more ridiculous in the high variety systems that I adumbrate. So we should beware of precedents in these matters. There's a hallowed machinery built into all our institutions which knows how things are paid for from the public purse. Well, maybe all that too is out of date. If I lived in an isolated prairie community and discovered that no one in the capital was taking the question of my isolation seriously, so that my telecommunication circuits and computer power would have to be paid for as a function of my distance from the city, I would form a local committee and propose to charge the city dweller on his holiday for looking at our local view. Given all this technology, we need new institutions for handling it, which brings me to summarize what I've said about freedom. So many people seem to think that to advance along these necessary paths might cost our liberty. To this I have replied that our personal freedom is not the absolute we take for granted. We are profoundly constrained by the limitations of our brains and by the inexorable attenuation of our input variety. That is how we are, and we ought not to start our thinking from a worldly-minded pretense. Secondly, I don't forecast or predict that such freedom, as is our natural right, will be imperiled. I say with passion that it is imperiled now, but we are too complacent to face up to this. We live in too cozy a world. This isn't the real world, uncomfortable and discomforting, where so many people are enslaved and dying. It is a variety-attenuated model of the real world, in which these stark horrors acquire that air of unreality which our television screens know well how to bestow. Therefore, the argument is that something must be done to redesign our institutions, boldly using science in that very cause. Society, in the form of its own institutions, public and private, is making a bold use of science now, not to redesign, but to reinforce itself in what may turn out to be its most oppressive aspects. Conspicuous consumption is an oppressive cause if it means robbing the third world. Science is behind this primarily because of the way telecommunications are used. Not only does television serve the cause of spurious growth, it has become little short of optical imperialism. Please contemplate those plays in which bandits are trying to overthrow the rightful king, only to be put down by clean-cut heroes sent in to help by the First World, from the point of view of men and women fighting dangerously for their liberation from a tyrannical dictatorship. I'd like to remake one of those plays using the same cast from the standpoint of the so-called bandits. Next, I draw attention to computer-driven systems that compile dossiers on the individual to rob him of his credit and his good name. That is oppression. If multinational companies are allowed to use science on a global scale to exploit the planet's dwindling finite resources for the benefit of the few in whom the power to do this is concentrated, then that will be oppressive. And if the might of military science is used, or even threatened to be used, against the democratic choice of any nation, then that is oppression indeed. This last example, unlike all the others, isn't new. But if we are going to pour so much science into that oppressive purpose, at least let us use science in the service of freedom too. All the oppressive uses of science that I have mentioned are in full deployment now. So science is not a neutral thing, as many scientists themselves try to believe. As for the public, I sometimes think they just hope that all this power implanted in our institutions will not hurt them if they are quiet as mice. But the mousetrap is loaded with cheese, called growing prosperity, conspicuous consumption, and the destructive force stored in the wound-up spring is the economic power that underwrites technocracy. Then we can lose our freedom. Snap. The intuition that all this could be the case is there all right. It is built into that alienation of which I have spoken. But alienation leads to impotent rage, perhaps to violence. It is an excess of human variety that is blocked off and is explosive. Alienation of itself does not lead to new constructions. Nor are we led to new constructions simply by dismantling the bureaucracies, although I have advocated this. Besides, how does one do it? Requisite variety for running the world doesn't exist in any man's headful of 10,000 million badly programmed neurons. Requisite variety for running things properly exists with the people who generate the world's variety in the first place, and that means everyone. Whoever opts out of his or her regulatory role is robbing the total system of its power to be stable. Therefore, it is not for me to specify the content of the total regulatory model, but only to point to the need for it. But if this stricture applies to me, it also applies to you. The requisite variety for being messianic belongs only to the genuine Messiah. I suggest that the first thing to note is that most of us have done what I just said we should not do. We have robbed society of regulatory variety by our passivity. The occasional democratic exercise of a vote is not a big enough variety amplifier. And besides, many of the most thoughtful people I know have given up voting anyway. This is on the grounds that to choose between alternatives to which one is indifferent does not increase regulatory variety at all. Then people will need to abandon their cynicism and become active. Their accepted course is to get into societary institutions and to try and change them. Again, many thoughtful people have given that up because they perceive the effort as a losing battle. And if the analysis I offered of bureaucracy is correct, they're probably right, especially if the relaxation time hypothesis is correct as well. The only conclusion that I am able to draw is that we must start again. If that is not to result in anarchy, then the institutions themselves, including, of course, government, must take a hand. That would sound like the kiss of death to any good revolutionary. But I persist in that other hypothesis, that institutions, including government, operate with good intentions in good conscience. If you and I have understood the problems, why not they? Then suppose that groups of people draw together to consider the problems of society and what kind of society they want. I can't tell you the content of their deliberations, but the regulatory model will have to do with the control of variety attenuators and the provision of variety amplifiers at various levels of recursion, and it will have to do with the way in which science should be harnessed to these ends. I don't think that the problems of acquiring scientific tools are nearly as difficult as they sound, despite the expense. The greater problem is the alienation from science that has already set in and needs to be reversed. For I should be quite content if these groups of which I speak considered my views about the need for science to be quite wrong, so that they decided on a craft culture if they reckoned it would work, but only if they had free minds about it. Knowledge is a human possession, and that includes science, which is only ordered knowledge. Science makes bold use of experiment. I mean the crucial experiment, something that may fail and thereby falsify a theory. In attempting social advance, we work in an evolutionary fashion, testing the route with a toe all the way. Now, of course, I believe that this is much too slow. We don't have that much time. I advocate the bold experiment, but on condition that it's recognized to be just that. For here's a key thought. We can very well afford to pay ourselves for being wrong. To be wrong slashes variety. One thing the scientist knows full well is that, in experiments, it is just about as useful to be wrong as to be right. Both outcomes attenuate variety, until the search homes onto the answer that we seek. So I would say that it would pay to set up experimental institutions, deliberately antithetic to the existing ones, and with their full support. The objection is immediate and clear. Just who, and just whose children, would be the guinea pigs? I tell you that the answer to this is a great many volunteers, for they could have the safeguards. They would design those, like the experiments, themselves. The reason why I feel so sure about this is that so many people are doing it already, without any permission, without any safeguards, and also without any call on funds to which I reckon they are entitled. For this is liberation. The rest of the design is simple. If science can do whatever can be exactly specified, and if people really do start specifying, then they will need recourse to science. It needs only a tiny team and no bureaucracy of any kind to make the links. The level of recursion must be got right, but it could easily be done. One team for every province, one in Ottawa, and that not to tell anybody anything at all, but to coordinate the efforts, to communicate, by videotape of course, the results. But I said enough. It's not for me to project my own imaginings upon the world, although it seems legitimate to try to release untapped and perhaps frustrated variety. These things can't be forced, but perhaps they can be freed. Why freed, you ask? Why don't they happen of their own accord if they're good? The answer lies, I think, in mass effect. Because to use science is expensive, the little group, however fervent, finds science difficult to command. When the movement is general, however, the cost is shared and becomes manageable. This is the reason for my little teams. And who should pay for those? Calm, well-intentioned institutions in good conscience. If one of your staff has a natural place in such a team, and his or her election by the social group would be a genuine honor, why not let go? Second the person. You have much to gain. And it's you, after all, you institutional man, who has tied up this person. Perhaps he is yourself, with the high salary and the fringe benefits you pay, and robbed him of mobility. Couldn't you make this gesture to freedom, and indeed survival? But when I speak of mass effect, I could point to no more potent example than that of a country acting through its democratically elected government that turns its whole self into an experimental society. And of course, I am citing Chile once again. In the third lecture, I discussed a system designed for economic regulation, but this was an almost incidental feature of the Chilean experiment. That began with agrarian and industrial reform, with making food and clothes available to the poor, and continued in a surge of enthusiasm for what even the main opposition party would refer to calmly as the Chilean process. It was the middle class who had to pay for this, They knew it and pulled a wry face. But they were mostly well-intentioned people in good conscience, and mostly they behaved decorously. I knew many who voted for Allende. They made up jokes about the shortages and queues and carried on. In the 2 years of my own work in Chile, I witnessed several attempts to pull the government down. One very serious attempt was made in October 1972. To this, which produced high stress and great difficulties, the Chilean people responded the following March by turning out to the polls and increasing Allende's vote by an amazing 7%. But he was still a minority government, a fact which tied his hands. And now he looked as though he might succeed. It was time to halt the great experiment. As I see it, the rich world would not allow a poor country to use its freedom to design its freedom. The rich world cut off vital supplies, except for the armaments that eventually reduced La Moneda to a smoking shell. The rich world cut off vital credit so that there was no hard currency, except for the illegal flows of it that financed the contrived paralysis of the distribution system to justify the coup. Then let us not say, as we hear said, that Allende reduced his country to chaos and destroyed the economy. A system of world forces acting upon Chile reduced his economy to chaos and destroyed him. Allende understood that his country was losing its freedom in the oppressive grip of that external system, and when it said as much to the United Nations, the free world, as it likes to call itself, heard what he said and waited until his own prophetic words were fulfilled. They will only drag me out of La Moneda in wooden pajamas. At that point it offered muted protests and set about recognizing the military junta. Thus is freedom lost, not by accident, but as the output of a system designed to curb liberty. My message is that we must redesign that system to produce freedom as an output. If we are inefficient about that on the grounds that scientific efficiency threatens liberty, then the institutional machinery that acts in our name will fail to prevent the spread of tyranny, war, torture, and oppression. We speak of the growth of prosperity, but the growth of those four things throughout the world today is yet more real. Let us use love and compassion. Let us use joy. Let us use knowledge. These qualities are in us, obscured though we may let them be by the lethal strategies of our dinosaur society. And let us use that acquired and ordered knowledge, science. This too is in our heritage. If it has been seized by power, then seize it back. Expect it of statesmen and politicians who represent us that they should, on our behalf, or demand a new breed of statesmen and politicians. Expect it of educators that they should change the institutions of education not to train crazy apes, or start new schools and universities instead. Above all, let us all expect of each other that we find ways to use the power of science in better cause. It is no more sensible to say that we can't, because ordinary folk don't understand science, as it would be to say that we cannot sail a boat because we cannot understand the wind and the sea and the tide race. Men have always navigated those unfathomable waters. We can do it now.
There's no way. Damn, you got none of my commentary on that last portion? That's brutal. Honestly, you guys missed out. Now I'm listening to Dispel's podcast at work. The Dispel marketable stream finds itself amongst the most fertile grounds, amongst the most fertile minds, and that includes all places from the domicile of the individual, the family, the network, to the market itself. That's exactly right. Anyways, chills on that last fucking literal just banger line after banger line after banger line. Like, holy shit. All right, we finished the game a second time, and I think what I want to do, we've seen this intro before. Let's finish up the notes. So this was chapter 5. Some systems adapt to, we need to design our systems like a homeostat, one that incorporates a robust ability to resist perturbations from nature. It holds its critical variables within the limits permitted by its own psychology, by its own physiology, whether the form of the change affecting its performance was foreseen or not. Homeostats is a natural property of living systems which has been copied by cybernetics to make institutional systems ultra stable. This drawing looks like an organism living in its environment and interacting with it. We may hope that this is a homeostatic system. The circle B looks like the nucleus of the cell. Actually, no. The institution looks like the nucleus of the cell. This looks like the nucleolus of that cell, which is involved in histone generation, which is highly important for the choreography of genetic material. Oh, wait, I thought the game was over. The circle labeled B looks like the nucleus of the cell, which ought to be directing these homeostatic operations. It is not. The B stands for bureaucracy, and that is self-regarding. It's like autopoietic, self-replicating, to replicate a framework for the rest of the institution. Bureaucracy is not concerned, as it should be, as the cell nucleus would be, with directing the homeostatic operations, but with producing itself. Well, I mean, this analogy sort of falls apart because the characteristic of the nucleus is that it is self-replicating. It is a ribonucleic acid which is self-replicating, but producing itself. Because the institution is a viable system, it is at this level of recursion that the organism would be producing itself. How can it if its nucleus is dysfunctional? That's a good point. And I wish I had the hands to turn to the next page right now. But this game would go so hard as like a VR option. For real. Imagine like the insane amounts of nausea you could get. Is there anything over here? Or is this just where I've come from? Yeah, it looks like it. Into the mountain! There's something very Freudian about this. Oh! We're in the center. What are our thoughts? Are they spitting? Is Hasan evil? Yeah, stupid and evil. Which is probably the worst combination. But at least based on the people that he talks to, he seems to be at least somewhat self-reflective. Somewhat of a conscious agent. Tough to say though. You know, with these Turks. Who knows what's going on in their barbarian brain? Am I right? I got hands-free. Scroll. And this is the final chapter. Oh, there's no notes for it. Banger fucking essay. I loved it. We're going back to the React content.
Technology has allowed us to start new companies, new communities, and new currencies. But can we use it to create new cities or even new countries? A key concept is to go cloud first, land last, but not land never. By starting with an online community and then materializing it into the physical world. We get there in 7 steps. 1. Found a startup society. This is simply an online community with aspirations of something greater. Anyone can found one, just like anyone can found a company or cryptocurrency, and the founder's legitimacy comes from whether people opt to follow them.
2.
Whether or not they grab
Organize
enough
it into
attention.
a group capable of collective action. Given a sufficiently dedicated online community, the next step is to organize it into a network union. Unlike a social network, a network union has a purpose. It coordinates its members for their mutual benefit. And unlike a traditional union, a network union is not set up solely in opposition to a particular corporation.
But as
So
a
it can take a
promoter of an
variety
idea?
of different collective actions. Unionization is a key step because it turns an otherwise ineffective online community into a group of people working together for a common cause. 3. Build trust offline and a crypto economy online.
In a
Begin
crypto
holding
economy?
in-person meetups in the physical world, of increasing scale and duration, while simultaneously building an internal economy using cryptocurrency. 4.
Oh, how to
Crowdfund
build an
physical
independent economy?
Once sufficient trust has been built and funds have been accumulated, start crowdfunding apartments, houses, and even towns to bring
Okay, real
digital
estate.
citizens into the physical world within real co-living communities. 5. Digitally connect physical communities. Link these physical nodes together into a network archipelago, a set of digitally connected physical territories distributed around the world. Nodes of the network archipelago range from one-person apartments to in-person communities of arbitrary size. Physical access is granted by holding a Web3 crypto passport, and mixed reality is used to seamlessly link the online and offline worlds.
Okay.
6. Conduct an on-chain census. As the society scales, run a cryptographically auditable census to demonstrate the growing size of your population, income, and real estate footprint.
The
This
variety
is how a
within it?
startup society proves traction in the face of skepticism. 7. Gain diplomatic recognition.
Become a
A
state.
startup society with sufficient scale should eventually be able to negotiate for diplomatic recognition from at least one pre-existing government, and from there gradually increased sovereignty.
Oh, so this is
slowly
like a
becoming
company as well.
True network state.
This guy's promoting
The
that
key idea is to populate the
workers
land
should
from the
next to
cloud,
their live next to their
and do so all over the earth.
fiefdom of labor.
Unlike an ideologically disaligned and geographically centralized legacy state, which packs millions of disputants in one place, a network
So
state
the
is
odd thing about
ideologic-
him using these Moai statues as representations of people belonging inside the network state is so odd, because these Moai statues were an indigenous form of currency for the people there. And because they were so hard to move around and they're so hard to produce, the velocity of the money was incredibly unique and easily distinguishable from capital flows, right? Digital capital flows.
aligned,
It's a little dishonest to use
geographically
this,
decentralized.
I would say.
The people are spread around the world in clusters of varying size, but their hearts are in one place. As the population and economy of a startup society grow comparable to that of a legacy state,
To a
with
company.
millions of citizens and billions in income, it should eventually be able to attain recognition.
Disneyfy Florida! Overwhelm the government now! Radical
With the internet,
Disneyfication.
we can sew these disjoint enclaves together into a new kind of polity, a network state.
Oh, that was it? Cool. Alright, let's get the lowdown. See if there's
What
anything we
happened
missed when
when
we
I
clean up.
got to Chile and took over this team?
Let's
Let
put
us
this on
look
2x
at
speed
a
while I
little
get some
diagram
snacks.
to show how I set about things. I built it up on a piece of paper.
And I won't
lying on the table with
return
tools.
and
then a system 3
fucking
and system 4, and I got
forget
that
to mute
far.
myself.
And then I got to system 5, and I drew a big histrionic breath, and I said, I was going to say, this compañero presidente is you. Before I could say it, he suddenly smiled very broadly, and he said, ah, system 5, at last, the people, at last, the people.
Damn, soy pill meets plastic pill.
What you've clicked on here is a short story. It's a true story, not too long past, about a future trapped in the past. There are those things you hope for in a good story, drama, plots, heroes, sages, are better angels and bitter devils. But, and I'll spoil this for you, it's a tragedy. Though it would be more of a tragedy that it remained history.
So
it's undeniably a history
we
of our
haven't
present. This friction-free present. A planetary network of automated machines, of one government with a face and one without. A fantastical assemblage of networks, profits, control, consciousnesses, and behind it all something faceless, but something we know is woven through it. The front is impressive, smiling, controlling. As far as logistical operations go, today's cybernetic systems are peerless. They've conquered time and space. Amazon is amazing at delivering. In total, it's a cybernetic organism, each component tuned and regulated for a single purpose, the fast, frictionless domination of space and time from desire to delivery. There is, of course, a price. Not this price, but this one. An organic cost, by which any inefficient human output is a hindrance, an alien quantity to the machine's purpose.
People were receiving disciplinaries for taking toilet breaks. The productivity targets were so high that workers were afraid to go to the bathroom. I mean, one afternoon walking around the top floor of this huge warehouse, and yeah, I found an empty Coca-Cola bottle with urine in it on the shelf. Yellow liquid, smelt it. It's very clear straight away.
You can ship that to somebody.
Were afraid to use the bathrooms because of the productivity targets.
We have all around us in bright, colorful typefaces the faces of cybernetic control. And behind those faces are a few people making a lot of profit and a lot of other people doing everything else. These are capitalism's greatest success stories. The happy ending, unparalleled speed and efficiency have made these artificial organisms virtually indispensable. They have increasing sway over our lives. Meanwhile, those who supposedly give us sway at all in this world don't do much. When's the last time you had to contact
feel like they
your
do
government?
much.
How was that experience? I spent 6 hours on hold and then waited 6 months for a response that was supposed to take a day. Conversely, if I need help from Amazon, I can get it in 48 hours, guaranteed, and they welcome my feedback. The juxtaposition gets me to thinking, why is Amazon so good at what it does, as far as their customers are concerned anyway, and government bureaucracies are so bad at what they do, namely, responsiveness to the people who they nominally represent? Leftists, for their part, pride themselves on having good political imaginations. They can imagine the utopias of universal benefits, or even classless societies. Though for most of us, I should think we'd be contented by a functioning government, one capable of representing public interests at all. Why is it that those who represent us are unable to prioritize what these private economies do every single day? Responsiveness in place of bureaucracy, effective feedback, adaptation to changing conditions, 2-day delivery on what's promised. A functional government that serves people couldn't actually be a novel idea in the 21st century, could it? Turns out it was an idea, not just in theory either. No, this was planned, built, and operational. A national economy relying on the communication between human beings and intelligent machines. A utopian dream for which the concrete was already poured and the cables already in the ground.
Not intelligent machines.
If this happened, and if it really was so great, where is it? Where's our democratic socialist utopia? Where's this magic land? And if it was for real, then what the hell happened to it? This was, in the end, it's true, a lost cause. But in defense of lost causes, it demonstrates possibilities yet unrealized today. The technology and intelligent machines can be put to other ends, the ends of people, rather than the ends of profit. And at the same time, it serves as a warning of the lengths to which the status quo will go to maintain itself. Kidnapping, sabotage, terrorism, and public execution, to abort this future before it had the chance to be born. Cybernetics and socialism are both methods for understanding systems and their goals. They do not often appear together as they do here, and they are both popularly misunderstood. But it turns out they make quite an inspiring amalgam. Cybernetics offers models for understanding processes that are too complicated to model in terms of linear cause and effect. And as a method, it has often inspired theorists of various disciplines to interpret their objects of study in new ways, whether those objects are machines, bodies, minds, or even social systems, like an economy. We have various uses for cybernetics as a prefix that are sometimes misleading when it comes to its meaning, which in its modern form was popularized by theorist Norbert Wiener. For Wiener, cybernetic systems are characterized by feedback and control, and they use feedback loops with their environments, which adapt to new information so they can accomplish a predetermined goal. Such machines are found all around us if you know where to look. Thermostats and temperature governors, automated self-guided missiles, video recommending algorithms, and the vestibular system of cyborgs, including our bodies. We can stay upright only by a synthesis of inputs. In our case, our eyes, limbs, and inner ear.
The vestibular
In each
system in the
instance,
ear is
live incoming
incredible.
information controls how the system behaves in real time, allowing a thermostat to maintain the temperature of a space, a missile that self-adjusts to hit a moving target, for a video site to recommend videos that you'll actually click on, or for your body to stay upright while being knocked around. When we use the word control, many tend to think of autocratic control, as orders given in a military hierarchy. But when it comes to cybernetics, or cybersocialism, we don't mean autocratic control, but automatic control. Rather than giving orders top-down, all of these control systems receive live information from their environments and adjust their decisions in real time. Just as it would be strange to suggest that your brain
Based
rules
on
your body,
a
it would be
code
similarly
that is
strange to suggest that a
democratically
government rules its people. These are not distinct, as the existence of one persists only by the healthy operations of the other.
Let me tell you what happened when I first explained it to President Allende himself. Allende was a doctor.
He looks like Rasputin.
As you may know. And therefore it was very easy to explain the model to him in terms of neurocybernetics, as the way of controlling the body.
And it's no mere coincidence that cybernetic and governance are derived from the same Greek word, kubernou, to steer. Reciprocal steering is the animating principle of cybersocialism. And for socialists like Allende, governance is only legitimate insofar as it is steered by the will of the people. And in turn, reciprocally, those entrusted to govern are capable of organizing much larger, more complex, even statewide projects that steer individuals' energy and ability towards ends that benefit all, ends that can never be accomplished by atomized individuals acting on their own.
Las grandes empresas transnacionales no solo atentan contra los intereses genuinos de los países en desarrollo, sino que su acción avasalladora e incontrolada se da también en los países industrializados donde se asienta.
Whereas Wiener was the father of cybernetics, Stafford Beer would come to be known as the father of management cybernetics. Before arriving in Chile, Beer was a corporate consultant, a well-compensated handshaker of the elite managerial class, while cruising around in his Rolls-Royce. He worked for the steel and publishing industries, among others. After the events of Chile 1973, the one-time darling of corporate capital would say this.
Allende was very successful. Now, the whole of the rich world were being told that he was a disaster, that his policies would be inflationary, and all the rest of it. I have never seen a more misrepresented thing in the media in all my life. It was outrageous. And, of course, had every conceivable political motive, because this was the first democratically elected Marxist in the history of man.
Beer would renounce his former luxurious lifestyle, retreating to a remote cabin in
Didn't
Wales,
consider
becoming
Soviets.
something of a cybernetics guru.
Actively excluded
Before
them.
meeting Stafford Beer, Salvador Allende had probably never heard of cybernetics, but some of his younger staffers had, including Fernando Flores, who was a young engineer and political activist in Unidad Popular, a leftist coalition of social democrats, communists, and anarchists that won Chile's 1970 election, beating out the centrist Christian Democrat Party and the right-wing National Party. Flores had been inspired by Beer's ideas and saw in his writings a potential path for Chilean socialism to progress, one based not on autocratic control, but on cybernetic control. First, by creating direct communication loops between government agencies and the country's resource extraction and manufacturing sectors. If only in the mind of Flores, cybersocialism had been conceived.
Cybersocialism is just the RTS.
The challenge of ideas.
Actualizing the RTS. No, I'm just kidding.
The conflict itself, how can it be defined? Well, let's look at it this way. The communist bloc would like to see the entire world under communist domination. They have begun to talk more and more about their ability to win from us in the arena of ideas. This, of course, is fine with us, for we are a people with a traditionally great faith in our ideas, the ideas that have moved mountains and created wealth and shaped us as free men. And we are confident that history can do no other than award us
We
the victory
will
in any
keep doing the
contest
same
in which
thing.
ideas
It's
are
worked.
weapons.
Allende indeed
Trust
had
me.
some ideas. In his bipolar world, socialism conjured up images of violent overthrow, property seizure, and executions. And, well, autocratic control. He believed there could be a new way.
I feel like I'm missing the room.
Nuestro derecho a construir un porvenir de justicia y libertad que abrirnos paso hacia el socialismo.
Chilean socialism would not include servitude to American corporate interests, nor a Soviet-style bureaucracy, nor armed insurrection, as was accomplished in Cuba. He believed that socialist revolution could occur democratically in Chile. within the existing legal framework and without violence. He dreamed of a uniquely Chilean revolution, a chill revolution, one of red wine and empanadas.
Oh, this one I got.
Allende's idea, and the platform on which he was elected, was that the government should serve the needs
Empanada
of the people,
democracy now!
particularly that the profit earned from Chile's natural resources should remain in Chile to produce consumer goods that would be of use to Chileans.
You don't want like a
His
bad
challenge was
empanada.
not one of
That's
ideas,
disgusting.
but of production and ownership. The first step to accomplishing this was for the Chilean government to purchase, legally, the mines, factories, and banks already operating in Chile from their foreign owners, so that the future profits from these industries would not disappear overseas, but rather that they would remain in Chile's national economy. Hardly a radical idea, but a Chile for Chileans would be the cause for which Allende would give his life 3 years later. Here's where cybernetic feedback comes in. Managing a whole network of resources, labor, and production from government offices in the capital would be very difficult. It would require a massive government bureaucracy, which as we still know today are colossally inefficient. But Flores had an idea. What if they introduced cybernetic feedback into their centralized system? Then, information could be received and acted upon in real time.
The
For
information
example,
should
if
be
there were raw
received and
materials
filtered.
backed up at one smelter, they could send it to another smelter with less on their plate before it caused disruptions. Or again, if there were raw materials stacked up somewhere, transportation could be diverted to a factory where they could be turned into consumer products. The entire production line could, in theory, work on automatic feedback if resource extraction, refineries, factories, and transport were all directed from a centralized computing center. These nodes would run on their own most of the time, with the control center stepping in only when important decisions had to be made or if something went wrong. In 1970, this was nothing more than a thought experiment. The technology for it did not exist yet, anywhere, though we see its legacy everywhere
Also,
today.
they were constrained by
This
the
is
amount of
why
money
the
they
project was so ingenious. Not only did they theorize it, but they had to build it from the limited resources they had available to them. There were only 4 mainframe computers in the entire country at the time. In 1971, Flores hired Beer, one of the world's leading cyberneticians, to consult on the implementation of this grand idea, to develop the technologies required to make it happen, and eventually to run the whole Chilean national economy. Beer agreed, having only a vague idea of what he was getting into.
And then I suddenly got a letter which very much changed my life. It was from the technical general manager of the State Planning Board of Chile. Remember, 1971, President Allende was in office. He remarked in this letter that he had studied all my works, he had collected a team of scientists together, and would I please come and take it over? I could hardly believe it, as you can imagine.
Over the next 2 years, Flores and Beer put together an international team of engineers, programmers, and designers, which would come to be known as Project CyberSyn, or Cinco. It was planned to have 5 parts, most of which had already reached proof of concept by the time of the military coup. First was the control center. Inspired by German industrial design, this futuristic room would be the globally recognized face of a futuristic socialism, and remains today the image of this lost future. Cybernet, a network made up of computers, telephone cables, and telex machines that connected nodes, such as the nationalized factories, to the control center, allowing them to communicate. This was to be the information backbone of this cybernetic system. Checo, the Chilean economic simulator, which would use a variety of economic indices and variables, which could predict how these variables could interact if they were changed. This would allow policymakers to play with economic models in advance of making decisions. Cyberstride, this was the software, new programs written from scratch that could synthesize data, such as information about factory input and output. The Chileans hired a British firm to help out with the code, as there were too few computer scientists in Chile at the time, and too few computers. And finally, Cyberfolk. Cyberfolk was not implemented in the 2 years of CyberSyn's existence, but was proposed by Beer as a method to gather data on workers' self-reported happiness, anonymously. This would allow for the control center to react,
Okay, so
intervene,
this
or
is what
direct
actual
resources
AI
to
would be very
locales that
useful
were
in.
unhappy. Direct feedback to your elected officials. This was at least the dream, the future hoped for. At least that these parts would continue operating towards collective ends.
Well,
We
it's
do
not
have
quite
modern equivalents,
direct.
profit-driven equivalents, to each of CyberSyn's components. Ubiquitous networked computing via the internet, the creation of which, it should be noted, was not for profit. Various governments and researchers use economic simulators, and it's spawned a whole industry in the financial and investment sectors. There are also innumerable algorithms that make large datasets useful. Even feedback and rating systems, private feedback anyway, on the products we buy or the content we think is worth watching. So really, 50 years later, none of what the CyberSyn project invented is alien to us. What's astonishing is that the CyberSyn team conceived, built, and designed each of these independently, together, and often did so with rudimentary technologies as they were being blockaded and sabotaged by the United States government and the CIA, cut off from many of the world's best computer scientists, technologies, and component parts. Furthermore, this was already decades before we would see private corporations use online platforms for the same purposes to their own ends. Despite the apparent similarities, however, we should not confuse CyberSyn with something like a proto-Amazon, particularly because of Beer's proposed system, Project Cyberfolk. As a socialist idea, this whole apparatus would be at odds with its goal if it did not incorporate the people into the production process, something our modern, private, cybernetic systems never do, as their only interest, insofar as workers are concerned, is the lowest possible wage for the most possible work. Feedback via cyberfolk would gather information from around the country on happiness, using a simple binary choice. Are you happy or unhappy? Unlike our modern data collection systems, Beer immediately recognized the importance of anonymity. Thus, he designed feedback via cyberfolk to be anonymized, such that only the averages of terminal inputs could be seen by the government. The threat of autocratic control was made functionally impossible in the way the system was designed, but policymakers could see where their attention was needed. Allende did not want automation to replace workers. Rather, he wanted workers to have control of their workplace, something that new technology could enable. At the same time, another problem with centralized economies was solved. That is, that people lie when they're afraid of losing their jobs, even due to circumstances beyond their control. A widespread problem in centrally planned economies, notably that of the Soviet Union at the time, was a production quota system. With a quota, a factory is expected to produce a set number of goods, regardless of disruptions in the production line. If there is a disruption and something goes wrong, factory managers are incentivized to lie to the central agencies about output to avoid the blowback coming back on them. The problem here is too many interests. Interests to oversee, interests to report to, and fear that negative results would reflect back on individuals. A disinterested, computerized system, on the other hand, allows the control center to oversee inputs and outputs in real time, and respond to disruptions before they can impact the production line. Allende's program worked. By the end of 1971, Chile's GDP was up 7.7%. Production was up 13.7%.
Holy stonks.
Consumption was up 11.6%. With the whole economy on the upswing, still the most important metric to Allende was the real wages of Chilean workers, which had increased by a massive 30%.
Whoa.
Allende's approval soared, and he was on track for a majority government with over half the country's votes in the next election. That election would not take place. In fact, he would be the last democratically elected president in Chile for the next 20 years. Chile's nationalized economy, the communications networks, the control center, worker feedback, as well as an economic simulator, all run by computers, was one of the most ambitious socialist projects ever conceived, and solved problems we have yet to solve 5 decades later. Unlike the CyberSyn team, however, we wouldn't even have to invent anything new to realize it. It would require little more than a change in the way technologies are used to turn them towards collective ends, rather than being run solely to maximize the private profits of a few individuals at the top of monopolistic corporations. This is fundamentally a question of design, the design of systems, and the goals they are given in the generation of a future.
I say to every American, let us raise our spirits. Let us raise our sights.
Fuck Nixon.
Let all of us contribute all we can to this great and good country that has
potentially the
contributed
Antichrist
to the progress of mankind.
Far more the Antichrist than Ronald Reagan.
ITT in Chile, how did you handle the State Department dealt with that today. Oh, they did? Yes, sir. What did they do? Deny it? They denied it, but they were cautious on how they dealt with the Corey statement because they were afraid it might backfire. Why would Corey say? Well, Corey said that he had received instructions to do anything short of a Dominican-type, alleged to have said that. Corey did? Right. There was a report contained in an IT&T. Oh, yeah. Saying, but he was instructed to. Well, but I hope that he just failed. That's his main problem. He should have kept Allende from getting in.
Fucking ghoul.
CyberSyn was ambitious, innovative, and appeared to be accomplishing the material goals Allende, Flores, and Beer had set out for it. Yet it was stormed by soldiers and shut down in September 1973. What happened here? Well, let's go back to Allende's election campaign, a Chile for Chileans. Not everyone agreed with this platform. There were other forces at work in Chile. Big, wealthy, imperialistic
The internationalists.
forces. It would be egregious to call this a battle for ideas or an ideological conflict,
The globalists.
rather than what it was, a war for profit. On another continent within 2 weeks of Allende's election, 11 days actually, a network of politicians, spies, and CEOs set to work organizing his demise, not with ideas, but with money. Recall that the first step of Allende's plan was to buy foreign-owned mines, factories, and banks, etc., in order to keep Chilean resources and capital in Chile. Foreign-owned, in this case, means owned by Americans, and they didn't want to sell. To sell was to forfeit their future profits in Chile, and everyone with something to lose allied themselves against Allende. The rich, the right wing, the spies who funneled money to them, their bosses, the politicians, and the corporations that contributed to those political campaigns, or had assets in Chile they didn't want to sell. There you are. There's your battle for ideas.
The only answer to communism is a massive offensive for freedom. Freedom from hunger, from disease, and a victory for the ageless hope of people everywhere. Freedom from tyranny.
So what did they do? Well, they exemplified those good old American land of the free virtues we hear so much about. That is, they knocked on the president's office door and asked him to pretty please depose the leader of a democratically elected government.
I'm still
on another
missing
continent,
one.
which he promptly put in his day planner. Let's back up a second and have a look at the situation in a little more detail. See, entire sectors of Chile's economy were American-owned. The banks in the capital were owned by American banks. Factories and plants were owned by American multinationals, hence Pepsi's interest in the country. The telephone networks were controlled by ITT, one of Nixon's big donors, and on down the line it goes. But let's focus on copper, which is and was Chile's main export. In 1970, 80% of the copper industry was owned by just 2 American companies. These companies got Chilean miners to mine the ore out of the ground, turn it into usable copper, which was then sent to American factories, where it could be put into American products, like cars and televisions, which were then in turn sold
we
back
did
to
this
Chileans.
and we didn't have to
But no
demolish the
surprise,
entirety
most
of
Chileans
national
couldn't afford them.
parks
American companies got rich, American consumers
in
and
like
rich
Washington
Chileans
to
got
get
their
this
toys,
copper.
and ordinary Chileans, well, they got long hours and harsh work conditions with none of the benefits, which is to say, they got fucked. This is why they elected Allende, who vowed that his interest was in their interest. Now, the USA did not have to inform Allende what would happen if he nationalized Chile's mines, factories, and banks. He was not the first to do it, and he knew full well what would happen to him, just as happened 6 years prior in Brazil, 7 years prior in the Dominican Republic, 9 years prior in Cuba, attempted at least, and 15 years prior in Guatemala, while similar interventions befell Bolivia and Uruguay during Allende's term. Oh, look at that. Looks sort of like an empire. And by the way, this is only regime change up to 1973, and they were just getting started. Invasions, assassinations, and toppling governments were normal in the defense of freedom. The freedom of American corporations to profit from the metals, oil, and food extracted by low-paid workers and farmers.
Thank God that doesn't happen anymore.
Estamos frente a un verdadero conflicto frontal sobre las grandes corporaciones transnacionales y los estados.
That's not to say I think Maduro is like a
en sus
good
decisiones fundamentales,
ruler.
políticas, económicas y militares por organizaciones globales que no dependen de ningún estado y que en la suma de sus actividades no responden ni están fiscalizadas por ningún parlamento, por ninguna institución representativa del interés colectivo.
The American empire is not primarily one of military occupation. There are exceptions, of course, notably the invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1965, but normally the empire is one of economic exploitation, as Allende knew. It's formed not by a legal agreement, but a tacit one between corporations and the state, including the CIA and military. See, it's a big risk for a corporation to set up shop in a country where, a socialist might get elected. Then they could lose their investment.
Well, no, they got bought
out. The wealthiest
out.
Country and the largest military in the world on their side, one which will face no accountability for interfering in other states, that risk is almost entirely mitigated because they can trust that if ever such a leader was to come to power, he would be in short order either assassinated or deposed, and business can continue as usual. The US military functions as the guarantor of otherwise risky investments. Of course, this gets a little more complicated when the socialists have guns of their own.
Sobre la cuestión acerca de si la lucha armada es el único camino para la liberación, lo que puedo responder es que, por lo menos en las condiciones de nuestro país, no había otro camino. Y en nuestra opinión, en las condiciones de la inmensa mayoría de los países de América Latina, no hay otro camino que la lucha armada.
The US executive knew Allende would be a problem years before he won, which is why every time he ran, 3 times prior to winning, the CIA dumped millions into his opponent's campaigns and into right-wing propaganda against him, over $40 million in today's dollars. In exchange,
by the way, this is why
multinationals
AIPAC
with
is bad,
interests
because
across the
AIPAC
continent
does
would
exactly
fund
the same
both
thing to
parties of
us.
would-be presidents in the United States. It's a perfect, if illegal, symmetrical flow of capital.
And Peace goes
so,
insanely
in short,
based
they never
for coming out
expected Allende to
saying
actually win. After he did win, and
AIPAC
before he
needs
took
to
office,
drop
the CIA totally botched a coup attempt.
money for
then
the
aggressively
GOP.
spent somewhere between $100 and $200 million.
Stop fomenting
for
unrest in our
on
democracy.
this country of just 10 million people, funding the right wing, the military, American-friendly business associations, and propaganda. The full amount we'll never know, as it came from a convoluted mix of corporate and taxpayer dollars. 11 days after Allende's election, a furious President Nixon had a breakfast with Donald Campbell, one of Chile's richest men who pretty much owned the mainstream media.
Nixon looks like that really gross
they asked Nixon for
mobster
his help in
from
getting rid of Allende. From this meeting, Nixon marched over to CIA
Sopranos.
Director Richard Helms,
Pauly.
promising him a blank check to solve the Allende problem. Helms was given a lot of latitude, up to and including anything short of a military invasion, or what they rather brazenly called a Dominican-type action. The CIA conducted a secret war of espionage behind what was referred to as an invisible blockade, funding anyone who would make Allende's socialist reforms and the CyberSyn project as difficult as possible. Nixon ordered the CIA to, quote, make the economy scream. But that wasn't all he did. In public, he had the weight of the American presidency to throw around, and he did his best to ensure that no money entered Chile.
Or the
He went
popularity
to
of it.
international banks and to the IMF and made it apparent that his office would not look kindly on anyone who lent money to Allende's government.
Chile, of course, is interested in obtaining loans from international organizations where we have a vote. And I indicated that wherever we had a vote, where Chile was involved, that unless there were strong considerations on the other side, that we would vote against them.
Chile's credit rating was downgraded for no apparent reason, such that no one in the world was willing to invest in the country for
This is
fear
such
of
a great
American
graphic.
reprisal. Lastly, as we should expect, Nixon also cut off all U.S. government aid to Chile. Aid sounds really beneficent, doesn't it? It's called aid, but it's yet another means of American imperialism. Here's how the system works. The USA supports friendly governments. That means friendly to American companies looting their resources, not friendly. So fascists are A-OK by this standard. American aid goes to governments, many of which were or became military dictatorships during this decade. Dictators line their pockets with government aid and let companies get on with exploiting the working people of their countries. That's not to say it was a free lunch, however. They had to earn their aid through autocratic control, including imprisoning, torturing, and murdering those
They
who
had to
resisted
earn
or
their
mobilized.
aid.
Meanwhile, the people, once again, didn't have schools to send their kids to, didn't have hospitals to go to. Yeah, they got f***ed. Allende's was not the only government who was unaided. Fulgencio Batista earned billions of dollars, adjusted for inflation, while he was president. Yet a quarter of the people in his country couldn't even read. As soon as these guys kicked him out, what do you know? No more aid to Cuba. Yet virtually everyone in the country was literate in about 3 years. So when you hear aid, don't think aid. Think a government-to-government bribe where ordinary people get nothing and leftists end up imprisoned or dead. Needless to say, Allende didn't get any of that pie. And in addition to fascists and spies, there was a third group of enemies allied against his government, private corporations. These are the attendees of just one meeting. Nixon's Secretary of State, William Rogers, sat down with Ford Motor Company, Bank of America, First National Citibank, Ralston Purina.
It must have been like the grandson of Ford or something. I don't remember what happened to the ownership.
Sorry, not sure how that slipped in there.
Purina.
Ralston Purina, ITT, and the mining companies who had their interests threatened by Allende's policies, including Anaconda Copper. Together, they were assured that action would be taken to protect their profits in Chile.
I directed that an approach be made to both the State Department and Mr. Kissinger's office to tell them that we had grave concern over the outlook for ITT's investment, and we were desirous of discussing our thoughts in Washington and willing to assist financially in any government plan to help protect private American investment in Chile.
This list is exemplary of who has
They would
the ear of
give
power.
the government money
This is
to
whose interests
protect their
direct foreign
investments and
policy.
other. Oh my god.
None of this was done within view of Congress, by the way, who didn't even know about it, nor did the voting public. This was
Really?
entirely the executive branch, and who gets in the room to make their voices heard
Awesome.
and get other nations burned to the ground.
And it's only gotten more executive and unitary since then. Legendary.
This was Allende's war, one in which he had a lot of enemies and very few friends. Looking at the tilt of the board, perhaps he saw the inevitable conclusion and chose not to prevent it, choosing rather to have history judge his life and death. For instance, Fidel Castro visited Allende and toured his nationalization projects, which very much impressed him. What did not impress Castro was Allende's commitment to remain within the bounds of law, especially when they were being subverted by the enemies of social progress. For example, Allende maintained the freedom of the press, even though that press was owned by moguls like Augustin Edwards, and was used as a propaganda machine for the CIA. Castro knew the value of the threat of violence, and, symbolically, gave Allende the Kalashnikov, which he would use, not on his enemies, but on himself. Castro, who had already by this time survived 300 CIA assassination plots, did not see Allende's commitment to the law as altruism, but as stupidity. He left Chile saying, "All decadent social systems have defended themselves with tremendous violence. I will return to Cuba, more of a revolutionary than when I came here. I will return to Cuba, more of a radical than when I came here." Additionally, the Soviet Union
Holy
was
black
hesitant
pill.
to financially support Allende's government, which they believed was doomed precisely because of its commitment to constitutional rule and nonviolence. Yet Allende kept his faith to the moment of his death, unwavering in the light of the world that he foresaw. By 1972, the economy was indeed screaming. Because of the corporate blockade of Chile, when machines or trucks broke down, there were no parts to fix them. An estimated third of the transportation in Chile needed repair. This was by design. The American ambassador to Chile, Edward Corey, said, "Not a nut or a bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende. We shall do all within our power to
That guy
condemn
looks like
Chile
the
and
manager
Chileans
from
to utmost
Incredibles.
deprivation and poverty."
What a little fucking gremlin! Edward Corey!
For CyberSyn, too, because most computers and telecommunications equipment were manufactured by American companies, they were severely set back by a lack of resources and had to get creative. At the time, this whole program of sabotage was clandestine, run by Nixon on one front, American companies on another, and the CIA on a third. It's really difficult to run an economic simulator with all these unknown variables in play, and the computer scientists, both British and Chilean, who were programming Checo, could never figure out why the numbers always came back so strangely. All of this sabotage and secret funding came to a head in October 1972 with what began as a truckers' strike. Usually, strikes are associated with the left, labor action against their employers. This one, however, was the employers against the left, protesting Allende's creation of a national trucking company that would compete with them. Owners of every industry joined, closed the doors of businesses, private factories. They blocked highways and vandalized infrastructure. Violence broke out on the streets, provoked not least by right-wing fascist groups trained, funded, and infiltrated by the CIA. The situation looked grim. But then something happened that no one had predicted. The left united behind Allende to prevent economic collapse. The workers rose up, determined not to let the owners destroy Allende's government, which had brought so much benefit to their class. Truckers drove their routes in defiance of their bosses. Factories began to correspond and share resources to keep production going. Radical left factions, who were initially opposed to Allende's moderate policies, took up arms to defend factories from sabotage by right-wing mercenary gangs. They also seized private factories that had closed their doors by force, something Allende had refused to do. This was also CyberSyn's shining moment, as the networks Flores and his team had built allowed leaders to keep in contact and keep production going, even where telephone lines were cut or highways were blocked. Without the network, October 1972 would likely have been Allende's last month in office. Unable to destroy the government as they had planned, the right and left came to a stalemate, and Allende, out of options, was forced to ask the military to intervene and end the strike. In exchange, they wanted cabinet positions in his government. He had little choice in the matter and agreed. The following year, the same uniformed men would seize control of the capital by force. Still, the October strike demonstrated the power of a united left, despite 100 million CIA dollars, anti-Allende propaganda, and the capitalist solidarity.
Yeah, but he ended the strike
throughout the next
with
year.
concessions
CyberSyn
to
continued
the
to consolidate
military.
that. But eventually, the economic pressure put onto Chile was too much. Nixon had effectively prevented any foreign investment in Chile while Allende was president. Meanwhile, the CIA and business associations could continue to pour support into anti-Allende organizations, propaganda, and assure the military that the United States would look favorably on a change in leadership. On September 11th, the military seized control of the capital and bombed the presidential palace. Refusing to be taken alive, Allende shot himself. Chilean democracy ended amid the sounds of explosions, gunshots, and Allende's final words, broadcast out over the radio.
La última oportunidad en que me pueda dirigir a ustedes. La Fuerza Aérea ha bombardeado las torres de Radio Portales y Radio Corporación. Mis palabras no tienen amargura sino decepción, y serán ellas el castigo moral para los que han traicionado el juramento oficial. Ante estos hechos, solo me cabe decir a los trabajadores, yo no voy a renunciar. Colocado en un tránsito histórico, pagaré con mi vida la lealtad del pueblo.
Yeah, but you killed yourself rather than be caught.
Que la semilla que entregáramos a la conciencia digna de miles
Rhetorically,
de
though, very powerful
no podrá
message.
ser cegada definitivamente.
Chills again today.
Podrán avasallar, pero no se detienen los procesos sociales, ni con el crimen, ni con la fuerza. La historia es nuestra y la hacen los pueblos. Trabajadores de mi patria, quiero agradecerles la lealtad que siempre tuvieron, la confianza que depositaron en un hombre que solo fue intérprete de grandes anhelos de justicia, que empeñó su palabra de que respetaría la Constitución y la ley, y así lo hizo. En este momento definitivo, el último en que yo pueda dirigirme a ustedes, quiero que aprovechen la lección. El capital foráneo, el imperialismo, unido a la reacción, creó el clima para que las Fuerzas Armadas rompieran su tradición, la que le enseñara Snyder. y que regimará el comandante Araya. Víctimas del mismo sector social que hoy estará en sus casas, esperando con mano ajena reconquistar el poder para a veces seguir defendiendo sus granjerías y sus privilegios. Me dirijo sobre todo a la modesta mujer de nuestra tierra.
Oh,
shit! A nosotros, a la obrera que trabajó más, a la madre que supo...
What a vibe ruiner.
Me dirijo a los profesionales de la patria, a los profesionales patriotas, a los que hace días estuvieron trabajando contra la sedición, auspiciada por los colegios profesionales, colegios de clase para defender también las ventajas de la sociedad capitalista del mundo. Me dirijo a la juventud, a aquellos que cantaron, entregaron su alegría y su espíritu de lucha. Me dirijo al hombre, al obrero, al campesino, al intelectual, aquellos que serán perseguidos, porque en nuestro país el fascismo ya estuvo hace muchas horas presente en los atentados terroristas, volando los puentes, cortando la línea férrea, destruyendo los oleoductos y los gasoductos, frente al silencio de que tenían la obligación de proteger. La historia los juzgará. Seguramente Radio Magallanes será callada, y el vital tranquilo de mi voz no llegará a ustedes, no importa. Lo seguirán oyendo. Siempre estaremos con ustedes. Por lo menos mi recuerdo será el hombre fino que fue leal a la lealtad. El pueblo debe defenderse, pero no sacrificar. El pueblo no debe dejarse arrasar ni acribillar, pero tampoco puede mirar. Trabajadores de mi patria, tengo fe en Chile y su destino. Superará otros hombres este momento gris y amargo donde la traición pretende imponer. Sigan ustedes sabiendo que mucho más temprano que tarde, de nuevo, abrirán las grandes alamedas por donde pase el hombre vivo para construir una sociedad mejor. ¡Viva Chile! ¡Viva el pueblo! ¡Vivan los trabajadores! Estas son mis últimas palabras. Tengo la certeza de que mi sacrificio no será en vano. Tengo la certeza de que por lo menos será una lección moral que castigará la felonía, la cobardía y la traición.
I'm gonna cry. I'm genuinely gonna cry.
With General Pinochet in power, thousands of leftists were killed. Hundreds of thousands were kidnapped, arrested, imprisoned, and tortured. A secret cable from the White House from 2 days after Allende's death read, "The United States government wishes to make clear its desire to cooperate with the military junta and to assist in any appropriate way. We welcome General Pinochet's expression of desire for strengthened ties between Chile and the US." Among those imprisoned was Fernando Flores. Beer fled the country but used his international network, working with human rights organizations, to get his former colleagues out of Pinochet's prison camps. Flores would eventually be released and move to California, where he'd study and start a career as a business consultant. The Chilean economy was given over to the Chicago Boys, a group of economists who had studied under Milton Friedman. They set to work rolling back all of Allende's reforms, including cutting government programs, reprivatizing factories, selling farmland to giant agribusiness multinationals, and of course, first freezing the wages of Chilean workers, then abolishing the minimum wage. They invited back the American multinationals with open arms. It is claimed by some that they saved Chile, which is, in one manner of speaking, true. They saved it from Chileans and returned it to those who designed the crisis in the first place. While funding to public housing, healthcare, and education were slashed, poverty increased. Public utilities were sold off to the highest bidder, and foreign investment could finally return. Investments now protected by the soldiers and armored cars of a military regime in the streets.
It's crazy to see this happen. Oppose it happening in other nations and then watch it happen to your own nation in real time.
There's a partial body.
And then people cheer because, you know,
some other one. Our world
roosters
is that
coming
one
to
where the
crow,
heads of
world
state
police or
mediate
whatnot.
in secret
But,
between
you know,
corporations
this could be
and
potential
spies,
for
where they say
a great
one
new
thing in public,
future.
another in private,
But we need to
and
do
where
it together
cynicism is far more reasonable
by
faith.
liking and
Salvador
subscribing to
Allende
the marketable
kept
stream.
faith, and in the face of all he had witnessed, still chose sacrifice instead of compromise. Not for this world, but for that other one that has not appeared. In his death, he left from our world of noxious, imperial machines, of secrets, and of reductive repetition. Cybersocialism is dead, still, shattered, but each of its pieces is still here. For the time being, mechanized to spy, to guide missiles, to deliver, to give you more of the same thing you had yesterday, and to serve the same conspiratorial interests that brought it down back then. Just as they were 50 years ago, we're still left with a question of design. The design not only of machines, but also of futures, and the machines that make futures.
Sigan ustedes sabiendo que mucho más temprano que tarde, de nuevo, abrirán las grandes alamedas por donde pase el hombre libre para construir una sociedad mejor. ¡Viva Chile! ¡Viva el pueblo! ¡Vivan los trabajadores! Estas son mis últimas palabras. Tengo la certeza de que ese sacrificio no será en vano.
No. What a banger. Why don't we just open up foreign investments? God, I fucking hate liberals actually so much. Holy shit.
Polarization in the discourse can cause devastating things to happen that nobody ever intended. And I'm a systems thinker, and sometimes I like to tell goofy parables to convey things about the way systems behave that might otherwise be difficult to think about or difficult to perceive. And one of the questions I ask sometimes is, how is it that emergent behavior coming from a group of people who are all well-intentioned actors can end up appearing as if it's an evil dictator pulling strings from the top? How can that happen? And my goal in this video is just to tell a story that gives an example of that. And yes, it's going to be a pretty goofy example in a Japanese garden. I'll get to that in a minute, because one problem we have in understanding our system properly is that sometimes emergent behavior, that is behavior that comes out of a collective group of people all doing their own thing, sometimes that behavior can appear like evil actors are pulling the strings from the top, as I'm going to demonstrate in this video. And then other times, behavior that appears to be emergent and appears to have no strategic actors playing a role can actually have strategic actors that are sort of bending the group behavior in a particular direction. Now, bending, not controlling, I often call that phenomenon the thumb on the scale phenomenon. And both of those are sort of misleading ways that sort of mislead people to improperly see what's going on in our system. So I just want to address one of those in this video. But I have a couple of other sneaky purposes in telling this story that are related to systems thinking. In particular, watch for these two things in the story. First, polarization as a force in a system can cause aggregate behavior that's different from what anybody intended. Second, shifts in salience frames can have real-world impacts. And salience frames are the way I portray our worldview, basically how we perceive the world. What is large in what we pay attention to, and what is small or on the fuzzy edges or not even on our radar at all. And salience frames do have to do with perception and perspective, but they also ultimately drive our behavior. But let us jump right in, and the setting of the story is a Japanese garden. And one of the coolest things about a Japanese garden is the 15 rocks that are placed strategically throughout the garden, such that there is no one vantage point from the garden where you can see all 15 rocks. You have to go along the path in the garden to slowly see the rocks from different perspectives, to maybe from one perspective you can see 3 of them, another perspective you can see a different 3, maybe another perspective shows the backside of a couple of those rocks. So Japanese gardens are wonderful for sort of contemplative walks through this beautiful, cultivated space that gets you thinking, ideally, from multiple perspectives. So I'm going to bring my evil dictator trope into the story because he loves to pull strings and make things happen, and he's evil, so the only thing he wants is to destroy the garden. That's it. And he has this idea in his head, it would be so great to poison the plants and the animals in the Japanese garden. That's his hope. Let's see if he can succeed, and moreover, let's see if he can succeed without doing anything at all. Who are the other characters in the story? And I told you this is going to be goofy, so we're going to have our bamboo patch is one character, and the bamboo patch has a pretty wide view of the pond, a pretty broad view of many parts of the garden, but just like the rocks, the bamboo cannot see every part of the garden, only a specific section. Then the cherry blossom tree will be our other main character of the story. And other parts to the garden are closer or farther away from those two main actors. For example, the waterfall and the stone lantern are much closer to the bamboo patch, so even though they don't have the same perspective as the bamboo patch, they can see more of the same territory, whereas the tea house and the sand patch are much closer to the cherry blossom tree. And the 15 rocks, of course, each have their own voice, and they can also speak as a group, and they'll say things like, everybody can see the distortion in other people's views, but they cannot see the distortion in their own view. That's our cast of characters. And the thing is, they all share the very highest level goal, which is beauty and life in the Japanese garden. So if they all have the same goal, how could that possibly be thwarted? Well, our story starts when somehow an invasive species of fish shows up in the pond. And the bamboo patch notices that this species of fish is multiplying rapidly and sort of taking over and crowding out the normal goldfish and white goldfish that are in Japanese gardens. There's been a perturbation in the system. So the bamboo patch is worried about this. They perhaps see that there's more fish poop from this new species of fish, and they're worried that the ecosystem of the garden could be negatively disrupted. So the bamboo patch starts to sound the alarm and say, we have a problem with an invasive species. In response, the cherry blossom tree on the other side of the garden is more skeptical. The cherry blossom tree can see a little bit of the pond, but only the part that sort of goes under this bridge, and the water is a little bit cooler under the bridge, and so the new species of fish doesn't really like to go over where the cherry tree is. So the cherry blossom tree has seen a few of these invasive species fish, but it doesn't seem like a real problem. It doesn't seem like it's crowding out the goldfish and the whitefish that are using. So the cherry blossom tree is like, I don't really see it. Are you sure that's going on over there? You tend to exaggerate, you bamboo patch, and I don't necessarily really believe you. The bamboo patch, of course, is offended by that because that's not just an attack on the factual world of the garden. That's an attack on the character of the bamboo patch. The cherry blossom tree is calling the bamboo patch unreliable, a bad source of information, a source of making up stories. That's so offensive to the bamboo patch. And because of this, a long and heated argument begins to brew between the bamboo patch and the cherry blossom tree. And there's a few different layers to this argument. One is the factual layer. Is there an invasive species that is multiplying rapidly in the pond? That's the factual part. There's the part about, is this a threat to the well-being of the garden? And then there's sort of the personal part. The character of the cherry blossom tree and the character of the bamboo patch are both being called into question. The skepticism of the cherry blossom tree is being pointed the finger at and being accused of being too skeptical and always having a frown and all of that. And the bamboo patch is being accused of exaggerating and drumming up more drama than there needs to be. And so at all three layers of those, the sort of factual, the values, and the character, there's an attack between these two groups. And that's where the petri dish of polarization begins. So the question is, how do the other things in the garden respond to this? And of course, at first they're just listening and they're seeing sort of these unreasonable characters sort of get too riled up over the issue. But those who are located near the bamboo patch, they also see what the bamboo patch is seeing with the fish, and they know the bamboo patch is not making this up, so their sympathies start to lie a little bit more with the bamboo patch. Here we're talking about the waterfall and the stone lantern that exist in that part of the garden. But on the other side of the garden, where the tea house and the sand patch are, they see more of what the cherry blossom tree is seeing, and they're also a little bit skeptical, and they're kind of offended by how much accusation and character attacks are coming just because the cherry blossom tree is expressing a little bit of skepticism based on what they can see with their own eyes. Now, what about our evil dictator? What is he doing in this case? And of course, he's watching this happen, and he's just enjoying the show. He gets out some popcorn. He would kind of like to come in and just poison the garden right now, and he knows he has a little better chance of getting away with it if people are sort of at each other's throats, because then their focus is on the dispute between each other rather than what he happens to be doing. But he also kind of knows the garden might come together to try to protect themselves from poisoning, so he can't really get away with it yet, but he does notice that the shed and the gardener, they go near the bamboo patch, so he would really, really like the bamboo to try to use some of the pest control to poison the garden. Now, of course, you'd have to use quite a bit of the pest control to poison the garden, but could the evil dictator get that to happen? But he's not going to do anything just yet, because he's wise and just enjoying the show. We might also ask, what about the 15 rocks? How are they observing this whole argument and debate start to get riled up? And the thing about the 15 rocks is that they think a lot about perspective and how different perspectives can perceive different things. And of course, that isn't just perspective from in the garden, what can you see and not see, what is large or small on your salience frame. And of course, I use the term salience frame a lot to depict what is large or small in a person's worldview, which is going to motivate what is large or small in motivating their behavior. There's also an element of an interpretive lens that becomes part of a person's perspective. And the rocks are great at thinking about that. So what do they say in this case? And they say the same thing that they often say, which is, wait a second, don't be too dismissive of each other, because both sides actually have something of value. Both sides have something they can perceive that the other cannot. But right now the discourse is just small and brewing and all voices talking at once. But the thing that only the 15 rocks are noticing is that the salience frame of both groups is shifting and changing because of the discourse. In particular, as the discourse becomes more emotional and more intense, each side sees more and more of what they want to see. So the bamboo patch sees more and more of the fish multiplying and is more and more worried about the downstream effects of this fish population multiplying and crowding out and essentially killing the cherished goldfish. So the bamboo patch is getting more and more panicked about that problem. Whereas the cherry blossom tree sees more and more often how often the bamboo patch exaggerates things, even from little day conversation. Anytime that the bamboo patch exaggerates just a bit, the cherry blossom tree is like, ooh, another example, let me make that part of my worldview, that part of my salience frame, bigger. And so the salience frames are evolving because of the conversation.
The
but
fear cortex and conservatives
changes
is
in
bigger
salience
than
frame
liberals.
Actually have any real world
or at least
impact.
People who vote liberal.
And it turns
recently.
out they do, because when the bamboo patch gets so panicked about this increasing invasive species fish population, the bamboo patch mentions to the gardener, actually, could we apply a little bit of the pest control to the pond? Because of course, if you apply just a little bit, it won't poison the pond. It will reduce the population of the invasive species. And the goldfish and the whitefish are they aren't as sensitive to the pest control, so those populations won't shrink as much as the invasive species, and that could hopefully, according to the bamboo patch, solve this problem. The gardener is convinced. and the gardener applies just a little bit of the pest control to the pond. This, of course, freaks out the cherry blossom tree. The cherry blossom tree says, no, you're poisoning the garden. And keep in mind that at this point, it's not actually poisoning the garden, it's just a small amount of the pest control, not enough to actually harm very much yet. But the cherry blossom tree is raising all kinds of alarms, and moreover, the cherry blossom tree is worried about the poisoning of the garden because of the pest control. So anything negative that happens to happen in the Japanese garden, the cherry blossom tree will attribute that to the poisoning of the garden through the pest control. So when a rabbit dies in the garden, the cherry blossom tree says, that's the poison having its effect. Watch, it's killing our animals. And the bamboo patch says, no, sometimes rabbits die in our garden, this happens all the time, that's a natural effect. And at this point, the bamboo patch is right about that. The cherry blossom tree notices that the lily pads are beginning to wilt and wither just a bit. And the cherry blossom tree, of course, attributes this to the poisoning of the pond by the pest control from the bamboo patch. The bamboo patch, of course, rolls its eyes in contempt and says, no, every summer in the August, we're moving from July to August, there's always a little bit of wilting of the lily pads. This is just a normal phenomenon. You're just attributing it to the pest control because that fits your motivated reasoning. Some beavers come to the garden and muddy up the pond by splashing around and playing in the pond, but the cherry blossom tree cannot see those beavers and can only see the mud that's sort of seeping into the part of the pond near the cherry blossom tree. And of course, the cherry blossom tree says, look, our pond's being polluted by this pest control, and you can imagine the bamboo patch's response. At this point, the emotion of the polarized discourse of the two groups in the garden ramps up a bit. And so far, at least, the bamboo patch is 90% right. The pest control is not actually yet poisoning the garden, so all of the alarms being raised by the cherry blossom tree are not true in reality yet. But there is 10% of this discourse that is factual that the cherry blossom tree has right, which is the pest control really does have the potential to cause poisoning. So watching out for signs of poisoning is actually a reasonable and important thing to be doing. And if we use the fact that the bamboo patch is 90% right and the cherry blossom tree 10% right as a way to dismiss the concerns of the cherry blossom tree, we're going to lose out on something important. Now, the salience frame of both sides is evolving during this discourse.
Are saying that
and if we look at the bamboo patch, who of course is closest to the shed where the pest control is, we can watch the evolution of their salience frame. First, the polarized discourse is causing the bamboo patch to be more and more concerned about the invasive species. Because anytime in this dialogue,
I just figured out what's Oedipal about this. I'm a little spermy. I'm a little light spermy.
The bamboo patch is always having to take the side of this invasive species is a problem, and by taking that side, it makes that problem bigger on the salience frame of the bamboo patch. But second, the bamboo patch is getting in the habit of, every time there's a negative event that the cherry blossom tree interprets as being poisoning, the bamboo patch is getting in the habit of interpreting it as a natural event, or looking in their mind for how could this possibly be a natural cause. Sometimes rabbits die, sometimes lily pads wilt, and getting in the habit of interpreting everything as not being caused by the pest control and coming up with other possible causes, that cognitive habit will shape the interpretive lens and will become bigger on the salience frame. Third, the unreasonableness of the cherry blossom tree is getting bigger and bigger on the bamboo patch's salience frame, such that the bamboo patch is more and more just dismissive overall of anything the cherry blossom tree says. Putting that much emotional attention into paying attention to the cherry blossom tree that cries wolf is not a good use of emotional resources, so dismissing them makes their legitimate concerns smaller and smaller on the salience frame of the bamboo patch. Our evil dictator sometimes wonders if it's the right time to intervene and just poison the garden, but he holds off because he's enjoying watching the show. Now, does the pest control work? And the answer, of course, is yes and no. The pest control does actually reduce the population of the invasive species a little bit, but not enough to really solve the problem, or at least not in a way that's sufficient for the bamboo patch. And the bamboo patch is getting more and more worried about the problem, even as the problem is a little bit responding to the pest control. So the bamboo patch, who's now convinced themselves actually the pest control is not that much of a problem, decides to apply just a little bit more. Now at this point, it is starting to be a little bit poisonous to the garden. Some of the lily pads do wilt because of the pest control in response to the ramping up of the pest control, but it's just a little bit. It's not enough to really dramatically notice. It's still enough to where the debate, is that caused or not caused by the pest control? Sometimes it is natural causes and sometimes it is the pest control, and how someone interprets these negative events in the garden is really playing a huge role in driving the discourse. But previously we had the bamboo patch 90% correct, the cherry blossom tree 10% correct. Now it's more like the bamboo patch is 60% correct and the cherry blossom tree is 40% correct when it comes to interpreting negative events in the garden. And you can kind of see where this story is going. This ramping up effect, applying just a little more pest control to deal with a problem that is so salient to the bamboo patch, that happens again and again and again, but only at levels that are so incremental that nobody in the garden can really prove that this isn't just natural bad things happening in the pond. Now, as the pest control gets ramped up bit by bit by bit, the percentage that each side of this debate is right sort of shifts from the favor of the bamboo to the favor of the cherry tree. How should we interpret the lily pads wilting and the dead mice and dead rats in the garden? More and more, the cause is the pest control in favor of the cherry tree's interpretive lens. And if they all started out with the same highest level goal, the beauty and life of the garden, how can they get so wrapped up in this lower level goal over the facts about whether there is an invasive species that's harming the garden, whether or not the pest control is poisoning the garden? How can these these lower level issues get them so distracted from the higher level goal. Now there comes a point in the hostile polarized discourse when people are just exhausted by it. Disrespect oftentimes is so baked into the habits of the way people speak to each other that the whole conversation just goes quiet. Everyone basically correctly recognizes that any attempt to solve the problem through conversation only makes the problem worse. And that's basically the definition of dysfunction. When this kind of exhaustion and defeatism sets in, our evil dictator gets really happy because this makes it way easier for him to pull strings. As a matter of fact, he can come into the garden and do something shady, and even if a few people see him doing it, they're not going to tell other people because they know they won't be believed, they'll just be accused of things, their character will be attacked. They know from experience that speaking up about what they see is only going to bring about disrespect. So the evil dictator can probably get away with poisoning the garden at this point, just because the conversation is not functional enough to actually call him out on it. So once the conversation has exhausted itself into silence, our dictator is well poised to come in and poison the garden. But the thing is, he doesn't need to, because by this point the bamboo patch has grown so worried about the invasive species and so dismissive of the concerns of poisoning that it's become a habit for the bamboo patch to add more and more pest control to the pond. Moreover, this happens in secret because the bamboo patch doesn't want to raise all of the hostility and all of the attacks on character that come from ramping up pest control. So the adding of more pest control needs to be done in secret, or at least according to the bamboo patch's perspective. This means that nobody in the pond actually sees how much pest control is really being added. And the bamboo patch is not doing this out of malice, but out of genuine concern for the negative impact of the invasive species on the well-being of the garden. And the actions that this bamboo patch is taking in secret now, those are motivated by well-intentioned efforts to solve a problem. And all of this arose from an out-of-proportion salience frame that evolved because of the polarized discourse. But given where things seem to be headed in this story, we might ask, where are the 15 rocks? Can't they come in and help people understand each other's different perspectives? Well, it turns out that the 15 rocks fall victim to the fallacy of equally right. The 15 rocks, of course, are saying, wait a second, everyone in the garden has a different perspective, and everyone in the garden can see things that people elsewhere in the garden cannot see. Can we have this conversation with that reality in mind? That's what the rocks say.
Not all people
but of course,
deserve
that
to be at the table. Part of Cybernetics
everyone
is
says,
the filter.
you're saying both sides are equally right, and that's just not true. That other side is not equally right. We're mostly right, and acknowledging that we're mostly right is the most
emergent
important
complexity,
thing.
we
The
might get
fallacy
to
of equally
another
right
stream.
says the only three
But this is
possibilities
perfect.
are 0% right, 100% right, and 50% right. And the thing is, putting how much a group is right or wrong on a scale from 0 to 100%,
And the
there's
50%
also a
right is
fallacy in thinking like that
of the
because it
humanist
doesn't
desire
exactly work
to
that way.
equate all
For example, if we rewind our
entities
story
the
to the
same.
moment before the pest control had been ramped
All
up to
human
a poisonous
entities the
level,
same.
the cherry blossom tree was saying, wait a second,
Which is
we
not
need to watch
true.
out for this pest control
We're not
can poison the
cultural
garden.
relativists.
And that
We're
need for
subjectivists,
vigilance
and
in terms of
subjectivists
pest control and poisoning and all
are
that,
about
that is a real need. So even though at that
analyzing
particular
who the
moment in our
subject
story,
is
the bamboo
and
patch
what
was
they're
still
related to, what
90%
they're
right,
constituted
and
by,
mostly
what
right
they're
in
embodied
practice.
and
The 10%
embedded
that the cherry
in.
blossom tree was right, which was mostly in theory, actually mattered.
And the
if you look at the whole
prioritization of a
conversation, maybe the cherry
cultivation of
blossom
a
tree was only
positive
10% right.
effect
But if you
of
zoom into the one issue,
curiosity,
is pest control becoming a
of
poison a real issue we need to be
pro-sociality,
vigilant about and concerned about,
of
then the ratios are more
cooperation,
flipped. It's more like 99% yes,
altruism,
we do need to be concerned about this. This is an issue that could become
of
manifest in the
democratic
garden. So in that
selection
particular moment, if we
of
take the fact that the
filters.
cherry blossom tree was 90% wrong and 10% right as a reason to dismiss the cherry blossom tree at that moment, then we allow this whole thing to escalate as it has. So how does the story end? And it ends with a happy ending for our evil dictator who actually gets the poisoning of the garden without doing a thing. This just happened naturally because of the shifting
8.5
salience
hours.
frames
This has been
based on
a
the
long
nature
stream.
of the discourse.
Usually I do
Moreover,
like
there had
5
always
hours,
been a
but
rumor in this Japanese garden that
we
an
might
evil
hit another
dictator with a
8.5 hour
mustache
stream with,
existed who wanted to
the
destroy
cybernetic
the garden.
hypothesis.
And some of the members of the garden
More
believed in the evil
marketable
dictator,
content
some of
to
them
come out.
didn't, but
If
it
you're on
wasn't a big
YouTube,
deal until this sort
remember
of
to
stuff
like the
started to
stream,
happen. And
subscribe,
some members of the
check
garden started
out
to say, wait a
the
second, our
marketable
garden is being
library,
poisoned. An evil
check out
dictator
some
is
of the
coming
former
in and
streams.
poisoning our garden. And as soon as they say that, of course, now there's a new line of polarized divide over whether or not this evil dictator with the
I've been
mustache
your yapper.
exists. Because it really does
I've
look
been
exactly like the evil dictator came
your
in
bird.
and imposed his will to
I've been
destroy the
the
garden.
bird.
So I hope you took away from the story the 3 things I was hoping to convey. Sometimes things that look as if an evil dictator is coming in and imposing his
And I
will
hope you
can
guys
actually emerge
enjoy the rest
naturally.
of
Second, I hope this got you thinking about the nature
weekends
of distortion and the
until I
lesson
see you
of
again.
the 15 rocks. And I hope you took
Have a good
something
night.
away related to polarization. But could the poisoning of the Japanese garden been prevented?